Hello and welcome to the HCS Kickoff Major Day 2, live from Charlotte, North Carolina. Our open bracket team settled into 4 spots in pools late last night and have been grinding all morning to cause a stir among some of the best teams Halo has to offer. But the question is, who survived? We'll be going through all of that and more as we break down everything you need to know ahead of Day 2 here at Charlotte. And on the desk, I have Clutch and Bravo joining me to break it all down right before we get into the main stage action. Clutch, good to see you, bro.
Good to be here. It's Day 2. We got a bracket that's about to kick off. A lot of talent in that bracket as well. A lot of new teams still needing to prove themselves. Everybody got the job done in pool play as far as the top dogs in this tournament, so I'm excited to see them go up against each other and now fireworks.
Me too. Bravo, did you sleep well?
I slept great. Great day Halo yesterday. I think it was an excellent kickoff to the season. I think most interestingly, we have the top dogs all dropping games yesterday, which I think is a little bit of a surprise. A lot of times the top teams will kind of 3-0 all their way through the early stages of pool play, and that wasn't the case. So it should be an interesting Day 2 for sure.
I know, we do tend to see a couple of slow starts in pool play, but wakey, Day 2 is here. Champ Bracket is here to play in. You can't slip up on this one. But there were some incredible moments from yesterday from pool play. One to know has got to be that final 30 seconds of that last game, between FaZe and Rebellion. And Bravo, look at this, back at PD, 2 left alive here and holding on to that old ball for dear life.
This was wild. Mark and I were so lucky to be in the booth for this. This was the final stronghold. 2 guys in the police department with a riot shield up against 3 attackers, and look at the timing on the nade from Mental Carmea. He's a bit late. Riot Noob comes late to the party as well. It's a clean 2v3 win for FaZe to win the game.
I love that you mentioned the timing of the grenade, and let me tell you, I got an opportunity to talk to those guys after the series, and the communication was on point. Not only is Snakebite and Royal 2 communicating how they're going to play this out, but Frosty coming off respawn, we say it was a 2v3. Frosty actually has an opportunity to get a sight line and a timing of communication of when they're coming into PD.
Right.
And that exact moment that he's able to call that out, the nade comes out, it immediately gets that initial damage onto the first player, allowing the 2v3 to happen. That level of communication tells me that FaZe is on point this tournament.
Yeah, pretty special moments coming through from it yesterday, but that concludes pool play. But I want to talk about what happened this morning, and we're going to do that with a game called Shot or No Shot. Okay. And how this works is I'm going to give you guys scenarios, and I want you to tell me if it's shot or no shot, true or false. You guys ready to play?
Yeah. It'll be the first time that Clutch has said no to a shot, but let's go ahead.
Very true.
I like shots.
Very true. Here we go. All right, I'm going to start off easy. Shot or no shot? Native Red beat Cloud9 in the final round of open bracket 3-2.
Ooh, I actually know the result of this, unfortunately, and Native Red, as big of a fan as I am, they fell short, so I'm going to go with no shot.
That's a no shot lot, no shot.
It's a no shot. All right, let's see whether or not you guys are right. You have already told us that you do know this one.
We knew this one.
But it is no
fault.
shot. Yeah, it is no shot. They did get eliminated, in the final round of the open bracket. Cloud9 3-2. Very unfortunate one there for sure. A little bit of a shocker as well, would you say?
Much of a shocker. Yep. Native Red got third at Worlds.
Third at Worlds.
Unfortunately, no Druck, obviously. Diagram's a good player, though. Those guys definitely should have been able to get out of the open bracket, but that just shows you how brutal that open bracket really was.
Yeah. Definitely was grueling to say the least. All right, next. Shot or no shot? King Nick led in KD and damage in CTF Empyrean versus C9.
I'm a Nick fan. I'll take a shot.
I mean, you'd be crazy to say no shot to that, because of course Nick can do that, so that's going to be a shot for me.
This one's for you, Nick.
All right, well, we'll have to see what the results are, and drum roll, correct. It is shot.
How do you bet against them like that?
It is shot. I think maybe the premise was that, King Nick had a little bit of a rough ride yesterday with his stats being a touch low, but like you said, everybody, kind of
makes a good point. Everyone can relax.
If you get it done, you get it done. But King Nick, he got it done in that fashion. Anyway, next. Shot or no shot? Shopify Rebellion beat Proton Gaming 3-1.
Clutch.
No shot. That's L-Town's boy over on Proton. That's Posey.
Yep. This one shook the internet earlier today. That's going to be a no shot for me.
All right, let's have a look at the answer. And you guys are correct, it is no shot. This one was pretty crazy, actually. We have a series rewind for you guys to have a look at how that one actually breaks down here.
Ooh,
and it was getting
down.
Yeah, it is a bit of a beat down here, apart from, of course, that Slayer, which kept it a little bit close. But for the rest of it, that was a slap around for sure.
It really is, especially with the way Shopify was playing yesterday. I think there was a lot of high hopes for them. And Proton, though, proving that they are here for a reason. That's a big result.
Indeed. We have one last one, gents, and you so far have been pretty damn good at this. All right. Shot, no shot, G1, 3-0 native white.
I'll take a shot to that. G1's good. I like where they're at.
It's not if you'll take a shot, it's if you think it's true or not.
Later tonight, I'll take a shot at the bar for that.
Let's see. This is without a doubt possible. Did you say shot?
I said shot.
All right, just to change it up so there's a winner and a loser here, I'll say no shot.
Okay, and let's reveal the answer. It is no shot.
Oh!
Game 5.
They pushed them to a game 5, which is
my boy
pretty
Mick
massive.
Win. I like that. I actually want to be on there. I like Mick Win. Big fan, big friend. I wasn't sure how Native White was going to play in this tournament or if they were even going to make it out of open with how many stacked teams there were. They look good so far.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff, to be fair as well. And the Slayer 50-40 as well. So they did keep it within the realm, but there was a final push there from G1 to push that one out of the realms of possibility. But really, really massive stuff coming across the board there for both of them.
Good game.
Yeah, good game. GG's, fellas. But with that, pool play is done. We have the results. They are on the boards for you now, Clutch. With all of that, we do have Luminosity, Divine Mind, C9, and Na'Vi out for the count. They will be going home here and now. Any shockers there?
Yeah, look at the headache that Richie Hines has in the back with Pool A. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Na'Vi, Shopify, Proton. I believe Na'Vi actually doesn't advance to even the elimination bracket with that. Their tournament is over, and that's a shame because they looked fairly strong yesterday when I got an opportunity to watch them play. Obviously, Proton Gaming came out, made some plays. They even beat Shopify Rebellion like we talked about. A strong team. That pool ended up being a lot more stacked with those 2, 3, 4 seeds, and I hate that we don't get all 3 of those teams combined going into the elimination bracket at the very least.
Indeed, and talking about Pool A, we look at that tiebreaker situation, and we do have the results in, and Rebellion will actually take second in their pool there as well. So Na'Vi are going to be out for the count. They will see themselves going home today, unfortunately. But yeah, pool play was definitely grueling. We had some crazy kind of teams in the open bracket coming forward. We had some crazy teams in pool play based on the qualifiers as well, which was absolutely crazy. But let's take a look at how the bracket is shaping up. Let's have a peek at the winners bracket and see who is filling in our quarterfinals. We've got FaZe versus Sen. Space Station takes on Native White. G1 will be with Complexity, and Optic Gaming are looking to take down Rebellion here. Some really, really stacked matches coming across there. Rob, any favorites you're looking forward to?
Yeah, it's hard to actually pick between those 4 in our winners quarters, to be honest. I guess if there's specific ones I'm looking at to go the distance, Optic Gaming Shopify could get interesting. I think FaZe and Sentinels is obviously interesting for a slew of reasons, which I think we'll talk about in just a bit, but those are probably the 2 I'm keeping an eye on.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the elimination bracket, see who has their tournament life on the line. We've got BTH, Proton Gaming, Quadrant, and TSS Esports. I'm really looking at Quadrant now. I'm very excited to see how they're going to perform. I think Proton Gaming have also put up a serious fight as well, so there's some fire under there. BTH, still a big question mark. We looked at them on day 1, and I'm still waiting to see what this team are made of and whether or not they're going to wake up here. Clutch, you're looking at that elimination bracket. Is there a team here you'd be terrified of?
Yeah, it's got to be Quadrant. You want to stay on the opposite side of the bracket of the way those guys were looking yesterday. Even without Chick, 2Foxy came out, did his thing, played very well. Unfortunately, couldn't get the job done in any of the series they played yesterday, but they looked strong against the likes of Sentinels and Optic Gaming. If they can play at that caliber consistently throughout this weekend, they can go on an elimination bracket round run, no problem.
Yeah, I do agree, especially the way 2Foxy was playing, not just like subbing in well, but I think just the sheer fact that we saw him leading the team in numbers by quite a margin game after game. You cannot ask for more from a last-second sub, and he is gelling well with this team. And like Clutch says, I think they're going to make a tear through the bracket. Proton Gaming is probably already looking down the bracket and thinking, even if we do as best we can, we have a Quadrant to face by the elimination semifinals.
Yeah, I've got to say I've been really impressed with 2Foxy, but I've also been really impressed with the rest of the Quadrant boys, being able to bring a new person on board so quickly and adapt to that. I think there's something to be said there on that balance, because how difficult is it for a team to adjust not only the language barrier, but everything that they have to do around a player like Chick as well.
Yeah, and one thing, they went from speaking French in their practices to having to speak English with 2Foxy once again, and it's grateful that everyone on that team is bilingual to be able to knock that out. But I mean, to be able to honestly bring someone on board, get them on board with the flow and whatnot, that's credit to 2Foxy for being able to step up and answer the ring of the bell there. But they still have some work to do, right? This team did not come across seas to get top 12. This team had hopes with Chick of probably breaking into the top 6, top 4. 2Foxy has given them a reason to believe that maybe that dream is still achievable.
Yeah, it is indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, though, we're going to be doing a lot of watching today. And lucky for you guys at home, we have Twitch drops for you. And it's so easy. You open the tabs, you make sure you're watching all of the action, and we have the Death Hex available for you guys in-game to enjoy. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. I'm definitely going to be grabbing a card and make sure everyone in the arena, there are cards going around so you can take those home and get those in-game as well. But of course, you'll be able to watch all of the championship bracket matches to your heart's content on 4 of our streams here, both on Twitch and YouTube. Now, here on the main stage, we're starting things off with the winners quarterfinals, and it's going to be FaZe versus Sentinels. We're then filling in the gaps with you guys. Elimination round 1 after, winners semifinals both, and then evening elimination quarterfinals. Somebody is going home right at the end of the day. Stick around to find out who that is going to be. But gents, I'm ready to get straight into who we've got coming up first, and that is FaZe versus Sentinels. This match is getting personal, and Bravo, I want to know how you feel like these two teams match up.
Oh man, matchup-wise, I think we know that the firepower that FaZe has with this new roster, without a doubt. Of course, I think Sentinels also surprised a lot of people yesterday. As we said, it's a dangerous cocktail of talent and personalities on their side, and yesterday they showed up in a big way, even taking the first game off of Optic, and I think they've showed us that they're here to play and that they are on maybe even a different level than a lot of people might have expected them to be. But the question, as you see on screen, is this one going to be personal?
Now, how big is this series going to be for Sen, Clutch? I mean, especially with Lethal being dropped and playing those guys who did it to him.
I mean, it's a big series for everybody, but I think you're on the money there when you're talking about how much does it mean to Lethal. And let me tell you, like, as a player, there is nothing more important than when you get dropped by a set of players. The next time you play them, you have to win that series. It means everything to you. So the emotions running through Lethal throughout this series is going to be so high. And let me tell you, something special is going to happen if they end up somehow finding a way to beat FaZe in this best of 5, and I'm going to love every second of it because a redemption story is something beautiful.
Now, Robert, I'm very curious also about the leadership, or vocal leadership, I should say, on this Sentinels roster. Have you got any kind of, looking at that and how that's kind of forming?
Yeah, I think it was a big question mark. I think I'm joined by a lot of people wondering, how does this work, right? Is this going to be Spartan and Lethal kind of yelling at each other for a while, or is this going to be a composed mix of teams? And I think yesterday, even in the listening on Argyle CTF against Optic, when they were not only leading but won that game, it was composed, it was cool, it was collected. I think that Spartan was stepping up when he needed to, making calls, and I think just incredible stuff from their side. I was really impressed by it. I expect them to bring that into this series as well.
Indeed. Well, we'll move on to FaZe on the other side of the stage. Big question, right? Is the decision paying off, Clutch?
Yeah, that's the other side of the coin, right? We dropped Lethal for a reason, 7 years down the drain, right? We had some great times, but we got to move on, and we got to move on quickly. Lethal's not going to let roll over easy here, and these boys know what's in front of them. This is their first chance at a championship with this roster. And winners bracket round 1's where you start to build momentum. I don't think the opponent really matters for FaZe here. I think that they understand as this weekend goes along, they're going to have to continue to elevate their game to accomplish their goals.
Now, Brov, we did see Frosty on the main stage yesterday after a win, talking about how they're getting used to gelling still on LAN, because it is a different beast than online. You've got your monitor watching, you've got a little bit more of like in-person comms. There's a lot to get used to. How do you think they're performing?
I think they're performing really well. I think they weren't bulletproof yesterday. They did drop 2 games throughout the day. I think some people might have said that they expected them to go undefeated on the day, if we're honest, through pool play. However, I think they looked really good. I think the most interesting piece of the puzzle is going to be Snakebite and how he performs with this team, or rather not how he performs, but the way in which he performs. I had a chance to talk to him before the tournament began, and obviously running a lot of objective play in day number 1 and the qualifier, but a lot of that was due to online ping, so he was kind of playing OBJ for that reason. However, even yesterday he came in and still ran a lot of their objective, and it paid off for them. I think the 2 big gaps I'm looking for is their 1-1 in Strongholds and their 1-1 in King. So really those kind of control-based game types is where they're not showing complete dominance, and I think we're going to keep an eye on those game types for them today.
Yeah, I love what you said there about Snakebite's objective play. I think it was a tremendous amount of it in the games that they had yesterday. That cannot be the case as they continue to go throughout this bracket. The better teams that they play throughout this tournament will be more efficient while everyone is playing the objective. They're going to have to find a very similar solution. It cannot be the Snakebite show as regarding like oddball time or King of the Hill time if they want to make the most out of the situations they create. Right.
Amazing stuff. Well, I'm very excited to see how this one unfolds on the main stage. And with that, the stage is in fact set, and the teams, they are pretty much ready to go. So let's start and get into your championship bracket.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is winners quarter-finals time. FaZe against Sentinels. A lot of familiar faces across that stage. This one is more than just a little bit personal, Dan.
Yeah, we heard the desk. There is a lot of stories here to try and dive into, but I think the only people that really want to dive into this series are the players themselves. I mean, so much history, not just when you look at Lethal and the rest of the squad that's now on FaZe, but you've got to look at previous teammates as well. You've got Renegade and Spartan, who ended up together with all of this that happened in the last season. What it's going to come down to, though, is game types for me, right? I've been looking all kind of tournament long at who's doing what, who's been playing well. When we look at qualifiers, when we look at the results so far, and I will say, I think that actually things are looking quite good for Sentinels. I have been pleasantly surprised, and we can look at the series layout now to give you an idea of what we're going to be seeing on our screens here today. And when we look at the first two, Shirzy, I think this is the best start Sentinels could have asked for. They've been flawless on Capture the Flag throughout qualifiers and throughout the tournament so far. And Slayer Aquarius, a very strong one for them as well.
And you mentioned flawless, and that's exactly what Sentinels were going to need to be. But FaZe Clan yesterday, they didn't start off as hot as maybe we anticipated. They were expected to be this God squad coming into things, and unfortunately, they started off a little bit too slow.
Maybe a little flat in terms of what we would expect and what they would expect as a team, but that's always going to happen. And sometimes maybe that early loss of a map will just start to boost you into actually playing the way you should be playing. But I don't think they will be fazed by it, and I think that Sentinels will look to try and maybe take advantage of this hot start possibility. Capture the Flag Empyrean, they have played very successfully, not just throughout qualifiers, but also at LAN. They know how to do this map. They know when to push their advantages. And if they can start to snowball, if they can start to get the power-ups and the power weapons, they can certainly pummel FaZe into the ground here.
Well, it all comes down to this then. Former teammates collide in our winners quarterfinals. At game one, they're all too familiar with this one. Empyrean CTF. But Dan, I think there's an opportunity here for us to talk a little bit more about records and statistics, and perhaps why you think there's more of a chance here for Sentinels to get the win.
I think it's when you look at Sentinels and all of the players on the squad and what they do when it comes to Capture the Flag, everyone has been playing a part. The desk were talking about it on the side of FaZe, maybe a little bit too much objective work is being relied on when it comes to Snakebite. And sure, Snakebite, one of the best objective players that we have in the league, but you've got to be able to pick things up around him as well, and everyone needs to be doing their bit. And I will say, I think Sentinels are doing that. Sentinels are finding those players to make sure the flags are being grabbed, the flags are being moved, everyone's playing their part in getting the rockets if they have to. Collect has been the standout for me on Sentinels when it comes to his objective work, and considering how good a Slayer he was as he was up and coming and rising through those ranks, he's kind of taken maybe a new role on a little bit. And when you've got someone who can slay that well alongside a very heavy objective game, you're onto a winner.
And we're talking about Collect, and rightfully so. Last year on SSG, for many people, including me, he was a very close second behind Bound, not just to get the Rookie of the Year, but this kid is talented. He's a real powerhouse, and you can see exactly why Sentinels have picked him up.
He's actually the second highest in flag caps at the moment throughout this entire tournament, and I wouldn't have expected that from a player like Collect when I traditionally look at what he does and how he plays the game. But when you look at the Sentinels roster, maybe that's where he fits in, because when they first formed, I think they were all trying to work out, where do we really go? Where are the pieces to this puzzle? Who's going to be doing what? What roles do I have to do? Even though Halo Infinite is not as strict as maybe previous Halos when it comes to definitive roles, they all seem to have now started to find their right path, and it is looking really good. They showed great promise yesterday in some of their pool play matches. However, this is going to be a big test against FaZe Clan, and I think every gentleman on that screen knows full well that FaZe are not going to be an easy match whatsoever here.
All to do for FaZe. Cannot be looking past this one. As we load in then, once more, Sentinels have a tough task, probably the toughest one they've had all tournament long. It might be bittersweet for Lethal in the trenches with these boys for over 7 years. And Renegade playing against two former teammates. But they've built this roster not just to get top fours and top threes. FaZe want to win championships, and it all starts here.
Right off the rip, you've got to make sure you're prioritizing either the overshield or the rockets. You could try and do both, and I tell you what, it's a triple kill for Nick to start things off today. And I am very impressed with how Nick has been approaching this tournament. He's actually in the top 5 damage dealt on Capture the Flag throughout this LAN so far, and you can see why. If he's playing with such aggression, he's getting hold of these rockets. He gives a great opening for FaZe at the start of this game.
3 dead for FaZe. Sentinels moving in, collect flag in hand. You spoke about it. He was going to get his hands on it. He gets it on the move. Already gone bottom base, opting to go runway with this time, and still has some overshield to play with, Dan.
Always a different route when you do go down towards Sword, and there is going to be cover though. Spartan and Lethal are picking up kills. Spartan having the sniper rifle means that there is a real chance here for Sentinels, as long as Collect can just avoid any nades being backed off of Pit here, and he will manage to start things off. What a start this is for Sentinels, exactly what the Doctor ordered.
Boy, oh boy, Sentinels have come to play here on Saturday. Frosty though, peeling wigs, finds one, make it 2, Spartan will go down. Collect manages to get a trade, but it's all 4 dead now for Sentinels, and all of a sudden, Frosty started to dictate the pace of play.
And this is one thing we will always credit FaZe for, is how well they respond when they do see something like that, a quick, hot fire start from their opponents, and Frosty, maybe leading the way with the sniper rifle, has the opportunity to now really create an opening for the team.
Collect's gonna challenge, Collect's gonna win, Sniper goes down. Snakebite still has the flag in his hands, and we're all tied up. As quickly as you take the lead, as quickly as it can be taken away.
A very much different flag run, flag route that was far quicker as well for FaZe, and you've got to be efficient when it does come to Imperial flag. You've got to make sure you can push that flag into the areas so that you can support your team, but at the same time, speed can sometimes result in success, as now it's Snakebite's turn with a sniper rifle.
Snakebite looking to thread the needle there, will not connect onto King Nick, but it didn't need to. Gets the kill in the end. 4 shots to the back will result in a kill. Running this flag then, Lethal will get the better on this time, shuts him down. Lethal, with the help of Spartan, will secure 2 kills, and that was vital from him.
And we heard Wes talking about it on the desk. It's such an important series here for Lethal. You can only imagine what's going through his brain. For pro players, the series after you've been dropped from a team is always going to be an important one. And I'm sure he'll be looking to try and perform. Snakebite gets taken down. Collect will get that kill, but the rocket's perhaps still going to be usable. Maybe one left, as it's a bit of a scrap in the middle at the moment. Renegade
goes on the bridge. Up to go runway, but runs straight into a grenade. Frosty has got the overshield, just over a quarter of it left. Heat wave to play with. Looking to provide cover fire for Renegade. Ultimately doesn't need it in the end, and will go back for his sniper rifle, looking to play this one a little bit slower.
And you know, for all the talk on saying, well, how will Lethal feel? Is it going to be tough for Lethal? How are the rest of the 3 members on FaZe going to feel? Because suddenly there's that extra pressure of what goes wrong. What happens if your former teammate does beat you? And it adds a lot, as we see 3 members now down for Sentinels, Collect the last remaining player, and Frosty, he's got great eyes on him, will connect with 1, but doesn't have a BR for the cleanup. Collect
will be forced to back down, and that flag will get all the way out to Long Haul. King Nick will chase down Snakebite, and Spartan with the grenade will stop the flag in his tracks, but Frosty's finding some faces now. Really starting to heat up with the heat wave. He's cooking. Triple kill for the Iceman.
And it might still go on. Yeah! Overkill! We switch over, but Frosty hits it. Spine gets one through the visor, and now suddenly FaZe is starting to pop off.
Nick now taken down by Royal 2. Connect on the sword nades, will get 1. Trades 2v2 on the map at the moment. Connect down to no shields, but has got a sniper rifle now to play with. Looks to line up Snakebite in the green box, but gets eliminated now. And it's all one-way traffic for the moment. It's all being played at Sentinel's side of the map.
And obviously off the back of the overkill, we did see that cap go in, so FaZe now lead 2-1 here in a period. Sentinels have been kind of pegged back a little bit here. They're struggling to get out of their base. FaZe have now taken positions to watch over these sightlines, watch these spawns. A remote detonation finishes off Collect. But King Nick is doing well at the moment to just frustrate FaZe a little bit in the base.
This game's been so fast-paced so far. It's a barn burner at the moment. We've already had 3 caps. Kills galore, overkills. It's got everything so far.
It's exactly what we wanted from this series. We wanted fast-paced, we wanted action, we wanted both teams at each other's throats. And even though it's a fast start for Sentinels and they were able to get that lead, ever since then, it has really been all FaZe. As Snakebite tries to take an angle, but Lethal takes down his former teammate.
Not only takes him down, but hits all 4 shots. Winning those 1v1s is Lethal at the moment. And they've been vital to keep Sentinels in the game. Rocket gets repulsed, that could have been huge. Scoops them up, can he get away? The answer is yes for now. Big moment for Collect. under bridge. Needs to carve a hole onto FaZe's side. Will miss with the rocket. Didn't need to connect in the end. Opts to go backwards this time though. Opts to retreat.
Sentinels need Collect back in that base once more. They need him pulling flags. But he has to get a few kills first, and he does listen to call-outs, goes back on himself, and that's great response time. Sign him up for the emergency services because he'd be there quick enough if you were in trouble, but Sentinels now starting to press their advantage a little bit. Are going to try and position themselves, but with King Nick going down, suddenly you find yourself in a 3 versus 4.
Vital Collect stays alive here. Nick's already gone down. Repulses away from the blast radius of that grenade, but not enough. Still down to a sliver of shields. Desperately trying to cling on to life. Frosty will spot him out. Fires a couple of snipe shots. One will connect. And Collect manages to just scamper away towards the BR. Flag will be pushed out and on the move. Stopped for a moment in its tracks. Looking for the bait and switch. Can Collect and Spartan combine here to pick up the pieces? Outslides Renegade, completely unaware of that player right beside him, but it's going to be a trade. And right now, this flag stopped dead in its tracks.
Stopped dead, and there's a Snakebite who's in the area to get the return as well. Snakebite actually leading the amount of flag returns in this tournament so far. We talk about objective work. Usually it's about, how much you're holding the ball, how many flags do you pull, but actually, Snakebite on flag returns has been pretty nutty so far, always putting his body on the line and taking those risks to ensure he sends that flag back to base.
Frosty has just been setting up residency in this sword area with the sniper rifle, finding faces.
And I really think that ever since we've had the introduction of this map and the introduction of Argyle, more snipers is a good thing for Frosty, right? You think about what he used to achieve in Halo 5 and how deadly he was and what he's been able to do on the likes of Livefire. Now there's more snipers available to him. He really has that chance to thrive, and we've already seen an overkill from him so far this game.
Just under 5 minutes then left to play in game number 1 of our quarterfinals. Frosty backs away. This is something we're seeing more and more often with Empyrean, Dan. Get a couple of kills, and if you don't have the pieces in the right place, back away and play your advantages.
Yeah, you don't need to rush it, especially if you're FaZe right now and you have the 2-1 lead. 4 minutes remaining is quite a lot of time, though, for Sentinels. So I don't think they'll be particularly panicked about this situation. First rocket will connect for Royal 2, and now it's a chance to press up with the rest of the squad. They know they're spawning over towards Snipe, so you just need to take the right angles, get the head glitches to work out in your favor, and it's a big double with the support from the rest of the team.
FaZe in the ascendancy at the moment. Let's have a listen and see how they're managing things.
Hear you. Nice. Their first, two their first flag spawn. Flag spawn. Yeah, one shot. There's two. One more. He's a beat down. He's beat down. Four down still. One up now. Left up. I'll take it. 2 up now. That's one of their cores. Watch out. That's weak. No, I'm good. Watch out those two. Yeah, you're good. We're good. They just won. Oh, good shit. Keep this up. They can train. They're long up. Good shit, guys. They're backing up. One or I'm looking. Gonna bridge. Watch out. In green, King Nick. And then gonna be down long as well. Nice. I'm looking. The train top bridge on me. Our green wall. Can't see him, Matt. Our green one. These guys are fucking terrible. Dead. You sniper 5. I got our, Brad, you got. No, you take it. No, I'm for the sniper. Yeah, I'm here, man. They're training on me. Yeah, I'm trying to look over you, Matt. You're solo, okay? Yeah, I'm probably gonna hit through long. I don't see him. You're gonna play for Matt heavy, I think. Yeah, I'm going through short sniping, Matt, if you can buy me time.
Communication on point there, and a little bit of smack talk that we heard.
Yeah, I think it was Renegade, and I think he's probably the only one who is going to have that smack talk right now, but I will say the intensity was there for this FaZe roster. If you had any doubt about how much they want this, you heard it in the comms as Sentinels were 4 dead. Frosty's now in the sword yet again. Can't connect with any of those snipers, so this is the time you back away, you let the team know, okay, I've not hit my shots, perhaps we have to be a bit more patient on this flagpole.
Frosty living in here. Just wondering if he's taking out an option to buy a mortgage, or is he renting from HCS here?
I think he can do what he likes with how he's been playing so far. He owns the entire map right now, but Collector's got a sniper rifle of his own, so it's going to be a little bit of a snipe off. Frosty gets the first, and now does Collect pop out to maybe try and take his head instead.
Collect does back him up, but Spartan's on hand to pick up the pieces over towards the needles. Desperately trying to stay alive here, waiting for the help to come through. Will manage to pick up one on the Snakebite with a well-placed plasma grenade. The experienced veteran lands right on top of it. Couple of rockets fired. Lethal picks up 2. Is this the opportunity for Sentinels to get a flag on the move?
Well, I did say it was a good map to start on for Sentinels. They didn't lose an Imperial map at all throughout the qualifiers online. They did, however, have a difficult time against Optic Gaming when it was Slayer on this map, but on CTF they've been performing well on LAN. But now, you know, 3-1 down, 1 minute 30 on the clock. Maybe one of their better game types could be going towards FaZe Clan if they don't start to get the ball rolling soon. It has to be kind of right here, right now, in these next 20 seconds, getting a flag on the move shows to have a real chance.
This is a chance, then an opportunity. King Nick off the respawn, cannot get caught unaware by Renegade with the commando. King Nick almost spins on him. All 4 dead for Sentinels though. And now flag on the move. This one doesn't even have to get punched in, this is just an insurance policy.
Honestly, with a minute left, I think FaZe Clan know really that they've got game 1 pretty much locked up, secured in the bag, and it's been a fantastic watch on both sides. I was impressed with Sentinel's start, but FaZe's response, you could argue, even more impressive with especially Frosty's sniper work and how they've worked in tandem to push across to the other side of the map and get these flags moving so quickly and flawlessly every single time.
Royal 2 then. Will find collect. Could be about to pick up lethal. Teammates on hand. Spartan last man standing. Not for long. All 4 dead. King Nick's about to be the latest victim. No, he's not. He shuts it down and picks up a huge double kill, but it'll matter not.
Well, those kind of kills, they do matter a little bit because as you go into the next games, you're like, okay, I was able to get the BR shots. I wasn't allowing a triple kill to give the momentum to Frosty even more. A Snakebite just waiting now, as it is at this point, just a little bit of a victory parade as we play out these last few seconds.
Snakebite just sitting like a gargoyle on the box, and ultimately 3 go down and 3-1 to score. 2 FaZe. They draw first blood, they take the lead. Slow start, but they roar to life.
On arguably one of Sentinel's best maps and modes as well, so that's going to give FaZe great belief going into the rest of this series. But actually, I think one of the things about this FaZe roster is they haven't really shown much weaknesses in terms of maps and modes. One of the best when you look at qualifiers and you look at the stats. There was maybe one map and mode that they were struggling in. Everything else seemed pretty on point, and that's difficult to do with the amount of maps and modes we do have in the HCS. So FaZe really trying to put themselves in that question of winning a championship. Of course, they are favorites for a lot of people, but they still have to get past not just this Sentinels roster and whatever could wait if they're able to find a victory in this series.
Let's break it down to the eyes and ears of Sentinels. They had that hot start, but just couldn't maintain it. And they allowed FaZe to get right back into the game. You almost want a minute or 2 where you can catch your breath, but FaZe, they didn't allow that.
Well, you've got to remember that the very core of FaZe is, you know, 3 members who have been together for, what, 6-7 years? And that chemistry is going to be there. That overkill was nuts, by the way, as we cut across and saw the flag cap at the same time. Frosty really popping off. For Sentinels, there's still a lot more learning going on. There's still a lot more gelling going on. But you look at that first flag cap and you're saying, okay, well, if they can do that consistently, if they can find a little bit more structure in the mid-game, there's no reason why they can't beat teams like this, but maybe that's something they are going to learn and develop as this tournament goes on. And it may not be perfect in this tournament, but when we start to look to future tournaments, I am liking what I'm seeing from the Sentinels roster. There's a lot of pieces there that are working.
Up next, Slayer on Aquarius, and speaking of Slayer, Dan, here's the stats. What's jumping off the page for you?
Well, I think Frosty has shown evidently he is an incredible Slayer so far this tournament, but Lethal, one of the things he was criticized for an entire year was his slaying ability, but showing he is currently above 1, and that's exactly what you need, putting plenty of damage down per game. Only short, what, 400 per game than Frosty, and you consider what Frosty's been doing, I'd say that Lethal has been stepping up, maybe did get that fire lit underneath him, and we'll have to see whether in game 2 he can be the key factor for getting Sentinels back into this series.
This next game, Slayer Aquarius, you're the stat man. You give me win-loss ratios and all sorts of different things that has me scratching my head. What have you got for me here?
You can continue to scratch your head, but I will say again, it's another very confident game type for Sentinels throughout qualifiers. They didn't lose it. Haven't played it yet on LAN. Neither of these teams have played it yet on LAN, so this is going to be the first time, of course, at this tournament with this roster. We did see FaZe lose it a couple of times throughout the qualifiers to a couple of different teams, and I think that maybe gives the edge slightly to Sentinels when you look at stats, but from what I've seen so far, you'd have to go with FaZe, right? You'd have to suggest FaZe are on top. But I'm looking at players like Collect, right? Like Spartan, these guys that could just make that difference. The guys that can really just come into a game and absolutely destroy when you need them to.
Is this an opportunity for Sentinels to get back into the series? Or will FaZe double the lead? We're on board with Frosty, who hit that insane overkill. He's got eyes for the sizzle sticks immediately before heading down bottom middle. No slays to talk about for the moment. That's soon to change. The Snakebite picks up the camouflage, and all three make it 4. Go down for Sentinels, the worst possible start.
Well, we saw the incredible start in game 1 from Sentinels, the exact opposite now, and it's going to be FaZe Clan in the ascendancy. They've got complete control, and they've caught the spawns of Sentinels over towards that engine side, so now they can collapse on them. You can see they've got a 2-2 split at the moment. They're going to make sure someone's top mid to watch the cross, and now the boys are heading in. FaZe looking for blood.
Here comes the heavy. Snakebite. Frosty's doing work elsewhere. Double kill for him, but Sentinels have managed to get a couple of kills of their own. Collect's going to try and do as much damage as he can for King Nick to clean up on, but Renegade's on hand, and Snakebite wisely backs away.
Really good bait and switch there from Snakebite and Renegade. I think these two have been working in tandem so successfully so far in the tournament. It seems to be every aspect of FaZe right now is clicking. And even though they have shown moments so far where perhaps there's been a little bit of roughness around the edges, as soon as that starts to get polished out, I wonder, are we looking at a FaZe roster who could be that next championship winning team to rival Optic Gaming and what they were able to achieve?
A 10 kill lead. Camo the pop in just under 30 seconds. 2 members of Sentinels positioned over on this Carbine side. King Nick fires over a couple of shots, but ultimately his shields are not looking in great nick at the moment. But FaZe really controlling this one. Keeping Sentinels right where they want them, predicting the spawns, making them spawn where they want.
It's also just being proactive, right? Taking the initiative, you see the spawns and then you collapse on them. You take your advantages when they're there and available to you. Camo's going to be up, so it's an even bigger chance for this to be an extended lead. A couple of lost members on Sentinels off spawn. I think they're panicking a little bit because they haven't really been able to find any sort of structure so far. Every time they spawn, FaZe have just been breathing down their necks, and they've made it very difficult for Sentinels to have any sort of thought process.
Back-to-back camouflages for FaZe, back-to-back camouflages for Snakebite. What can he do with it? 3 members of Sentinels faced up with him. He manages to get a trade, 2 go down a piece. Not the kind of value he would have liked, but damage control will say that was good enough considering it was a 3v2. 24-8 here. This is absolutely dominant, and FaZe are running away with it.
I think there was a lot of people when they looked at the likes of Frosty, the likes of Snakebite, Royal 2, and they said, how are these guys not winning championships consistently considering what they did in Halo 5? And I think that maybe has led to the change, and it's so unfortunate that you see a dynasty having to make a change, but unfortunately sometimes that's how things happen. You move on, you make the changes, you try and find a new up-and-coming talent, and that is Renegade. Renegade is where these players have put all their bets on. They think he's the next big deal, right? They think he is going to be the guy that can take them to the top. And certainly so far, Renegade has impressed this tournament. He doesn't look like he's going to slow down anytime soon as Royal 2 tries to make it a double, does not find the double. But Sentinels still find themselves, what, 23 behind here. This is looking rough.
Something you touch on briefly as well. In competitive esports across the board, there's no room for sentiment. Your career as a pro player is fleeting. You don't have that much time. You want to win as much as you can, make as much money as you can. And it's just business sometimes. These 4 players were obviously the best of friends at times. They won 2 world championships, but sometimes it just comes down to, we have to make a change because it's just not working.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I think we've been there as players ourselves, and you know how difficult a decision it is to make, and I wouldn't want to be the ones in their shoes who has to make those decisions. And you can only sympathize for those who are on the receiving end, but at the same time, it is business. You want to be the best team in the world, and FaZe Clan find themselves 39-15, make it 40-16. We're looking at a spectacular here, I think, Shurs. Sentinels just haven't been able to get the ball rolling at all so far, and mainly that's just down to how FaZe have been collapsing on them.
What has Spartan got then? Commando and camouflage. It's a long, long road back, perhaps too far. Not enough fuel in the tank. Maybe one eye on game 3 already. But we can even talk about Spartan, how he had a tumultuous time last year, and has he finally found his forever home on this Sentinels roster?
Well, you even saw tweets in the qualifiers from Spartan saying, we've not quite gelled yet, we're not quite getting there, as you shouldn't be expected to. It's not just going to click straight away. Sure, there are some teams who have that honeymoon phase where you look incredible online, but then even that will start to drop off a little bit. sometimes it's better to build like Sentinels are, where they had an average to somewhat okay performance online. As soon as we got to LAN, they were very impressive with what we saw yesterday. And even though this game looks pretty dire, game one wasn't that bad for them either. As long as you can take things away, take positives away from these games, you can build, you can improve. And in the end, you just have to make sure you are sticking together and getting through any tough times.
Sometimes Slayers can just go this way. If you don't get the weapons and the power-ups, it can get out of control, and it can get out of control very quickly. And when you lose 2 spawn wipes right off the bat, it really makes this a difficult task to come back from. But Collect picks up 2, Lethal with another. 45-26 here. Just trying to avoid the steak dinner.
It's not been the most fun of games for King Nick, 2-14 at the moment. Even though he was leading damage, or one of the top 5 leading damage players when it comes to capture the flag damage. Clearly not having a game to remember here, as we are going to see the 28th kill go in. Sentinels having a little bit more success now off their spawns. They've kind of stopped the FaZe control a little bit. Whether FaZe got a little bit sloppy because of the lead that they were able to gain, that remains to be seen. But only 2 more kills required, and this is going to game 3.
I have a theory about King Nick and why he's got so many deaths. I think I have the same problem myself, as my hitbox is bigger than everybody else's. It's the only thing that makes sense. But we're currently now 49-29. 1 more kill required for FaZe, double the lead. Is Spartan to be the latest victim? King Nick will keep him alive for the moment. But ultimately, it is going to be the steak dinner. FaZe lead by 2.
It wasn't necessarily the prettiest of watches if you're a Sentinels fan or a Sentinels player. However, if you're a fan of FaZe, it's all good signs. It's all leading to building towards what? The winner's semi, and potentially a winner's final, potentially a match against the likes of Optic, SSG. They're still not quite there. There is still another hurdle to go, right? You've got to make sure you get the 3rd map done and dusted. But considering these were the 2 maps I said were the most likely Sentinels would find victory, because we've seen weaknesses from FaZe. When you look at qualifiers and you look at game types that maybe have been somewhat bad, that's the games that FaZe would then work on, because they are a team that know which game types they're good at and know which game types they need to work on. And it does seem like they did go back to the drawing board with a couple of these, because Aquarius Slayer, they looked so different when we saw them online. They were not able to push their advantages like they did today. They were not collapsing in that same way. Sometimes they were leaving one player maybe to get caught out with some BR fire across the map, but there was no weakness that I saw there in Aquarius Slayer from FaZe. They knew exactly how they wanted to approach that game, and they absolutely nailed it.
You speak about FaZe looking a little bit different than the way they did online. They looked a different team than they looked yesterday. They seem to have found like an extra gear that perhaps we thought would be there, but we expected it yesterday.
They do seem to be growing every time they're on our screens, and it's kind of terrifying for the rest of the field, it has to be said. But next up is going to be Stronghold's Recharge, and this is when the series layout starts to get better for FaZe Clan, and if it's already 2-0, that's when it gets worse for Sentinels. We didn't see FaZe Clan drop Stronghold's Recharge throughout qualifiers. They've already won it in a very impressive fashion so far this tournament as well. So we're starting to look at a potential 3-0 here in our winners quarterfinals, excuse me. As for Sentinels, it's one of their worst game types when it comes to the qualifiers. They did struggle a little bit, but maybe, again, like I was saying, they've looked at the VODs, they've looked at what they could do differently, and perhaps they've worked on it here.
And as we head into this game 3, who is your player that can make the difference on either team? Who's going to be the X factor?
Well, Royal 2 and Frosty are the 2 players who are leading in damage and strongholds across the entire tournament right now. So both of those guys are who I'm going to be looking at. They have been absolutely shredding. They may not be the ones who are capping the strongholds. Actually, I think Royal 2 has one of the least cap rates of strongholds in the tournament so far. I think that Snakebite was even making a joke about the fact that Royal 2, you just have to put your foot in for a little second.
I think he's allergic to it.
And you can get a cap, but Royal 2 says, nope, I'm staying away, that's your job. You do it, Snakebite, and Snakebite says, okay, I'll do the objective work again. On the other side, I mean, that man on your screen, Spartan, I always enjoy watching Spartan play Halo Infinite, because I think that he always has that pop-off potential. And if he does start to get the ball rolling, right, if he does just explode and starts to hit some maybe 6 shots with a sniper rifle, when he gets loud, that will give so much confidence to this Sentinels team. They need that going into a game 3, right? They need something to just give them a little bit of belief, like, this series is not over yet. We're not going to be pushovers, and we can get back into things. Maybe it just requires that one player to have that big moment.
And we've seen Spartan throughout his career have those pop-off moments, be that spark for his team to roar them back into a series. And they need him here.
And he certainly does roar as well.
Oh,
he
does.
is one of the loudest and proudest players to have on your team. And you look at the experience on this roster as well. I mean, there's so much of it. Collect, arguably the least experience. Of course, he's going to be learning as he goes with how much he's progressed throughout Halo Infinite. It's been a pleasure to watch, and I'm very excited to see how his story continues throughout this season. And this Sentinels roster, this is their last chance then to try and get back into this series before we look at a potential 3-0.
Our FaZe is about to put an exclamation point on this series and make a statement to every other team left in this competition. Or can Sentinels draw one back and build upon it? This is a massive game. Sentinels lose this and they will be in the elimination bracket and just one series away from going home. It's all about to get cooking now, and we're on board with Renegade.
Very intrigued to see the starting strategy here for FaZe, because they've tried a few different things throughout online qualifiers, and Renegade does like to get the shock. It does look like, again, he's going to be trying to prioritize that, but not too quickly, because he knows this is when the nades come through. Depending on what side you spawn, you need to be knowing where you're going to be banking those nades, but eventually Renegade does get it, and that's why he always looks to try and pick up the shock.
Shock stuck in 2 smoking barrels at the moment. What has Renegade got? Looking for those spawners. One pops out, isn't able to find the face, just a pixel away from connecting with the visor. Backs away though, A and B firmly in FaZe control. As that grenade soars through bat ledge, fizzes off a wall, and ultimately does very little damage. Snakebite will go down, but not before getting a trade, and that's going to mean 3v3 on the map. Renegade changes things once again. Such a massive impact at any time he gets a power weapon in his hands.
I mean, you saw the stats that popped up on your screen briefly as well, averaging 20 kills per Strongholds game so far. And even though they've not played a ton of Strongholds so far in this tournament, it's still impressive even if it was one, right? Just making sure you are hitting those 20s. I know it's been a couple of games for them, so the average is very impressive indeed, and it looks like he's going to try and do that once more with an early start, which is very much forcing Sentinels to try something a little bit different here with their rotation. You can see they're all working together to try and go through control. And maybe they can catch out Frosty Ooze on his own, but Renegade is supporting from a distance.
You can see him firing that shot, thinking about repositioning just to keep them guessing. 3 dead for Sentinels again. Very little movement. They need to make inroads, because right now FaZe are looking far too comfortable.
Yeah, and this is all just, you know, textbook recharge Strongholds at this point. You get control of A and B, you force the spawns over towards Long Haul or C, making sure you're watching the crosses, watching the angles, force Sentinels to do something a little bit different, and then as soon as you have got those kills, you do it all over again, right? You've just got to make sure that you don't allow Sentinels to too comfortably walk into A, but if they do walk into A like they have done, then you flip it, and then you get C, and you do it all over again on the other side of the map, as Renegade is being an absolute terror at the moment.
Renegade just doing so much damage, somehow survives this onslaught. They got A, but he done such damage in the process. Meant the rest of his team could pick up C. 3 dead once more. King Nick last man standing, waiting for his team, trying to control C.
Spawns over at C, they flip back towards A. Again, absolute textbook. It's been perfection so far for FaZe. Sentinels have not had an answer. Lethal going to contest over at Glass, but his teammates are going to control, so maybe they're going for some sort of split push now. But again, you can get punished for that very quickly as Renegade finally goes down, but not without getting 6 kills on his way. As now Snakebite starting to show us what is made of with a commander.
Double kill for the General. Killing frenzy for the General. And 3 dead go Sentinels once more. They've almost got control of B, but just like that, it gets reset. And that's the difference now with this team. You can afford to have a slow game because someone will pick up the slack somewhere.
All right, how far can this FaZe roster go, I think is the conversation we have to start heading towards now. They're evidently going to be one of the top teams in this tournament. Snakebite, confidence oozing through him right now. He was happily challenged. Royal 2 picks up the kill, but Snakebite was not backing down from that fight. Optic Gaming, the reigning world champions. We saw the ring ceremony, right? They were incredible last year, but this team, this FaZe Clan roster, has been made to take them down. The targets are very much on Optic's back.
They've already come in here, the world champions, as the 2nd seed. FaZe already trying to upset them and take their throne. And with performances like this, Optic cannot look past them. A Snakebite gets a running riot and a triple kill here in the winners quarterfinals.
And this man is putting on a clinic right now. For all the talk of his objective work, he says, I can do the dirty stuff as well. I can get the kills. I can be the main slayer if I want. He can do whatever he likes on this team, it would seem. Unreal performance, not just from Snakebite, but this entire FaZe roster. 210-0. Are we going to be witnessing a 250-0? It's not something you'd expect in a winners quarters finals, but with how FaZe have been playing so far, it's definitely within the realms of possibility.
I think those Snakebite hats might be getting an increase in sales, if I'm being totally honest, because they seem to be buffed all of a sudden. 17 kills and 2 deaths. 3 dead again for Sentinels. They just can't get into the game.
Suddenly they get a trip cap. They force them over towards B now, so this is the other area where you can start to force spawns. As it's 240-0, but Sentinels are giving themselves a last-ditch attempt to try and get some points on the board. A and C being taken, and they will secure a point, so it's not going to be the worst situation in the world here. But now FaZe, they regain control once more.
Sentinels have won, but it's a little more than a consolation as all 4 go down once more, and FaZe continue to score, putting Sentinels in an absolute blender.
It has been one of the hardest performances to watch if you look at Sentinels, because they've never been able to escape. FaZe Clan have dominated Game 3, dominated this series, and they are on a clear warpath and have their eyes firmly set on a championship.
There are a few better ways to win a series than a clean sweep against the caliber of player across from Sentinels. Are far better than we just seen, but FaZe made them look distinctly average.
Fist bumps all around though, and that's exactly what you want to see. As for Sentinels, it's not the end of the road for them. They dropped to the elimination bracket, where I still think they could cause a lot of a ruckus down there. I've mentioned it a few times. There are pieces of the puzzle that are starting to be put together for this Sen roster now, and I truly believe top 6, top 4, very much a possibility, if not further, if they start to gel as the tournament goes on. There are going to be a lot of teams that are going to be maybe difficult in that elimination bracket, everyone fighting for their lives. But on the other side, for FaZe Clan, they're going to start thinking about Optic Gaming, they're going to start thinking about SSG, they're going to start thinking about getting a championship as we get confirmation of those 3 games. It wasn't the complete sweep of a 250-0 in the end. At least Sentinels did get that point, so they're not going to go down in any sort of history books. But boy, was that a commanding and impressive performance.
Well, that's the end of the series, and if you missed it, well, where have you been? But something I know is Blaze has got an interview with Renegade on the stage, and I would love to hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Gasket and Jersey. Charlotte, give it up for Renegade and FaZe Clan as they get Saturday kicked off right. Now, Renegade, this series was a quick 3-0, okay? Almost thought it was going to be a skunk at the end, but you guys gave a little noodle there towards the back end. What was the game plan coming in here, and how you feeling today?
I mean, I feel great today. Can't wait for the next series, to continue. But the game plan was, as long as we play our game, we practice, we play how we practice, we'll be fine.
Now, I asked this question of Frosty yesterday when it came down to you guys. How was it playing with you and what the vibe's been like on the team? But I want to ask it to you, playing with this trio right here. We know how historic they are. How do you feel with this squad here? What do you think you guys can do this season?
Dude, I feel so confident with this trio. It's crazy. I mean, look at Snakebite just popped a running right. Like, anybody on this team could do something crazy. Like, that's the best feeling you can ask on a team.
And even with him picking up most of the objective stuff, you still see him able to pop off. So it seems like you guys can play any given role right there, okay? Do you guys, you're liking how everything's gelling right now, yeah?
Yeah, it's gelling really good. Especially, like, when Snakebite's like our OBJ player and he's doing the most slays, like, you can't ask for more.
Can't ask for more. Any last words you want to say to the fans out here that's been supporting you all season?
Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you, the FaZe fans. I'm just trying to do my best and try to win this tournament.
Trying to do his best here, all right? Give it up for FaZe Clan one more time. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much to Blaze on the stage there, and I've got to say, doing their best. It's looking pretty good. Their best right now, it's hard to fault it. Awesome. I mean, what an incredibly well-rounded team that we are seeing before us. And I think obviously having that pick game just to start things off, I felt like their engines were just starting, and we saw their gears go up very, very slowly throughout that series to the point where we see that strongholds, which we look at FaZe and Strongholds is not meant to be one of their strongest, right? And that did not tell that tale, right, Clutch? I mean, ridiculous.
I mean, when you got Snakebite going on and running right, I think you're going to dominate any game. But I think Renegade said it best in the interview, right? I've got 4 guys on this team, and all of us are capable of doing the most incredible things. And that's why this team is hyped up to be so special, right? They don't have the accolades as of yet, but they're almost destined to that direction right now with the way they're playing this weekend.
There seems to be major pop-offs that occur throughout these entire series, and it seems to develop into that dub at the end of the map, and we see that very often here with FaZe. Talk to me about what we saw with Frosty. We did just miss the overkill on our screens, but let's talk about that ridiculous power that this guy has.
I mean, that's what we were missing in Infinite, right? In year 1, we had a couple of snipes, we had a shock rifle, but we didn't have the opportunity to really showcase some of the precision skilled players that we have in Halo Infinite with as many snipes as we do now with Argyle and Empyrean. And with those maps, with a bunch of snipes, you're gonna see highlight reels. Who better than Frosty to really kick this tournament off, show us the first overkill? And I mean, we probably could have guessed it because Frosty with a snipe in his hands, you give him a couple of them, he's gonna make a play. Frosty was making plays all game 1.
Yeah, they were indeed. And I mean, I gotta say, Frosty, give him anything in his hands and he'll put it to work. But a sniper rifle, very, very deadly in this situation. You can see him also housing the heat wave as well at the same time. And this isn't the first time we've seen him pop off with this sniper rifle, but let's talk about how that opens up things here for this flag game. I mean, it's pretty impressive.
I mean, yeah, when you got a guy that's getting an overkill or getting like the first pick even, it just creates so much opportunity to play numbers, to be aggressive, to get that flag on the move, to have some space. And I mean, Andy, you saw it from the Triggers Down days when you guys were playing Pit back in the day. When Asteria opens up the map, it's a wrap.
Yeah, and I think also when you look at this roster, I think you look at the Sentinels guys from last season, now of course under the FaZe banner, it felt like there was so much talent, but they didn't have the space to make really confident decisions and know that they're in a formation where they have the coverage they need. And it feels like the way Renegade has slotted into this roster, not only is he comfortable, but the whole team around him is comfortable, and I think it showed in that series.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think the prioritization of things has become better as well with Renegade. He's a prioritizer. Power-ups, power weapons, they seem to be going the way of FaZe, and that is something that they are honestly in stride with. This is something that they basically have binded this entire team on, is making sure they have that sandbox and have prioritization over it. Let's talk about Snakebite though as well, because he's been doing something different recently. This roster change has kind of formed him into this overall player. We're seeing objective coming through, but we're also seeing slaying power. Yeah. It's what we've seen in that last Strongholds there, that he can pretty much do it all.
I mean, this is crazy. We talked about Snakebite coming in as likely the candidate for a lot of objective play here, and he was in the qualifiers as well as day 1. However, look at this, a 2.04 in a series like that for Snakebite. This man is on a mission, and if this is any indicator, he's starting the season off right.
Yeah, he certainly is indeed. Let's take a look at that clip as well at the end of that one, and Snakebite popping off, rightfully so, on that Stronghold. As we said, a player like Snakebite doing this is going to get you the objective work you need anyway.
Yeah, we disrespect Snakebite too much. He can do it all, and he's showing you that right now. I mean, looking at his objective time throughout the weekend, we can always touch, like, look how well-rounded this guy is, but just seeing the running Riot medal against another top 6 team in the world, I mean, that's another level that nobody really has in their bag. When Snakebite's on his A game, he's my MVP for any tournament, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. Love seeing him have his A game here early on Saturday, because I can almost guarantee that's going to be a consistent level of play he's bringing.
Indeed, and we're talking about now Sen on the other side of things here. Bravo obviously going down to the elimination bracket a little bit earlier than they would have wanted to, and going up against FaZe is never going to be easy for them, especially the mental barrier with Lethal there, going up against former teammates of 7 years. Talk to you about the Sen roster. What can they improve on going forward?
I think they just make sure that they're on top of their game and everything, and not look at that series too closely. I think the one interesting thing is the way that they put up a much better fight against Optic, right? And I think that tells us a little bit more about Optic and FaZe than it does Sentinels, if I'm honest. However, I think Sentinels is a team with enough veteran talent that I think they look at that series, they understand maybe where they didn't catch fire, they didn't get hot, and they get ready for the next match ahead. They've done this on the main stage for a long time. I think they'll be ready.
What did you make of Sen?
That was a beatdown. That was one of the ugliest beatdowns I've seen in a long time between two top 6
But do you think it says more about FaZe, or does it say more about Sen?
I don't think Sen has a lot of time to recover is the big problem here, is they go straight into an elimination bracket that is stacked. We have a lot of talent, and Sentinels have not convinced me that they're going to beat anybody that's left in this tournament. They can beat a lot of teams, don't get me wrong. They will be favorited against whatever team they play against, but they can also get upset, and they don't have a lot of time to recover. Those players up there, a couple of them, we know they're emotional. It is not time to be emotional. It is time with your back against the wall to step up, and they got to do it quickly, and it is difficult to step up after getting dragged through the mud like they just did.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to get emotional very soon for one of the teams we're going to be actually having a look at next while we get things ready on the main stage. We're actually going to be red zoning a little bit, so we're going to be looking at Optic versus Shopify. It is 1-1, so no tears just yet, but maybe soon to be. I mean, this is pretty incredible, to be honest, from Shopify Rebellion to be taking Optic here at a tied series currently. What do you make of some of the stats that we're seeing here, Clutch?
You gotta love what you're seeing from Rain right now on Shopify. If they want a chance in this series, everybody's gotta be clicking. Rain is one of those players that when he catches his groove, finds his flow, he can take over games with the best of them. And I love the fact that he's got a 1.4 so far. I have to imagine he's a large part of the reason that series is tied up.
Yeah. We've seen 2 games here, Brav. I'm looking at a couple of the Optic gaming guys here. Formal 0.9, Trippy 0.76. Not really the kind of the stats that we're used to seeing from those two. Talk to me about a little bit, you know, in terms of what this might mean for this team, especially with APG stepping up the way he has been so far as well.
Yeah, I've been keeping a close eye on Optic's numbers just because, of course, they're very uncharacteristically coming in here as the 2nd seed and fell online. I think one thing to note is that Formal actually had the lowest KD on the team in the qualifiers as well. Now, keep in mind, it was right around 1.0. It was maybe just slightly negative, so I'm not worried about Formal in any capacity. However, I think it is worth noting that those numbers are carrying over from the qualifier into Saturday now, not just Friday. So I'm not terribly worried about Formal and Trippy. However, I do think that this team needs to find the numbers on the board. I don't care how the KDs look, but they need to make sure that they are avoiding things like Games 4 and Games 5, even early on Saturday.
Yeah, one more note about the stats on screen is Mental having almost 4K less damage than everyone on his team just 2 games in. You got to step it up, but if you want to create an upset, the magnitude of an Optic gaming win, you got to be on par with the rest of your team. I know Mental has a lot of skill. He's been playing very well when we've seen him on screen, but those first 2 games, that damage stat is concerning.
And indeed, I've got to say, also Carmea, you know, we got game 3 starting in just a second, but a 1.13, really impressive stuff from this young gun coming on board. We compared him to Lucid. We're now seeing a direct comparison on our screens very shortly. And so far, in terms of the stats, he's keeping up with that Lucid-esque game type. And I'm just really excited about how he's going to be performing when under pressure from the likes of Optic Gaming. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, the more reps he gets, the better he's going to get. It's the best part about it. I saw the kid at World. He was popping off on a team that did not belong in a series that he kept his team in. It is no surprise that Shopify Rebellion were able to scoop him up, and he's been a shining star for them. That is the superstar that they're going to rely on if they're going to win series like the ones against Optic Gaming. Yes, we need Mental to play on par, but we really need a special outcome from Carmea.
All right, little red zone action here. Welcome along. Of course, you're watching the main stream here, but over on the B stage here, you got Optic Gaming versus Shopify. Very lucky to be able to cast this here from the analyst desk while we jump into the action live. First few points, Clutch, going on the board for Optic.
Love that. Kills in Optic's favor as well. That's going to be early control, obviously. It looks like Shopify are going to have a little bit of the majority of the map here, however. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about trying to break this.
Got to say, awesome, pretty special treat here in the venue. Of course, all the players, all the fans watching on the featured station as well. Right next to the main stage, you can essentially watch every single stage at once from one single sheet here in the venue. As we take a look, Lucid still going to move away through pipes, but the green gun of Ryan Noob is going to take him down. Those kills, however, will be traded out in the end over to Rain here, making the gold push himself.
Great job by Ryan Noob to find that kill. He put himself on the board. Mental, we called him out for having to step up with that lack of damage. Well, he's found himself the first 3 kills. Unfortunately for Shopify Rebellion fans, they're yet to find kills from Carmea and Rain here in game 3, and you need to pick them up quick because the score is starting to add up now up to a 50-point lead.
It is here, and of course we'll get confirmation on exactly what those score lines were when we can from those first 2 games, just to give you an idea of how this series has played out so far. Now Rain gets pushed back, a little bit of a cautionary repulsor there to make sure no grenades come through the tunnel, and he will save 1 in the back pocket as he'll now make the push here to top A.
Now this is a very similar situation that we saw FaZe put Sentinels in here in the last. They had an A-B hold, and they were able to hold it forever. But with 3 going down from Optic, it looks like that hold is finally broken. Shopify are going to gain control, momentarily start to score, but you still got Lucid with the shock rifle as Camo's coming up, and this could be where it gets ugly once again.
My God, beautiful angle there. I think Observer Mode made that look even fancier than it was, if I'm honest. However, a nice little angle from Lucid. Knows that exactly 24 meters is the distance for that camo grab with the grapple. He'll sneak away with that and the shock rifle as well.
So although Lucid has all the candy, needs to make a play. He's got 2 teammates in the death screen coming off respawn, and they're at the risk of going to a trip cap, but just as I say that, Lucid takes that risk, throws it away, regains A, and in the meantime, B also going in Optic Gaming's control, will continue to gain the lead that they now have over 60.
You feel like Lucid's there on mid-bridge with Camo, Shock. Hey, yo, let him cook. He's got some, he's got some cooking. He hits that shot, like you said, makes it look way too easy to break that setup, and it will be Optic Gaming scoring yet again. Nice damage onto Karmea. He'll decide to nope out of that one, but not before Optic Gaming leads 92-16.
Yeah, and traditionally, Ryan's team, Shopify Rebellion here, going to be very strong at breaking setups. We'll see how strong they are against probably the best setup team in the game in Optic Gaming, your world champions, of course. Trades are good, but someone's got to make a play to get that differential in their favor.
Backwag comes in there, Ryan Noob against Formal. However, Formal is already 7-3 in this game, silencing the critics. And I see you guys in Twitch chat about his numbers that you might see. That's going to be a capture here. Shopify scoring yet again, though, off of those kills. AC now, they find themselves down by about 80.
80 points is nothing, and Karmea starting to heat up. Found 6 kills after starting, I believe, 0-3 in the game. So Karmea starting to have an impact here in Game 3. Exactly what you need from the young gun. But more importantly, you're going to need a strong hold here shortly this week, continuing to build, and you don't want this one to get too out of hand because Optic Gaming are some of the best at closing the door on blowout games.
Absolutely. You feel like when you get, especially into those listeners, when you hear Coach Lunchbox in the comms as well, they know exactly what they need to do in the late game. It certainly was the case in last season. We'll have to see if they bring that culture of excellence into Season 2 as well. So far, so good for them. Speak of the devil, Trippy with a camo control bottom middle as well. Let's see the play he makes to look here.
That's got to concern you if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan. 2 camos in a row going to Optic Gaming. We saw the success Lucid was able to pair with it the last time, and this push looks like it's going to be a very successful push from Optic Gaming. They're able to flood into elevator, jump into A, and I love the rotation immediately to focus on B. Trippy gets good damage, but as that damage comes through, he doesn't want to lose camo, so he gives up B.
I think he called there perfectly clutch. Really great job. Their heads on a swivel to make sure they turn right to B right away. Even Trippy pre-nading bottom elevator, knowing that players were going to drop down as well to make sure that they're clearing out that base as fast as they can. Now AB once again in the hands of Optic Gaming.
And you can tell this is the preferred setup from Optic Gaming, right? They are wanting to try and trap Shopify over towards blue. They actually give up a large portion of the map, but it's because all of these angles are so well to be played around. Beautiful shots from Rain there to create the opening pick onto Trippy. Now, can the rest of Shopify get the job done? Karmea picks up that big kill towards elevator, and they will gain control of the map here.
Yeah, here's an opportunity here. C will flip on the other side. However, it should be A being finished. They will get A. However, Optic Gaming is wise to it. No, C gets reset. You can see it in the feed. That was Rain taking down Trippy for the C reset. That will mean Shopify will continue to add points on the board. Still 2 dead for Optic Gaming off of the respawn.
Honestly, a phenomenal job of Lucid to get the reset onto B in that situation. Not only that, but he's such a difficult kill with that grapple in hand. Karmea overextends, does finally get the kill, but has to give his life up for it. And because of it, Shopify's setup is now much weaker than it would have been.
Still with a man advantage here, though. That will be evened out. Kills come into Karmea. However, now Optic Gaming find themselves 2 dead. That should be evened out, though. Trippy, last player alive at the moment. They're going to try to sniff him out. I think Mental knows exactly where he is. The battle should be coming. However, there's help coming for Trippy as well. However, during all of this, Shopify adding more points to the board. Find themselves down 168 now to 78.
Optic are doing such a good job right now of controlling B, even with the loss of map control, figuring out a way for Shopify to try and control B and actually gain some of the map control where they're able to hold it. That's got to be part of the equation they've got to figure out. Right now, the lead up over 100, and Shopify coming off respawn, as you pointed out, 3 go down.
Yeah, 3 down there, and Optic will continue scoring yet again. One thing that has to be said, and we saw it in the qualifiers as well, is Optic Gaming is absolutely clinical. When they find themselves 3 dead, for example, Trippy's your last player alive, only about 15 seconds later where they're 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Great timing pushes there from Optic.
Look at APG in the kill feed, finding a double. Trippy gets the reset, and B continuing to be a thorn in the side of Shopify Rebellion. They're finally able to jump in it as all of Optic Gaming are put on respawn. This has got to be the setup here in Game 3 that Shopify hold on to.
Lucid flies out of Hydro right away, tries to get damage. The damage will come, but he will not get the kill. So still a minor advantage here coming in, but these kills will be big from Formal. Not only does he pick up one, he helps to pick up the second. 3 dead for Shopify off the back of what looked like it was going to be an advantage for the blue side.
That had to be it, right? Now, everyone on Shopify coming off respawn. Ryan is still continuing to high top elevator. And honestly, a trade in this situation would be phenomenal for Formal. He can't get it. And because of that, now more resources from Optic trying to approach the elevator position. They get the slays finally. APG cleans it up. And Optic Gaming once again in the driver's seat. And if you take a look at the score, not a lot of time for Shopify to try and rebound in this game.
Not a lot of time at all here. About 40 points to go for the Green Wall as they look to close out this game number 3. Big numbers coming in from both APG and Formal. 13 and 12 kills respectively so far. On the other side, Karmea putting up the best fight that he can at 11 kills. However, it might not be enough. 218 to 87.
Potential trip cap in the making here. A and B both get transferred. They are losing C, however. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to pressure that. And a trip cap, honestly, with the doctor ordered for Shopify to try and get back into this. But once again, Camo getting snuck out of their way. It's back into Optic's hands. They'll do such a good job of prioritizing these power-ups. And now Formal has his opportunity to try and put a punctuation on game 3.
That's right, that big slaying advantage has really paid off here. Not just the slays in total, however, the timing of those slays has felt like just been an open, empty road here for Optic Gaming to scoop up each and every single one of those power-ups bottom middle. 30 points to go for them, however, Shopify looking to put up the best fight that they can. Reset comes in on C.
And the beautiful thing about this is Optic have such a strong lead right now that Formal gets to take his time. He gets to really dissect Shopify. Good damage, patient play. He loses B, but it's no harm, no foul. Formal's going to continue slaying.
Let's not forget, Optic Gaming is dangerous when they're under pressure with timing, but when you give them time like this, they're an even scarier team. Ryan Noob going to try to jump into B, and he will win that battle in the fray. Nice job, get some help as well. However, that leaves Rain, last player alive, and Trippy Spot make it 4 dead for Shopify. This should be the home stretch for Optic Gaming in game number 3.
Everybody's spawning in pipes right now. How do you get out? APG's denying the door with the grenades that have respawned. I love that from him. He's just anchoring this elevator position. He knows the push has to come.
Oh,
and
boy.
with that, he doesn't want to take any initial damage, but these plasmas are going to deny this push. And look how pressed Shopify are. Stuck in the hallway, can't come through the doorway. APG denies, and that's going to do it. Optic Gaming will take game 3 in dominant fashion and now lead the series 2-1.
Dominant fashion for sure, and if we were just joining that series, you certainly wouldn't have guessed that that series was 1-1. You have to think that it might have been the Slayer that we saw Shopify take. We'll try to get a score on that if and when we can.
I can actually
all right, tell us live.
Right this second, actually. So the Pit CTF map 1 was taken by Optic 2-1. Aquarius Slayer 50-45 for Rebellion. So yeah, it's going back and forth currently, but you know, Optic looking pretty good on the objective work here on all these different maps. And I gotta say, what a bounce back as well from Formal. Good to see him with the numbers on his side. They're looking a lot more comfortable, confident. You know, it just is one of those things, right? You're on one of those top teams. There's many main slayers that can pop off at any given time. And as long as you're getting that job done, that is all that matters. We've got player stats right here now from Trippy and Rain. Trippy still, they really did do Trippy dirty here going up against Rain, who had a 2.13.
Someone made a very specific decision to highlight Trippy's numbers on the main broadcast.
Indeed. This is actually from, apparently I'm getting in my ear, when Rebellion actually won. I believe it was the Slayer here.
This game alone explains the stats card that we saw of the KD in the series. So Trippy had one bad game and it has tanked his KD.
I guarantee you Trippy's going to say, keep that same energy.
It just shows you what happens sometimes in Twitch chat as well. You know, you just you see an average score, you don't really actually know what happened or what went into that score and why it's averaging like that. And you make decisions based on that. And we all did the same up here, but you know, we do have the stats to look at, and that's all we had at the time. But Trippy, he's a phenomenal player. There's nothing to worry about there whatsoever, especially with exceptional strongholds like that from Optic as well. Notice anything in terms of Shopify Rebellion, how they're playing against Optic? They do like to change the meta up. We know what Ryan Noob is capable of, running in 3s, 4s, switching things up. But how did you find them going up against Optic and what they had to adapt to?
I mean, the game was all controlled by Optic. It felt the entire way. Every single power-up goes to Optic, the power weapons in Optic's hands the entire time. That was a dominant 150-point win. I mean, that was as dominant as any win as we've seen this weekend. Even the Sentinels FaZe won. Optic look like they're in control. They're smooth. No panic at all when they're in tough situations. Just perfect Optic gaming form is what we love to see.
Yeah, indeed. Now, looking at maybe a comparison from what we saw moments ago on the main stage with FaZe, I think there's a lot of people looking at the comparison of FaZe and Optic. It seems to be them in the grand finals and the qualifiers pretty much every single time. Bravo, looking at the way Optic are shaping up against Rebellion, how do you think they would fare against FaZe?
I think it might come down to game types, and I don't always say this, right? It's not always a battle of game types. Sometimes it is truly raw skill, communication, teamwork. However, there's a very good chance that if and when we see Optic FaZe, and if fate has its way, I believe we will, it may come down to game types. As I said, FaZe pretty surprisingly losing more control-based game types than we would normally see. But to be honest, we don't have too much time to talk about it because we are right back into the game. If you're just joining us here at HCS Charlotte, first of all, welcome along to the stream. We're checking out things on the featured station here. A little bit of red zone action to jump into gameplay from across the venue. It's Optic Gaming 2-1 over Shopify Rebellion now as we get into Oddball on Livefire.
All right, Shopify have a much better start this time around. They win the Slays department. This overshield probably in their control, I would have to assume, but as multiple members of Optic Gaming are leaving the overshield location, you have to think that maybe Shopify continued their poor power-up control here early in this game. Optic Gaming, although down in Slays, up 10 in the objective and currently control where the Oddball is located. So even though they don't have the Slays to play around, somehow still Optic control the rhythm and the flow of the game.
Yeah, as they tend to do here on Oddball. One thing we talked about yesterday that we saw at day number 1 was really just the speed at which Optic Gaming is rotating, not just the rotations that they're taking, but oftentimes it's APG at the helm, really rotating seconds before the rotate is even necessary. So on maps like Recharge, on maps like Streets, you will see them pick apart a team, sometimes in 2v4s because of those great rotates. We're going to keep a very close eye on their objective rotations in this game as well. They lead 24-0.
Ryan Noob just made one hell of a play right there to stay alive and not let APG take him down. Because of it, he's able to take down the ball carrier. We switch to his point of view. He's getting a double, and he's being so disruptive. One of those few things that we talk about when we talk about Ryan Noob is how disruptive his gameplay can be to a team's flow, to their rhythm, to the actual gameplay at hand. Because he stays alive, he's able to make a play, and he's already impacting game 4. Optic's lead cut short to just 14 points at this time, and what do you know, another overshield going into Optic's hands. This is where the first round could get blown open because Shopify continue to trip over themselves when these power-ups are coming up.
Look at Formal, he's hungry. He wants to take any battle he can with this overshield. He's not gonna let it happen. No, absolutely not. Ryan Noob starting to ring around the Rosie, but it's not gonna happen to Formal. He keeps him in his sights the whole time as he jumps around and then taps him with the heat wave. But I tell you what, 99 players out of 100, I think Ryan Noob gets away with that.
You call it ring around the Rosie? I'm thinking of the algorithm from...
You're thinking of the Hangover meme. I got you. That's exactly.
Running around.
He was running it for sure.
Cranking algorithms throughout his head. And Formal just watching him run in a circle.
Formal is like, absolutely not. I've been playing against Ryan Noob for too many years. I know exactly what this is all about. And, you know, it's kind of funny. Those two players really of the same generation. You know, if you think about both players really making a name for themselves in the world of competitive FPS, really at the height of Halo Reach. And, of course, both of them have built quite a career. Nice to see a joust between those two, but as we jump back into the gameplay, 41-25 now. Things still pretty close here in game number 4.
Yeah, much better job by Shopify, even though they've given up every single power-up throughout this game, to stay in this game, unlike the Strongholds, right? Overshield can be so effective if used correctly, but Shopify are doing a good job now with power weapons in hand. That heat wave doing a good job to try and deny this push towards the nest. Unfortunately, doesn't expect that snipe to be used by Trippy, and now Trippy gets the power in his hands. 3 go down for Shopify. The ball gets played, but it is just an 11-point game, like you said.
Nice stuff here from Trippy as well. Ryan Noob, by the way, winning the second battle between the two players. He'll win that one with the heat wave as those weapons exchange hands. Trippy hits another body, stays alive. Great work from him. He's also going to repulse up top middle to stay alive and really just running a clinic around this map. It looks so good. Carmela, last player alive. Looks like likely coming in from a scoreboard push, but Trippy just going to hold and add more time to the board. Here comes the nest push, but it will mean the 25-point lead for Optic Gaming.
Selfless play by Trippy, too. He's got the snipe, he's got heat wave as well, but he knows that this is great time, efficient time for Optic Gaming to be getting, and that's why he was able to pick up that ball. Unfortunately, though, Optic, they go 3 down. Formal not able to impact any of his teammates combat loops there, and because of it, he gets put on respawn a little bit later. This is going to be a magnificent opportunity now for Shopify Rebellion to take the lead here in round 1.
And great play from Carmeo over the last 2 minutes or so. He was the last player alive. He got the overshield. He stacks up with his team on sandbags. Eventually they come back and are now just 5 points away. We could see a lead change here, and fantastic stuff, as you say, Clutch, from Shopify Rebellion.
You want to see a stronger setup there, though. Shopify, they got all 4 members down from Optic. Optic come off the break and break that setup in half real quick. Carmea forced to play the ball, does a good job of that, but with 1 kill to his name, you need him to figure out the slaying department in order to stay in this game. What was once going to be Shopify, like you said, taking the lead is cut short because of how quick Optic are. But as I say that, a phenomenal job by Shopify to get all 4 dead once again.
It's an overkill for Ryan Noob off screen, as you saw all 4 drop, and not surprised that before you can even finish that sentence off screen, Ryan Noob picking up all 4 at once, and that will be a lead change, as you say, for the side of Shopify Rebellion. And Optic now with their backs against the wall. However, they answer back immediately and find themselves 3 dead. So quite a battle between these 2 teams so far.
Yeah, I mean, every single time either team gets a setup, it's getting broken almost immediately. Whichever team's able to hold the setup, especially as we enter the late game here in round 1, that's going to be the team to steal round 1. Shopify need this round to stay in this series, I would say. So let's see if they can once again break the setup of Optic.
Another lead change. Optic Gaming will now be leading by 5 points. Rain tries to get away with the overshield. He's unable to do so. He's 12-7 in this game, absolutely popping off. However, Optic Gaming stopped the push, and the last player you want with the overshield, Lucid, one of the best players in the game, looking to end this round for Optic Gaming.
It's poetic, right? You give enough overshields to Optic, this one, it's going to matter. Lucid finds his eyesights onto Rain. He gets teamwork to take him down, but now with a numbers advantage, 2 go down for Shopify. Optic swarm the last 2. Perfect shots out of Lucid are going to end round 1 in Optic's favor.
Wow, clinical there from Optic Gaming. In the end, they'll take the first round. The crowd in Charlotte likes what they see. Still rounds to play. However, it's a great late game composure, like we said, from Optic Gaming. That's what we're used to seeing from them, not just in oddball, but also on live fire and typically in the late game overall. As I said, take a look at the scoreboard. Your kill leaders are actually going to be Rain and Ryan Noob at 12. However, they lose the first round. They need to make sure they focus on those rotations, on that objective efficiency.
Yeah, tough first round for Carmeo. Let's see if he can pick it up. And that ball already in Shopify's hands, that bodes well. If you saw this opening strat for Shopify right there, 3 slid out towards green from A plat. I have never seen that before. Ryan Noob in his bag once again.
Here we go, Ryan Noob, drop shield there. Gonna try to fight the battle at C. Not easily done here, down from the dummies. He has the height disadvantage, he will fall. 2 dead for Shopify off the back of that. Rain, though, here in essentially what is a 1v3 at Sandbags, needs to try to win this one. He actually nopes out, looks for help, and tries to continue pushing. And he does have a little bit of help, and Mental comes in. Great timing there from Rain.
Look what happens when you get an overshield. Good things happen. Rain does some great damage, able to stay alive, able to re-engage into a fight, and he continues to go. 2 more down. The respawners are staggered now for Optic. The ball gets rotated towards green, and this is once again a phenomenal opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to jump off to an early lead here, and they need to win this round because their backs are against the wall in their winner's bracket.
That ball will be played by Mental there. That will reset. However, as you say, 20 points on the board for Shopify early, and their slaying advantage continues to stack as well. Rain is on 15 kills. Also, Ryan Noob on 14 kills, yet again, still leading the lobby. They're looking stronger in round number 2, however, still quite a way to go.
Still, there's so many opportunities that Shopify Rebellion have had throughout this game so far where they really haven't been able to capitalize on the objective efficiency column. 26 seconds is not a ton for the level of slaying that they've been able to produce so far here in round 2. You want to see them pick it up, but unfortunately, as I say that, they're getting mowed down. It's trades across the board, however. Ryan Noob forced to back up, but that ball being down towards scoreboard and this overshield coming up momentarily, this is the moment Shopify need to step up.
Great angle there from Ryan Noob. He has help as well. Finishes on Lucid there. A little bit of a windmill. Didn't matter in the end. Trippy is your last player alive. Looks like he's on the sandbags. Fight for the overshield here. Needs to swap. Will get it. It'll be popped by Rain. They still have the advantage and they still have the lead. However, the ball will reset, which will force them to maybe slay once or twice more before a grab.
Big kills out of Shopify, though. If Optic Gaming win that set of slays and hold a setup there, this round's going to be nearly tied. Somehow still Optic Gaming get away with the oddball. The efficiency and objective is something that is so difficult to compete with. And now Rain forced to use this overshield to try and be aggressive, and they know exactly where he's coming. That overshield's nearly wasted.
And also starts to ask the question, at what point do you slowly stop praising Optic Gaming in a scenario like that and wonder when you have 3 dead and your last player's trippy, you take them down and you have no ball time, and Optic Gaming grabs the ball off the back of their own 4 dead. What mistakes are being made there on the Shopify Rebellion side? Will they throw this one away? They still lead, but as you can see, not for long. Another lead change. Optic Gaming will lead for the first time in round number 2.
And they look good doing it. Trippy backing up, staying alive, just anchoring the scoreboard position. Maybe not the most ideal setup you want right here with the ball and cuts. We'll see how Shopify break this, but Formal breaks. Plus the Shopify can't line up the triple, but the damage has been done, and you have to think Shopify are gonna have to figure out a way to kill the rest of Optic. They do so, but that ball being rotated denies any of the slays that we just witnessed.
And what did we say? Optic Gaming will be 1 step ahead of you on the rotations. That was 3 dead for Optic. We cut to their POV, it's only Lucid. He's fully rotated the ball away, truly putting on a beautiful effort there, waiting for his teammates to spawn around B and around house. They will, and Optic Gaming will maintain the lead. If you're on Shopify Rebellion, you cannot allow the last player alive to get away with those rotations.
You have to figure out a way to cut him off faster, because what Lucid does is he gives his teammates the respawns close to him, and you're gonna have to go from 3 sets of kills to about 8 sets of kills in order to try and break the setup. Optic Gaming have blown this round 2 wide open, now up 40, although Shopify Rebellion had every overshield in this round.
Quite a contrast there from the last game that we saw when every camo went in the hands of Optic Gaming, and what felt like, due to the slaying control, felt like free camos as well. However, as you say, it's a very different story in our game number 4. It's great control of the power-ups. Not yet the scoreboard, though, for Shopify Rebellion. 3 dead, a little bit of overshield still for Ryan Noob as well.
Okay, so they're gonna have to rotate this ball to green. He's stuck pillars right now, and Optics come off respawn. They're gonna have an opportunity to cut this ball off before it can get to green. These kills are massive from Ran and Karmea. Great damage out of Ryan Noob right now, but he needs to stay alive. Tries to land a death stick right there. That would have been something special. Unfortunately, narrowly misses, and now it's up to the rest of Shopify to try and hold this as long as they can before Ryan can spawn up.
Mento is going to drop the ball. He will play it. A double kill on the other side for Lucid will give them the 2-man advantage momentarily. However, this game is essentially tied at 60 in round number 2.
Still anyone's round. You got to step it up, and Karmea starting to pick up a few more kills than he's had in the first couple moments of the second round and all of round 1 right now. But as Lucid verifies that no one's going to be moving that ball, he takes his eyes off of it for just a second, and that's when Ryan Noob tries to rotate it. But a great job by Optic Gaming to shut that rotation down, and this is where Optic Gaming are going to thrive. They get a few kills, the ball's being rotated for them, and if they can get this ball to tower, they can gain a lead that's going to push Shopify's Rebellion's hand onto the table.
Surprised to see that from Shopify. You could tell by the way the Karmea went for the ball. They did not know they were getting pinched from bottom, middle, and back tower. Really a little bit of a careless effort there in the end, but however, likely due to a lack of communication and knowledge about the opponent's positioning there. That's really the only way that a play like that would develop. Formal picks up another kill on Karmea from the cuts, now leading 66-58. This looks like an Optic Gaming overshield as well, with 3 dead for Shopify.
Yeah, this is where your tournament really gets decided if you're Shopify. You're in winner's bracket, still back against the wall. This overshield being used perfectly to rotate the ball, but now Lucid's gonna say, hey, I wanna create some space with this bad boy, so what can he find with this S7?
You hear the cock of that sniper rifle. It's dangerous. He picks up another one there, and you never want. Oh, he's hitting everything. Anything that moves. It's a double kill for Lucid on the home stretch. He wants to close this out here and now. Make it a triple kill for Lucid. 4 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Almost turns it over on the spawn.
Ooh, so much pressure with this S7. Finds 3, basically rewards his team. The final moments of this game 4, and this series is going to be an all she wrote here momentarily. Ryan Noob trying to get to that ball carrier. They do force the play, heads up play by APG, but right now Shopify going to have to find some slaves that they just can't in the kill feed.
Oh boy, picks up another one here for Trippy, and that's a nice cautionary play ball there from APG. Absolutely love that. They could have maybe tried to rotate and get away with it, but they'll pick up a few more slays as well. 3 points to go. Killing spree there on screen for Trippy. That will be it. Optic Gaming will take the series in a dominant fashion in the end.
Quite an incredible team that we are seeing before us there, and of course, that's going to be all she wrote for Rebellion. They're going to be knocked down to the elimination bracket where they will have to fight for their tournament lives. And it's all to play for Optic. They find themselves in the semi-finals. They're building it back up again. And by that, I mean the green wall. They come into this tournament second seed, but they're looking pretty good right now.
Looking real good. Those setups, those kills, I mean, being able to honestly play that ball, have Lucid go on a killing spree, have Trippy go on a killing spree, I mean, that's momentum for the future, right? Everybody's clicking. And Rebellion's a team that can really upset anybody in this tournament, so getting them out of the way, job well done from Optic. Even if you lose a game, the games that they won were in dominant fashion.
Yeah, I gotta say the coordination coming through from Optic there in that ball game was just mind-blowing to me. You don't have to hear the comms to be able to see what they are building upon as a team. It is insane. Time and time again, you pointed out in the cast there that they were getting away with the ball, even though there were 3 dead. They had that rotation on lock before Shopify Rebellion could even think about it. They were doing all the work that it takes to try and grab that ball back, but Optic denied it every single time. It is so difficult to have coordination like that on a team. We don't see it very often, but Optic have something that others don't. Do you reckon that's going to come back to bite a lot of our teams who aren't quite in that chemistry or that teamwork phase yet?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to also really, really nuanced game knowledge, right? For example, when they have 4 dead, they see where their spawners are, they immediately identify who the first player applying pressure is, they know who the priority kill is, and based off of the damage or the kill that they get in that scenario, how the ball starts to rotate. That's why I will say Shopify have 3 dead, and then we cut to Lucid with a stroll in the park, he's whistling, and he's kind of walking away with the ball because they've predicted that play 8 to 10 seconds prior, and they know exactly how it's going to play out based on the pressure that they apply.
Yeah, a pretty outstanding performance from Optic. It's really cool to see where they're at currently in the tournament as well. We actually do have a KD leaderboard as well so far, day 2. And right now, it's a lot of FaZe up there. So taking all 3 spots at the top. Then we got Frosty, Renegade, Royal 2. We've got Suspector from G1 in 4th right now and Lucid in 5th position. This is all going to change, of course, as we get through the weekend. These are our averages so far on day 2. And day 1 was a little bit of a back and forth that we saw. We didn't see any of these faces on the KD leaderboard day 1. But it's interesting to see that. Anything to note there on that KD leaderboard?
It's good to see Suspector there because he was the big question mark from G1's side. For me, I know Suspector's a good player, but there's times where he's been inconsistent, and honestly, when he bites off a bigger bite than he can chew sometimes against the big dogs, it's not pretty. But this is Suspector's biggest opportunity in his career yet, and he's playing very well. I can't wait to see what he's got in store for us against the big dogs later on.
We do indeed have many big dogs later on, but we're actually going to head to a quick break right now because I think we all need a bit of water after some red zoning there. We loved every second of it though. But on the other side of this, we're going to have our elimination round 1. Someone is going home, folks. Stay tuned. We'll be back right after this break.
I've got you under my skin.
Dead though. Collect now with the camo. Needs to play this carefully. Lots of opportunity here. He doesn't waste it. Oh boy, the double for Collect.
The 31-11 is the score. Collects.
Oh, what? Collect with the repulsor 180 no scope.
And any questions asked about Formal coming to this event certainly starting to be answered. There's 1, there's 2. Formal's back, baby. And that'll be a big turnover of weaponry here, as Lucid will pick up the pieces from Spartan's body.
Oh boy, that needed to be a finish for Collect. He needed to capitalize on the damage for Spartan.
One of the things we will always credit Rebellion is how well they break structure, how they can break that mold. Well, Rhino, a lot of responsibility to stop that overshield from being picked up.
Close this one out, but they're in such a strong position right now. Elevator is being taken though, so that's really good for SSLG, but no! Insta kill for Spartan over at bottom elevator to keep that crucial position under his control. Dancing back when too much pressure was on. Going forward when the pressure was not.
Woo!
No scope right to the head by Collect. They've been able to answer it so far, but how much can you take before you bend? How much can you take before you break?
Look at the same battle once again, and SLG clutching it up, getting the reversal on Lethal, getting the last shot on King Nick.
Rain's got that flag in his hands, and FaZe, they find themselves 2 dead at the moment. Karmaya, he's got a sniper rifle, then no one really looks like they're gonna be able to get across the map, especially with Karmaya just destroying skulls.
What an angle. Take a look at this, by the way. Shout out to the observers catching this flag run at the same time in parallel. No pull, cap goes in. Shopify Rebellion, they pick quite a time to strike. They will tie the game at 1-1 with 1 minute left on the clock.
This time, he gets read like a book, and that's preparation, right? That's just preparation. Frosty with a sniper! Rhino drops the rockets.
Look at the... Oh! Triple kill! A few kills being exchanged on both sides. Feels like a good time here at the mid-game to get into a listen-in here with FaZe Clan. Oh!
Matt, where?
How on earth are you playing as Renegade with perfect timing there on the objective, dropping the slaying, hits the pizza jump to go back to Commando. Now once again, he's got Stalker Rifle holding C-Stairs. This is perfect gameplay from Renegade, and he picks up the kill on Karmaya as well.
Rhino gets 2 somehow in this situation.
Gets 3? Oh God, Renegade, he's playing with him.
He's playing with his dude, he picks up 1. The Bulldog should, and he gets 2! There's no way the Renegade turns 3 here, he stays alive, and this is why Renegade is special.
What on earth? The coolest man in the room. He watches Ryan Noob gets a triple. Oh my God, this is down to the wire here. Ball's gonna be rotated here into PD. Shopify needs to make this push count. They get players weak in PD.
FaZe can't play the ball though. If a break comes in here, this could be the game. Completely switching, they want to bait this in. Mental flies in, they pick up 1. The shotgun's here as well, the nades fly in as well. Oh my God! And Royal 2! They combine to win the round! They combine to win the game!
All right, now jumping back into the morning with Shurzy. We're in the bathroom. Take a look at that glance. This man is feeling good, confident, and ready to face the day. And if I'm not mistaken, this should be, yes indeed, a little bit of toothbrushing time here. Toothbrushes in the mouth. Back left is where we're starting off. If I'm not mistaken, that's a unicorn toothbrush. Typically made for children here, but Shurzy has decided to wield it as his weapon of the day. Ooh, nice movement there. Technique on the front. A good technique and quite a lot of violent movements there, if I'm honest, there for this time of the morning, but now moves over to that back right side, and this man has never been more pleased with himself. Back to the front yet again. That smile will be ready for a big weekend here in Charlotte once again. A little bit of subtle movements there, a little bit of extra digging, and now if I'm not mistaken, this is the big moment here. We're getting ready for the spit, and here it is. Oh, and there you have it, folks. Shurzy brushing his teeth and keeping his pearly whites crispy and clean. I'm Bravo, and stay tuned for continued coverage as we follow this beautiful man around for the rest of the day.
Welcome back to the HCS Kickoff Major. Charlotte is housing some of the Halo's finest casters with the pearliest smiles. We're into our champ bracket, of course, and FaZe push Sentinels down into the elimination bracket to find themselves in the winner semi-finals. We'll be finding out who'll be joining them shortly, and to take us through that, we have 2 fine gents up here. Clutch, Shurzy, mate, how are the Pearlies doing today?
Doing very well. Thankfully, Bravo decided to leave after my morning coffee, so he didn't have to see too much.
It's like a shadow, isn't he? Can't get rid of him.
Yeah. Tell me about it, like a leech, just sucking off me all day long.
Sucking
off trying to siphon my talent. I'm sick of the man.
Siphoning the talent, indeed, yeah. He takes his job way too seriously. He's just consistently practicing there. Doesn't matter what it is, he'll be casting it. That is for sure. Talking about casting, though, we're surely going to be having, obviously, our elimination round 1, but we need to find out who is going to be joining our team. We're currently in a game 5 right now, so while we do wait for the results, G1 complexity, we'll talk about Quadrant, who are 100% 100% going to be up there with them. And Clutch, Quadrant were your team to be very, very scared of in that elimination bracket, rightfully so. But what is really kind of coming through the woodworks here for this Quadrant roster who are looking for success, but looking for success with a different player?
Yeah, 2Foxy's definitely been impressive. There's no doubt about that. But the other three are who I'm going to specifically talk about, because I truly believe that this quote-unquote European God Squad was put together to really accomplish things that hadn't been done overseas yet, right? And this was going to be a big moment for them. So it's still important that Legend, SLG, and the boys, they pick it up. They continue to play at the pace that we know they can, and they can go on a great elimination bracket round run here. And they're going to have to play a pretty good team between G1 and Complexity, I believe. And if I'm G1 or Complexity, I don't want to play this team because of how much individual skill these guys have.
I think if you're going to bring in a sub, someone like 2Foxy can be invaluable to you. Multiple-time European champion, and although things didn't work out on Navi, he wanted them to play a little bit faster. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to do it or just didn't have it in them. And this Quadrant roster, exactly what he was looking for the entire time. Players who will push forward and he can follow them in. All he wanted was a little bit faster pace, and that's exactly what this French roster does. And that is why we expect them to do very well in Europe and indeed in these international events. We want this team to be pushing for top 6.
We certainly do indeed. I think 2Foxy has done everything and more of what he's been asked of coming into this event. I think it's amazing. You know, while we do have a bit of time here to fill, I do want to talk about that Quadrant roster we've all been waiting for. Honestly, even in year one, having this French God Squad together has been something that these guys have wanted for a long time. Not only is the language barrier totally eradicated and they're able to speak in French and the comms are on point, but also the talent is there. It has been there in France for a long time. And that 4 is something I'm really, really excited about as well. So this only just impresses me more, the fact that they're able to adapt, you know, with that addition coming in of 2Foxy.
Yeah, there's still a lot they need to accomplish, though, because these three have the individual skill to really accomplish the best placing in Europe history, right? I truly believe Sika and LQ, Legend, like those two are so disgusting ever since the Ascend days, and I love the fact that they've been able to pair themselves up with SLG, but it is something to say. I think, sure, as we were talking about it yesterday, and maybe it was Tony that brought it up, he was like, 2Foxy, this is the exact team he wanted to play with. He's saying it's so easy. I'm like, yeah, because these are the best players he's ever played with, probably. They create the most space, the most pressure. And for 2Foxy, a guy that really understands the game of Halo at a high level, he understands which gaps to fill in perfectly.
I think last year we came over here from Europe. We had the European teams come over, and they were really like the little pigs. We build the houses up, we send them over here, and the North American Wolves will blow them down time after time after time. And we're really hoping with Quadrant, with Navi, with these new look rosters, Snipetron going over to play with Navi. They didn't have the results they would have liked, but we've seen what Quadrant can do when they're using a sub. With Native Red, they had a sub, but they didn't even get out of the open. So it's not easy to fill into these top quality rosters, and a lot of credit has to be given to 2Foxy.
Yeah, and talking about that sub 2Foxy, and Shozy, while I quickly have you here, what has this done for his stock in Europe, in Halo, in general? Because I'm so impressed. You know, he came in, lack of sleep, he had so many long flights, and he's come in and performed like that.
Not only did he have so many long flights, he got to the hotel and he realized they were looking for $400, so he said, I'll just sleep in the lobby. That's how committed he was. Slept in the lobby for 5-6 hours, got on another flight. So this is how committed he is. And you ask about his stock rising. For me, if he was on the Nasdaq, it's only trending upwards. I think any team will be silly not to pick him up. If I'm on a team like J Lings, I'm looking at 2Foxy like, we didn't even get out of the open. It's time to make a change again.
Yeah, 100%. I think this has done wonders to Foxy for his stock rising for sure. And there are definitely going to be hungry European rosters who are looking at that pickup and thinking, my gosh, we found a gem here. But the question is, where would he go? I mean, if you're looking that good right now, 2Foxy must have options, right? You're looking at how Na'Vi did. You know, are they looking at this thinking, damn, like, should we have kept him here? Like, you know, how does that work? Do you start questioning things and decisions you've made?
Yeah, I think it's tough. I definitely think Na'Vi is probably regretting some of the decisions they made. Maybe they just played poorly this weekend, but already being out of the tournament is not okay for Na'Vi, Na'Vi fans, the organization. Those players know that. They expect more. But, I mean, 2Foxy came from Na'Vi, and if he got dropped there, and, I mean, Quadrant's a great place to be, but we all know T-Chick is going to be back in action at the next LAN, so... 2Foxy, how far do you fall? It's tough being a European player, right? Because there are a couple of powerhouses, and maybe J-Wings is the answer. A couple individuals on J-Wings have really surprised me throughout the time in Infinite. there could be a third team to try and rival. But, I mean, there's a lot of talent in Europe spread out. If I'm too foxy, I might not try to go to a team, but rather put a team together that can compete with the Quadrants and the Navis of the world.
Well, my theory is you speak about how it's so easy for him when he's playing with these players, and you were saying it's because he's playing with some of the best players in Europe at the moment, and them creating space. Maybe he doesn't want to leave Quadrant. He's going to be clinging onto the door, and they're going to have to be trying to evict him.
They're going to evict him. I promise you. T-Chick's too good.
Amazing stuff. Well, I tell you what, we have got the results on the board and what our series is going to be next. And it is going to be Complexity versus Quadrant. G1 will take that game 5. We're heading to a quick break, folks, but when we come back, we're going to have all the main stage set up for those two to battle it out and find out who is going forward, who is going home. We'll catch you guys right after this.
Why here? Because you refuse to see.
Triple kill, overkill. Kill-tacular. Kill trust. Kilimanjaro. Triumph for me!
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Potential overkill from Pips.
I liked everything that Voodoo did there. Give him the overkill! He's not heat up. No! Wobbling them wings, it's an overkill!
Welcome back, folks, to the HCS Kickoff Major. We had a lot of action before the break, watching ongoing quarterfinals while we wait for our next matchup to form. But coming next, we have Complexity, who have a chip on their shoulder after that Game 5 loss to G1. And then we have Quadrant with something to prove, keeping the dream alive for Europe. Can they do it on that main stage in just a moment? Big questions to be asked and many answers to be had as well. But before we get into that, let's have a look at our bracket and see how they're shaping up. Here's your winners championship bracket. As you can see, we've had our quarterfinals done and dusted. FaZe 3-0 Sentinels, sending them down to the elimination bracket, looking to face Space Station, who do take down Native White. G1 took on Complexity, that Game 5 Complexity on the main stage in just a moment, and Shopify Rebellion fall flat to Optic. 3-1 Optic take that one to face G1 very shortly as well. So a lot has been going on there. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket and see who has their tournament still to go, who might be going home. BTH versus Sentinels. You're shaking your head there, Clutch. What are you making of that match?
Didn't see anything from BTH that I liked yesterday, so hopefully they're able to step it up and put on a good show, but I think Sentinels has got to be the heavy favorite going into that series. I do want to see Sentinels kind of hit some kind of a form and get some momentum going, see if they can make some noise down there in the elimination bracket. Unfortunately, they're going to have to hit me in the heart while they do it.
Yeah, I've got to say I agree with that one for sure. I think Sentinels looking pretty fierce in that elimination bracket right now with the other teams that are stacking up against them. So looking for Sentinels to make a very deep run there, and Quadrant as well. You know, you highlighted them earlier on as the one to watch out for in the elimination bracket as it stood at the beginning of day 2, and rightfully so. I mean, it's going to be really, really difficult for Quadrant going up against some powerhouses. However, going up against Complexity, I'm not as worried. I do think this is going to be a tight matchup, but looking at the way Quadrant have been playing, Clutch, how are you feeling about this team?
This is going to be a tough one, I think, Lot. I think Complexity was the best open bracket team that we had, and this is the last team probably Quadrant wanted to see as far as an open bracket team is considered. Cycle, he's nasty. The rest of this team, they've been stepping it up along the way, and if there's a player to watch on Complexity, it's got to be Suppressed. He's going to give Quadrant every bit of firepower that they can handle.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath. There's no two ways about it. You're looking at across the stage, them players. You've got Cycle, Jazero, Suppressed, and Tuscan. Those 4 players, you know, they've been getting to this stage every single time, and it's almost been the ceiling for them. It's time for them to push past it. Jazero and Fnatic, he would get to these series and he'd fall by the wayside, or he'd just push into the top 8. But these have ambitions of pushing forward, and losing a Game 5 to G1, that's going to be an absolute heartbreaker, particularly with the sort of form G1 are in. And it's time to capitalize on the fact that Quadrant are using a sub.
Now, well, while we're talking about them, let's talk about Complexity. Why not? So what is it about Complexity? Why are they so good? They went through the open bracket. They didn't have what they needed in the qualifiers. What were they missing then that they have now?
Honestly, a little bit of luck and finishing off some of the games that they've been a part of, right? This team, they scrim every day. They put a lot of time and effort in. This organization, I love what they did coming in to the season 2. They said, we're going to try and raise new talent up and build from the ground. They had Cycle from last year, but the rest of the boys, they're new. And with that, they've tried to build something for these guys. A little bit of belief goes a long way, and I think that these were 4 players that really needed somebody to believe in them, like an organization like Complexity, and they're proving them right as of yet. This would be a massive win for this Complexity roster to say, hey, that belief is gonna pay off. We're gonna at least get a top 8 performance out of us, but Quadrant want that same thing from their side of the stage, and this is gonna be, like Sher said, a bloodbath.
Now, Shorzy, we've watched a lot of Quadrant in our time watching European Halo, and we've seen them dominate. When it comes to Complexity here, what do Complexity have to do to try and adapt to what Quadrant want to dictate on the maps?
Well, I think it's going to have to be setting traps. We spoke about how Quadrant want to play fast. I think you set the trap for the likes of 2 Foxy when he's going to be pushing with Legend. I think that's the #1 goal. I think you need to match them as well when you're setting them traps. I think capitalize on any mistakes, because what I've heard now is that the 3 members of the French team are starting to actually just speak French now, and maybe 2 Foxy's not getting some of those comms in English that he would probably... He's just waiting to hear Rouge and Blue. That's the only thing he's understanding at the moment. So I think these 4 boys need to put it this Quadrant team to the sword if they're going to have any chance of pushing forward in the tournament.
100%. Well, I'll tell you what, that main stage is set and ready to go, and so are our casters. So we're going to head on over to Tony and Walshy right now. Boys, good luck, have fun, enjoy your time in the booth.
Man, I'm excited for this matchup here. Quadrant with their sub 2 Foxy going up against Complexity, one of the favorites, one of the strongest teams make it out of the open bracket. It's going to be a great matchup here.
Incredible matchup, actually. When I look at Complexity, I see a squad that's played so many matches, through open bracket, through pool play. Like, they're going to be at their peak, if anything, today with how many matches they played. Now, if they continue through this run, it's going to be like, all right, where do they start to burn out? Where do they start to have that go against them? But as of now, these players, they have to be primed and ready. Obviously, they're going to be bouncing back from that loss just from G1, a heartbreaking loss in game number 5. But without a doubt, these players' shots are going to be warm and good to go.
Yeah, I was questioning when they dropped Septify because I feel like that was one of your strongest slayers. That's where your firepower came from. But the moment they brought in Suppressed, I was like, okay, okay, there was a method to the madness because Suppressed is an absolute nuisance. And on the other side, you have Quadrant who are looking to go at him here. This is a series layout, King of the Hill, live fire, gonna be our game number 1. How do you feel about this layout so far?
When I look at this layout, it's really tough to assess. Sometimes I look for like, what are those kind of like really stable games versus snow bully games, and I feel like CTF Aquarius is stable. I feel like Recharge on Slayer is a very stable one that you can kind of just slow things down. But when I think of King of the Hill on Livefire and Stronghold Street, those games are just gonna be so fast-paced and so punishing as soon as one thing doesn't go your way. So I look at it being kind of a chaotic start, and then it's gonna be a very slow middle of this game. Teams are gonna be able to play at the pace that they want to.
Yeah, Livefire, Aquarius, Streets, these are fast maps. These are punishing maps. These are maps at the moment you put your opponents on respawn, you punish them, you keep the pressure on, and I feel that's kind of exactly what Complexity Quadrant want to do. That's kind of what they're known for. So gonna be really excited. What's really interesting to me is Empyrean Slayer.
We've seen a lot of game 5s. We've seen a lot of game 5s with that showing up.
That's all we cast, baby.
Right? Exactly. I hope this goes to a game 5, but like we said, that one is just such a delicate game. That one little snipe battle victory can turn from 1 kill to 10 kills for your squad. But no need to get ahead of ourselves, Tony. We're going into game 1. This could be live fire, King of the Hill, kicking it off with Complexity versus Quadrant. Let's do it.
I heard you guys at home want to see sniper rifle plays, and that's exactly what we're going to see here on Livefire, the weapon that absolutely runs the map. Don't forget about that overshield. Don't forget about the repulse as well. That drop wall going to come into play. Game number 1, Livefire. Who's taking momentum in the series?
And who's going for Hill off the start? One big point of contention here on Livefire King of the Hill is, do you just scrap up the first 10 to 15 seconds in the hill and give up overshield, or do you vie for both? It looks like neither of these teams jump in the hill right away. It's gonna be an overshield fight, and both these teams fighting away, but that's 3 down. Make that all 4 down for Complexity. Quadrant have control of the map.
What a start by Quadrant, immediately wiping Complexity, and then getting right over to the tower side with the sniper rifle. Sika ends up taking down Jazero real quick. No hill time being progressed so far, but Quadrant want this side of the map, and they're fighting for it.
That's a big mistake in my eyes for Quadrant. They had the kills. They could spread out entirely, put 1 or 2 near hill, 1 or 2 near OS, and get everything going at the same time. But because of it, they now lose the sniper. They only have a limited amount of time on this hill, and look at that 6 snipe from Suppressed to stop that time right away. And just like that, the map flips, and we now got Complexity control.
You do not give Suppressed the sniper rifle. He's gonna suppress your offense, keep you as far away as possible as you see Quadrant spawning over toward the A side, trying to make any kind of movement here. But Suppressed is watching every angle, and Complexity are locking down this side of the map.
And that was just also brilliant deduction there from Suppressed. Suppressed knew that players were over near scoreboard, checked tunnels, saw no one come through tunnels, and knew the only answer could have been dummy doors, so decides to throw that pre-grenade and then back over towards Spillers with the squad.
All about that timing and rhythm and anticipating what your opponents are gonna do, and that's exactly what they do best. But now Sika getting right behind enemy lines into that stray grenade, gonna put him down to 1 shot. Eventually Sika goes down, so does Legend, and Complexity again push forward, keeping Quadrant back.
Great job by Complexity there. I mean, their name says it. They like to play complex, but they're just keeping it simple. They're just getting slays and jumping in the hill right away. And it is paying off because if you look at the slays across the board, it's basically even. It's 14 kills for Complexity and 13 kills for Quadrant. But when you look at the objective timer, it tells a whole different story because it's 1-0 for Complexity.
Quadrant forced to give up that A side of the map and immediately pushing onto that tower side, but the overshield has been depleted here, and so are their numbers. Complexity once again find the slays they were looking for. Even the trade started to go their way. Quadrant answered right back, and here comes 2Foxy.
Like this play, all these members of Quadrant rolling on over towards the plat, but unfortunately, Complexity have full control of Nest. Usually that's a spot that you can punish, but it felt like Complexity made the move so fast and so strong that they got control of C-Plat so quickly.
Complexity able to put Quadrant 3 down. Tusk is already making it toward the tower side, and we know how strong his long-range shot is. This is going to be tough for Quadrant to try to break the defenses that Complexity are looking to build up here, but Tusk does end up falling. Legend somehow gets the flank over toward the tower side, but he's not able to get the kill.
Yeah, so we're kind of seeing the difference between a successful Nest push, which we saw from Complexity, and an unsuccessful one there from Quadrant. I even enjoyed those little mind games we saw there with Tusk. Tusk realizing that that player's going to try the sneaky jump over from the corner from the dirt and throws that pre-grenade.
Sniper rifle is up and suppressed, somehow getting it in hands, has to get down toward the bottom mid to stay alive, and that's exactly what he's gonna do, but he's out of the play right now. He needs to get back in.
Yes and no. Like, one thing you have the luxury of is if you have that sniper, you can back all the way across the map, so he can rotate all the way towards Raj if he really wants to, as long as his team has some control near tower. Now, this is gonna force the members of Quadrant to decide which half to go to if they were pushing towards hill. In a situation like this, though, Quadrant make the correct play since they're already near the hill. They're going to take hill and not even bother with running over all the way over towards sandbags to stop that sniper.
Despite the fact that Complexity were taking so much space on the map, Quadrant are still able to get the kills they were looking for, and now 2Foxy snatches up that heat wave and sniper rifle. Complexity already pushing Nest and have the overshield.
And look at that, trading out that overshield damage with the heat wave, but Jazeera's gonna jump right in the hill, trades out of melee. It's just kill after kill, just Tusk versus SLG. Such a pivotal battle right here, one-on-one. And who's gonna come out ahead? Tusk gets some help from 2Foxy.
So far, this has been an absolute battle of war. Just trying to control any part of that, whether it's the C side, whether it's the A side, no matter where this hill goes, both of these teams are struggling. Just tells you how evenly matched they are. But 2Foxy gets himself a huge kill. Now works onto Tusk, takes him down as well. So 2 quickly going down for Complexity, and 2Foxy being an absolute nuisance.
Yeah, being a nuisance, staying alive as long as possible, but still no time really being put up here for the Quadrant roster. They're doing a great job keeping up or going ahead in slays during this last couple minutes or so. But when you look at the scoreboard, it's all Complexity in the hill, and just like that, doing a great job staying alive, but no time on the board to show for it. You need to find that right balance and know when you need to stick your feet in the hill.
Halo Infinite, the ultimate team game, and there's only so much you can do by yourself. 2Foxy finding out the hard way, because that's back-to-back 3 downs that go in favor of Complexity. Suppressed, now wide over toward the Nest side. Complexity controlling every single avenue on the map.
And such a good spread-out defense there for Complexity. You saw over at Nest, you saw Cycle all the way over towards the plasma grenades, and then one of those players, whether it's Cycle or Tusk, is going to rotate back over to help their teammates as soon as they realize where the pressure's coming from. Because when Quadrant spawns, they're going to spawn in one area, and they can't fan out that quickly. They're only going to be able to come from one side, and so I love that they have those little scouts there from Tusk and Cycle to spot out where those opponents are going to be coming from.
And it's going to pay off for them. Not only are they able to get away with that sniper rifle, but they have the overshield as well. The play caller, Jazeera, heat wave, overshield combination, a 2-0 lead. Quadrant might be in trouble.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Quadrant here off the bat. One thing that is good, though, for Quadrant is Complexity are trying to go for the score, so they're not trying to just run this timer out, because that can be scary. Sometimes you go to that top center hill with only a little bit of time left, and you feel like you have to desperate in there every single time. But at the same time, it's also not great to go down 3-0, because they are not stopping, they're not slowing down, and look at that great communication. Also, it's even screen watching there from Tusk, just looking at his teammate's screen to see, all right, there's somebody over that plat. Are they charging top center? How much time do I have? And position himself all the way towards window to delay this push as best he can.
Come on, Wash, you already know Tusk has been screen watching all last season. He was coaching FaZe literally just at the end of last year. He's been watching screens. He knows what he's doing. Now he tossed the clipboard aside. He's like, let me show you youngins how it's done. As Complexity of 2-0 about to be 3-0 Quadrant. Don't be careful.
Yeah, Quadrant luckily scrapping up some time here, but they cannot mess up this fight. This fight is so crucial. That's gonna be 3 down for Complexity. Cycle, the only one remaining. SLG, why is he gonna jump in the hill? And this one should be the first point going on the board for Quadrant. And what an important point to get, especially with how close Complexity are. SLG decides to step out, and try to fight that over on scoreboard. Now you have to wonder if it's coming back to bite him, because this hill is being heavily contested. Tusk gets the kill, getting the final few points here. And what a swing. Complexity take the third hill and are up 3-0.
Right as Quadrant finally start to get something going, just about a second away from taking that hill, Complexity snatched that up, along with the hopes of Quadrant coming back in this game, because now Complexity just 1 hill away, and Quadrant, although playing well, they are simply getting outplayed by Complexity at every turn.
Yeah, just getting outmaneuvered. Obviously, at this point, they're getting outslayed with 14 kills in favor of Complexity, but they're just getting outmaneuvered. When they step out of the hill and have nobody scrapping up time in the hill, that player that's away from the hill, the one that was near Keydor, says, I don't have to charge anymore. I can play this slow. They know where players are going to be at, and so that seems to be kind of a bit of a desperation charge or push from a member of Quadrant just to try to get that finish.
And Suppress able to finish his kills with that assault rifle there, now going in for some more. He looks to clear out this hill. Jazero and Suppress work a little 1-2 combo. They're gonna deal with one. There's 2 more over toward the C side, and 1 more member of Quadrant trying to surround Complexity. But so far, Complexity have been answering every push. The defense too strong.
Yeah, on every single angle, they have some support over near sandbags where Cycle is just taken out. They had Jazero helping over near tower, and during that entire time while they're trading kills, Complexity putting time on the board. They do such a good job of scrapping up time and slaying at the same time.
Well, we now know who's the kings of live fire. It's Complexity, nothing complex about it. That's a 4-0 sweep. Quadrant barely looking present on the map.
They just looked so impressive there. Even in a time where they were getting outslayed, Complexity just put more time on the board. Right out the gate, we talked about how Quadrant, they had the overshield, they had Sniper, but they had no time. They need to react faster to the objective rather than reacting too fast to slays. It feels like they're just tunnel vision on kills.
I remember I got the chance to talk to Shurzy and Onset about the old Ascent roster from last year, and he said that one thing they would do is they would kind of play up and down to the competition, and it's kind of carrying over right here, right now. Quadrant were able to take the likes of the Sentinels and the Optics to a Game 5. Now maybe they're overlooking Complexity. Maybe they need to show Complexity a little bit more respect. Otherwise, they might just get swept.
Yeah, but when you're in the elimination bracket, I don't think Quadrant's taking any team lightly here. I think it's just a testament to how strong Complexity are playing. Complexity, they went through the blender. They went through open bracket. Your team is fired, you're fired up. You're forged through pressure in a situation like that. You've gone through every single thing teams are going to throw at you. They're going to throw out their players at you, trying to win every single one-on-one. They're going to try to just charge at you in every single direction. But Complexity has stayed calm, cool, and collected. They've just played their game. That's how you make it through open bracket, is you play your game. If you're just relying on being on fire and winning specific fights, you'll make it far, but you will not make it out.
Yeah, I believe it was Coach McGrin who's actually coaching Complexity. I had to talk to him a little bit as well, and he said that there's going to be a lot of teams out there that people are just going to start giving flowers right away, but it's not about the names. It's about performance, and it's about how the team gels together. And Complexity are just that team where they know their role, and they play it to perfection. You're seeing that right here. You saw it through the open bracket. They took down some heavy hitters, and now they have their eyes set on Quadrant, up 1-0 in the series, moving into Slayer Recharge.
Yeah, Slayer Recharge, like I said, this one and CTF Aquarius, yes, they can pick up pace and such, but a team can play to whatever pace they're most comfortable with. when I felt like Quadrant at the beginning of Live Fire King of the Hill, maybe they were playing at a pace they're comfortable with, but that was not the right play when it came to the objective there on King of the Hill. So here, we're gonna see if this switches up for Quadrant at all, or if Complexity are just gonna keep on rolling through the competition.
Dave, let me show you my head-to-head real quick, because I know back in your day you were an objective player. You know, you ain't get no slaves. You ain't get no slaves. Let me show you. I ain't never seen nothing. I saw you shooting dead bodies with defense. I ain't seen you shooting live bodies. Well, let me show you some Slayers right here. My man suppressed the leading damage to the 1.16 Slayer, KDA and Slayer, excuse me, and also 4,300 damage. Meanwhile, 2 Foxy, 1.13. Only died 11 times per game, a decent amount of damage. I want to highlight these two, because not only are they Slayers when it comes to the Slayer game type, but they're also the newest members on each of their rosters. The sub coming in from 2 Foxy, Suppressed coming onto this team last week. Watch out for 2 Foxy versus Suppressed in this matchup.
Yeah, very similar stats, but very different results so far in this series. So we're gonna kick it off, like you said, though, with Recharge Slayer. Who do you want to see? You want to see the new guy of the squad? You want to see Suppressed?
Show me some Donnie. Show me Suppressed. One of the 3 Halo playing triplets, and they're all dang good. Avenue, Diagram, and Suppressed, the oldest he...
Triplets now?
Yeah, they changed
I had to deal with twins and stuff back in the day, like Ogres and Lunchbox and Brian and stuff, but you're telling me triplets are now coming out into the scene.
Hey, well, you know, in a couple of years, it's going to be quadruplets.
I can't handle this, Tony.
Coach.
I cannot handle this whatsoever. I know Boo Boo Doo has a whole clan of a family. I'm hearing triplets now. I retired arguably a little late, but I retired at the right time.
Camouflage in the hand of Legend from Quadrant here. Psycho right around the corner, able to deal with 1, but can he get the double kill onto Jazero? Stays alive, returns to sender. Don't trust the mailman around here.
They did such a sick repulse right there. Huge, huge play on Legend. And this is what they need, though. They need to have a strong start and then also follow this up. So I want to see what we're going to see on Quadrant during these stalemate situations. Because Complexity, they looked incredibly comfortable during those fast times, during those unorthodox positions. But now that they're having to push through the defenses of Quadrant, who's coming out ahead? It looks like Complexity did just fine there with that push, even though it's kind of risky to push 3 members out through pipes.
It's funny because I thought Tusk was in a 1v2 right there, but luckily he bought just enough time for the rest of his team to push on in and push Quadrant out of the A side. But it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish and where's the follow-up. Quadrant immediately coming off the spawn and making their presence known. Tusk gonna work a little 1-2 combo over toward the C side. Can Complexity break through?
Yeah, last time when we saw during a stalemate situation, we saw Complexity just charge 2 or 3 members towards Elevator where they found a battle. And you see this, all these members of Complexity, they hear where noise is at, they hear where action is at, they all look. You saw Jazero pushing through pit, you saw Tusk over on the stairs, all looking towards Elevator and Catwalk. So as soon as someone makes a noise, these players are rabid killers. They're just looking for the action and all locked in on that area.
Big double kill by Jazero before being taken down there as we switch gears over towards Suppressed. I talked about him being one of the main powerhouses when going into Slayer, but right now 1 and 3 might not be able to cut it, but another assist comes in. Suppressed somehow able to stay alive. I don't know where that grenade come from. I know he's complaining about it too.
That was actually a sick angle from Sika. Over down in the pit, just realized they could look over to blow up those grenades with a remote detonation, or just get a finished headshot from anyone poking out there. So interesting angle. We're now seeing these players here in Halo Infinite in the 2nd year of HCS know where they can get some unorthodox finishes versus just standing in the power positions every single time.
Back-to-back kills now going in favor of Complexity. With those newfound numbers, they're going to want to get aggressive with the Jazero. Has that green gun in hands, and Complexity not only able to lock down this gold side of the map, but you even start to see some members start to push up over toward the C side. On Halo Infinite, you got to control both sides. You can't get caught up in just one section.
One thing also look at that last sequence though, Tony. Quadrant, they had a 4-on-2 across the map. It was Jazero and one of his teammates just sitting there in pipes, not certain where Quadrant was, so that was just great allocation across the map from Quadrant. Complexity didn't want to just charge out from pipes around the corner and walk into a sort of trap, but at the same time, their teammates got outnumbered over towards Control and C-Plat.
It's been an early lead in favor of Quadrant, are playing great at the moment, especially Legend. 10 and 4, 2 assists to go along with it. Complexity have been clawing their way back into it, but somehow Quadrant hold on to this lead. SLG going right in for the challenge. Tuss had the help he was looking for, just 0, and now we see him drop down early, gonna have to challenge Legend. This is a pivotal battle, and he can't win that one.
And you know what I think happened there also in that battle, Jazero? I think Jazero kind of had a half second in his head where he's like, do I shoot the grenade for a remote detonation? And at some point, as soon as you're not focused on the fight and that shot, a player like Legend's just gonna 4-shot you.
Yeah, they're gonna take advantage of your indecisiveness. If you gotta be quick, you gotta be decisive with every single move you make here on Recharge. 25-23 lead though in favor of Quadrant. Cycle holding down the gold side. Now the game gonna slow down just a bit.
Like I was saying, this one has the ability to slow down the pace that players want to play. And to me, this says that Quadrant wants to play just a tad bit slower. I was hearing some of the Australian players talk earlier yesterday over in the open bracket in the pit. They were just saying, yeah, honestly, like some of the NA players just fly a little too fast. Like they don't have the same sometimes level of competition over in EU and in Australia that they get used to these players just flying right away. And so sometimes they need just that extra second or two to gather themselves and make that push. And that can be the difference maker, as we found out here at the highest level play in NA.
Yeah, understanding one meta over on one side of the world, you know, it's great, but you get better by just playing against other competition and finding new ways to counter different strategies. As you see Suppressed, he has one strategy, go off with the shock rifle. You see Legend, he has one strategy, get into your face, drop a double kill. That's the strategy I'm looking for.
Such a sick maneuver there from Legend. Even realized that he was outnumbered, backs away into the hallway, and realizes even that person rounds the corner, he has a straight up one-on-one and hits the 6 shots to get the kill. So I love that play by Legend, just knowing how to perfectly maneuver on the map, avoid certain angles so he's not getting double teamed, even though he was outnumbered in the pipes.
I hate to sound like a broken record, man, but look at Legend. 15-7 now, 3 assists. His team has 33 kills at the moment. He has nearly half of the team's kills by himself. Camouflage coming up, and although Legend has all the kills and the Quadrant looking good with the lead, they need to get in position for this camouflage.
And Legend somehow still keeping his composure there. 1, he assumed he had the backsmack. 2, he assumed he had the double shot melee. And 3, decides to get the finish when he needed, but that was just a little risky, a little scary. And it's cool to see a top player keep their composure in those times, because a lot of times I would throw somebody off and let them get tilted.
Jazero finding the exit route. Wanted to get into battle, but he knows what's more important is just staying alive with this camouflage. But now he almost had an easy backsmack on the player. Turns around, repulses him back. Jazero goes down, at least takes down one with him.
A lot of fighting going on in just random positions in my eyes. It feels like these players just getting some damage across the map and just kind of flying. I don't really see one squad trying to hold something like glass and elevator, another one trying to hold these different positions. It's more of like, all right, where's the damage? Let's fly on over. And I think that's something that you're gonna see when you're at a range of, let's say, like the top, you know, like 9 through 24 and such. But when we get to some of these other top teams, like let's say top 8, top 4, these teams are gonna have a real strategy of holding a specific area, and then once they get weak, they're collapsing for those kills and then reverting back to holding a specific setup that they can catch people in traps with.
Now we're starting to move into the end game here, and now we're finally seeing some separation in the scoreboard. A 43-39 lead, make it 44, the largest lead that we've seen so far in this game. Complexity seemingly have woken up here, despite the fact that Legend has 20 kills at the moment. Complexity are controlling Recharge. On board now with Cycle, gonna try to push up right through the tower side. Jazero gets into his own battle, he can handle his own. Another camouflage is coming up, but this game might be over before it hits the battle.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, not much room for error. Foxy going down, and 2 kills away here for Complexity. You have been hyping up Legend, but also Jazero there on Complexity roster. 19 kills and only 11 deaths.
I thought he was a play card. I thought he was an IGO. I thought he'd just sit back and hide while his teammates slave for him, but no, just
yeah,
Zero.
He's an in-game leader as far as kill count goes. That's what he is.
He leads by example. As Suppressed with the camouflage, looking for the final kill here. Wants to do it in style, so maybe a little 360 shock rifle or a Guardian Angel. Which Quadrant might need one right now because you're down 0-2 and Complexity are looking dominant.
Complexity looking scary good, and like I said, based on how they've been playing so far today by taking G1 to a game 5 and getting a few other matches under their belt, I feel like they have to be really comfortable up on that stage at this moment. So they want to just keep that momentum rolling and go into a game number 3.
From the moment I heard that when Complexity entered pools, they swept TSS, I knew that they were coming into form. They went against their old teammate Inceptify, and I thought that maybe TSS might have had the advantage. I thought maybe it'd go to game 5 in a quick sweep, and I said, hold on. Complexity are looking different. Is this finally the Complexity that we've been waiting for? Because online, they've always seemed to have great results. You know, top 8, maybe even top 6 last season, but now, looking like they're ready to translate that here on LAN.
Yeah, they're just looking mighty strong. There were some moments of it felt kind of like I said, some sloppiness. This was that back down that I thought was so well done from Legend. Instead of poking out Foley and just challenge that over on the other side of pipes, made them both come around that corner to get that finish where you could isolate a 1v1 or isolate that player who was one shot if they had to charge back around. But as I was highlighting before, as far as Complexity, I felt there was some sloppiness. And some points that these games are gonna get scrappy, and some points you can't just overanalyze and be like, we have to hold this or this. Like sometimes you just have to go out swinging, win your gunfights, and Complexity did that. But I feel like there's a minor bit of sloppiness from both these squads from how good they are. It feels like there's I don't know what it is, just some chaotic moments that I wouldn't expect this far into the tournament.
I got another head-to-head for you real quick, because I give you credit. You were a great objective player back in your day. So how about I throw some objective players on the screen here? We're going to talk specifically about Capture the Flag. My man, Jazero, and then we have SLG. SLG has this weird way of just staying alive and being a nuisance in his opponent's base. It's funny because that sounds like a player I know, and he also has the most steals per game on his team. Look at that, 70. I love what I'm seeing on the board for SLG, but just
so maybe a lower KD, but also a higher conversion rate as he's getting more captures per game. And keep in mind, yes, caps go up to 5, but at this highest level of play, we are not frequently seeing all 5 captures being acquired. This could depend on how many Imperium CTFs they've played, how many Argyle CTFs. There's a lot of these games that'll be lower scoring, so to be able to average almost a cap every single game is going to be that difference maker for your squad.
You know, forget the series score, forget the way Complexity looked in the pool play, forget everything.
You made me forget a lot, Tony.
Forget everything, because I'm
already old. I'm forgetting most everything.
Well,
so
I just saw Jazero with a back-to-back Lakers champion hat, so that just tells me that Complexity are ready right now. You know, I love me some LeBron. I don't know, is Jazero the LeBron of Halo? Probably not.
Possibly. We will find out. It's going to take a little bit more results, I would have to see. But regardless, showing up here, dropping so many kills in game number 2 on Recharge, and going to have to keep that momentum as we go into game number 3, Aquarius CTF.
If there's one thing I have learned about this Quadrant roster is don't count them out. Because the moment you do, they're going to make you pay every time. They're going to bounce back. I wouldn't be surprised if Quadrant go back-to-back. Just like Jazero's hat says, I wouldn't be surprised if Quadrant go back-to-back, take this Capture the Flag, which, by the way, they're a phenomenal Capture the Flag team, go into the second objective, and then this ends in a game number 5. We've been casting game 5s all weekend, and Quadrant, they don't disappoint.
You know, there's part of me, obviously, my heart wants that to happen, but my brain is saying Complexity, they're just looking like the better team right now. When it came to objective game in game number 1, even when we looked at Jazero's KD in CTF across the board, much stronger than SLG's. It just seems like everything right now is pointing to Complexity, closing this one out 3-0. Like you said, Quadrant's back is against the wall. They're going to come out swinging, but they have to adjust whatever is going wrong on their end. They were close in game number 2. Game number 1, not close. I mean, 4-0, King of the Hill. Yes, they were close on that second hill, but outside of that, it was just Complexity's game the entire time. So I really feel like it's going to be difficult to do all those perfect fine-tunings here in a game 3 on main stage with your backs against the wall.
Well, what if I throw a little bit of a wrench in that? What if I say there's one thing that we're not accounting for, and maybe that's the X factor? Because remember, man, Quadrant, they got their starting player at home right now that wasn't able to make it through. And there's one thing I love is a team that's fighting for more than just a win. That more than just series by series. They're doing this for Chick back at home. I'm just saying. Right? One way to make Chick proud is go back to back, go to game 5, pull off the reverse sweep. Quadrant, do you have it in you?
We'll have to see, and Chick has to be giving some advice from home. I'm sure after a series, when he's watched it online, texting saying, hey, this little thing you maybe need to be doing different, and I'm sure giving some great advice, trying to do the best they can to be a 5th or 6th man.
Well, I think it's about 5 o'clock right now. We've seen plenty of games so far on screen, but there's also plenty of games that are going on in the background. Why don't we take a look at the elimination bracket and see where we're coming here so far? Okay, Sentinels already up. Proton Gaming and Native White going at it 2-0 right now. Two very strong teams who made it out of open. Of course, we know Complexity have 2 over Quadrant, but we're also waiting for Shopify, Rebellion, and TSS to go at it. By the way, back at scrims,
Shopify's went up 2-0 as well, so looking like there could potentially be sweeps across the board here in elimination round 1. Not gonna say that's gonna be the guaranteed case, but all these teams, Sentinels, Native White, Complexity, all coming out so strong here right out when their back is against the wall in the elimination bracket. I mean, there's no more room for error here. One series and you're out once you're in the elimination bracket.
It's crazy because last time we saw TSS and Rebellion scrimming against each other, I believe it was TSS. They got the best of Rebellion by a couple of games, but now Rebellion almost able to sweep them, just like Complexity. 1 win away from sweeping Quadrant, your number 1 ranked team. I'm sorry, excuse me, number 2 ranked team coming out of EU. Let me throw some respect on Navi's name. I almost forgot. My bad.
No, I mean, you expect Quadrant to be the number 1, but obviously those two teams just going back and forth a little bit sometimes in their qualifiers. But enough about the EU battles. We got EU versus NA. It's going to be Complexity, who is up 2-0 against Quadrant now. Can Quadrant bring back some life into the series, or are Complexity going to sweep EU and send them home? We're kicking off here on Aquarius CTF. Jazero last game dropped 19 kills. I want to see how he's starting off in this game number 3. So please, observer, give me some Jazero off the start.
It might be 5 p.m. here on the East Coast, but over in France, I bet it's like 9 o'clock. What I'm trying to say is, Quadrant, it's time to wake up. You need a win here.
They need to indeed, and that is going to be 2 down for each side. You see Jazero has Heat Wave, but I would argue whoever has that util side of the map is in a little stronger position. Looks like Suppress is over towards util side. We see Jazero rotate over to help his teammate on that side. And here's gonna be the classic push. You get the util side of the opposing team's space, you eventually make a push in towards the flag, and you run it back out towards util.
Jazero wants to stay alive with this Heat Wave, but he also wants to put it to work, and a missed shot might end up costing him as he trades out his life with Seeker right there. Wanted him to do a little bit more with that.
Yeah, you'd like to see a little bit more, but at least getting the trade out, and that's gonna be a random pull here from SLG. This could be a great push here from Quadrant as long as they don't give up free kills. Sometimes if you pull a flag without having the slays, you set your team up for disaster. And here comes the counter pull. Complexity, they have numbers, and so they run the flag in the same direction. That's the correct rule of thumb that I always throw out there. If you have more firepower than the other team on the map, run the flag in the same direction, kill them on the way back, and recover the flag at the same time, and that's exactly what Complexity are doing. Returning the flag and continuing the run all the way through car 1.
Complexity winning that flag standoff, and on top of that, putting Quadrant 3 down. Only 1 player in position to make a play, and who is it? The sub? 2 Foxy slowing down that flagpole, but didn't slow it quite enough. I believe Complexity might be able to run that in, but oh my gosh.
Seiko with a nice grenade. But ultimately, if Quadrant are gonna get this flag recovered, they need to get control of this util side. And there's just too many members here for Complexity. That's Sika and Legend out for Quadrant. And that's gonna be the first flag going in for Complexity shortly.
1-0 lead for Complexity. Psych to be rewarded the kill for that one. He's not done yet. Also putting cross-map damage with that commando on the players over towards top mid. Not done. Once again, now gonna work on SLG. Somehow Cycle able to cap that flag, but also stay alive and put down max damage on the map.
And I didn't see who pulled the flag initially there for Complexity, but keep in mind, SLG was the one that first pulled the flag there for Quadrant. As we were looking at those 2 objective players, we saw on average, SLG is gonna pull that flag an average of like 2.3 or 2.6 times per game. So we already see one of them. He's got a couple more up his sleeve.
Switching gears over towards Legend, him and Sika able to clear out that east side of the map, and cross-map shots trying to tag up the car side players as they're looking to relay this flag forward, slaying while winning the objective at the same time. A high-risk, high-reward win. Get shots like that, get yourself double kills like that, killing sprees like that. It's always going to work in your favor. Quadrant moving up.
Such a game-changing kill right there by Legend, and also the perfect reaction afterwards is charging straight over and being a factor on this flag run. He's still not done yet. On the hunt for Tusk, and he's going to hang that on his wall, and he's mounts Tusk and trades out the kill.
Now just a momentary 1v1 between SLG and Jazero. Cycle does come off his spawn, but has to get into the action here. Meanwhile, SLG fighting for his life. He's not going to be able to win that one. Complexity already with a counter pull.
Jazero getting one of his 3 flag pulls at least, but that's going to be just a distraction, trying to toss out and the bombs on the map and hope that the rest of the Complexity roster can make something happen here and get the slays. But Tusk falls, Suppress falls, Jazero spawned recently, Cycle falls. This is looking like it's going to be a Quadrant cap. Reason being is that Quadrant's players are going to respawn closer and faster, but no! A large challenge there from Legend on Jazero. That flag is going to return on its own, and that is not going to be a cap for Quadrant. I feel like that was too aggressive of a play. Maybe Legend was feeling himself, and sometimes you can't blame him, but ultimately, you need to wait and get that flag touch.
And not only are they able to get that return, but Suppress sneaks away with that heat wave and camouflage combination. Wants to get close quarters as he takes down 2 players, obliterates 2 players. And now there's just 2 left over toward the fringe side. Complexity feel comfortable enough to move that flag forward. Suppress is just being a nuisance over towards the base, and Quadrant, don't be careful. This could be a double pull on top of the next cap.
This could be a double pull. I mean, they have the strong positioning. I love how they're taking those long-range heat wave shots. You won't see that as much online, but on land, you can connect with those so well. I like this play actually by Suppressed. Many would say just stay in the base and wait it out this entire time. But Suppressed realized that he's getting isolated all the way across the map and wants to meet up closer to the center of the map where he can team up with his squad and get some damage. And look at that, gets the stop there. That's 2 down, 3 down for Quadrant. SLG, the only one remaining, and that flag is getting recovered by Tusk.
And because of that reposition that you mentioned, Suppress almost single-handedly awarded being able to stop that flag, but the return not quite in just yet. It's still an absolute battle here over toward the Quadrant courtyard. Cycle working on Sika. That's going to be an easy kill for him. He knows the spawners are coming from the opposite side. Complexity should be able to return this easily.
They should, and I was going to say, I was expecting Cycle just to bait that flag for the last couple seconds. That way you can just get a free kill and then go for the recov, but seeing how that's ticking through and not enough action going across, Cycle just wants to secure SLG with a sick triple. Now, how fast do Quadrant convert that triple into map control and subsequently a flag grab?
Despite the plays being made to get that flag return, SLG answers right back with a triple kill, keeps it going. Luckily, Jazero gonna heat check him real quick right there, but Quadrant keeping the pressure on.
I'm just seeing some slight disconnects here from this Quadrant roster during some of these flag runs. Right there, SLG had the slays, knew that someone was likely spawning near fridge. That'd be a great time to run towards util. The other time previously, as they had the flag down their util, instead of challenging the fight over in courtyard, need to go get that touch in the utility. Once again, it just feels like just slight little pauses if they take a quick breath, understand which way they need to run that objective or cover that objective. But there are definitely some moments of panic and some mistakes being made from the Quadrant roster.
Whether it's the timing or the rhythm or even just the small talk communication, something has to be polished up just a little bit, and that's what we're looking for. Meanwhile, Suppress looking for his triple because he just got a nasty double kill to clear out his base. Quadrant. Such a fast team, like we said, keeping that pressure forward. I'd love to see that, but Complexity are answering back every time, and now that defense converts to offense.
And look at that, Suppress finding Legend out. And honestly, at this point, if I'm on Complexity's roster, I'm calling out Legend every single time. Legend has just been on a heater, winning all his one-on-ones. And when somebody's on fire like that, or if somebody is starting to be a nuisance on the opposing team, take your opportunities to shut them down. Treat them a little more important than the rest of their roster. Yes, the very top tier rosters, you have all players that can go off at certain times, but in a specific series or specific moment, if somebody is on fire, try to put them out.
Also, did you do that to anybody on the opposite team back in your day? It sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Absolute
Who gave
experience.
You some problems?
I can speak from absolute experience. I remember when we lost, it was Orlando to Straight Rippin', and Neighbor was just on a tear against us. This was Fallen Boss versus Straight Rippin' 07 Orlando. We were like, all right, we need to make sure this player doesn't get away with all these flanks and these moments, and we were aware of all the different flank routes, and we shut him down every chance we got. It was at the cost of a tournament, but later on, that next tournament at Vegas, we won, and he was not able to get away with anything against us.
Who's going to be that Neighbor-like player here for Quadrant? Again, fighting for their tournament lives right now. Complexity still up 2-0 in the series, also up 2-0 in this game, and it's only 3 minutes on the clock, a flag standoff, but Quadrant desperately need this cap.
Quadrant trying to get this kill, gets the finish on Cycle, but Cycle gets taken out by Tusk. Tusk gonna move back in towards the back flag, and we are back at even Stevens.
Zero trying to quietly make it his way over toward the car side. Doesn't have the exact help he needs, but if he gets behind enemy lines undetected, it could be a big play for him in Complexity.
I like this play. Basically, once you're near the 50-yard line during a stalemate scenario, unless you feel like you can fully slip on through and get that flank, you need to just pause for a second, see who else is trying to make a move on that 50-yard mark. Nobody's just fully sitting back on their side, or both teams aren't fully sitting back on their side. And it's going to be a double return from both sides, but just Zero and squad in better position to go get a new pull.
Yeah, I love the pinch, the choke point that Complexity were able to create right there, but they end up losing their flag return as well. Quadrant able to get that return on the opposite side, and now Foxy not able to clear out the utilities, so Cycle has been described as one of the most annoying players in the game, is in your utility, and he's already tagging you up.
I'm glad you clarified in the game, because that'd just be a nasty thing for us to bring up on the broadcast. Like, yeah, Cycle outside the game, just one of the most annoying players. If you're around him, just do not listen to his nonsense.
I mean, he is young. He's like 16, 17 years old. I'm just saying. Camouflage coming up. Camouflage stolen by Cycle. That's going to be annoying for Quadrant. Less than 2 minutes on the clock, and now we're going to find out what Quadrant are really made of. Have you been practicing your 2-minute drills?
Yeah, and Complexity playing this wise. So far, I see them just going for this 50-yard line, going for slays, being in strong positions, not trying to force too much. The worst thing that Complexity could do right now is try to force themselves too far across the map, make some easy mistakes, and give Quadrant map control and a potential counter cap.
SLG definitely feeling the pressure, definitely feeling the strain here. He's going to try to do anything he can to alleviate that. Pushing up, trying to create something out of nothing, because they have no slays at the moment, but they're continuously pushing the flag forward. Sika and Suppress trade out their lives. Their SLG gonna drop the flag, doubles back with the commando. What a play by SLG, and now that flag sitting in no man's land. Can they bait it out? One more kill, and Quadrant should be able to push that forward. They don't even need it. Quadrant are getting it toward the utility.
Great play. Staying over at the opposite utility until you knew it's the time to move across. But now, Quadrant, they need to revert towards slay mode. Go for kill right here. This flag isn't just gonna be instantly and quickly returned. But look at that Tusk right behind enemy lines. Get the recovery, and just a mismanaged resource right there from Quadrant and SLG. I felt like it was a great play to go back towards the back of the base. The flag was out in open position, but at some point you need to know if somebody can get on over there and get their recovery. So that one is going to be tough to bounce back from. That could have given some life there to Quadrant if they got that capture, but now they have to play absolute perfect Halo for 17 seconds, somehow rally 2 flags back. Let's see if they can do it. That's 3 down for Quadrant. SLG, the closest one to the Complexity flag, gets taken out, and that timer's gonna tick down from 6 seconds down to 0. Complexity already handing out fist bumps and celebrate their 3-0 victory.
Quadrant go down. What a miraculous run. We saw them early on in this tournament. We saw them in pool play take multiple top squads to a game 5. We saw them run amok, pull off some major upsets, but eventually Complexity come out of open. They make their presence known, and now they're advancing forward to elimination round 2. Quadrant will be going home.
Just as Complexity have been doing all weekend long through the open bracket, they have been crushing dreams, knocking teams out of this event, and they're not stopping just yet. Huge play by Complexity to not only bounce back from that tough Game 5 loss against G1, but to do it in such dominating fashion and set the tone for the rest of this elimination bracket run.
Complexity coming back to their side. Going to talk about that series a little bit, but a little bit of celebration. But how long is that going to last for? You got another round ahead of you. But let's take a look at the series layout. 3-0, 4-0 in that game number one. Dominant, 50-44, much closer. And I will say just a couple things go their way, and I can imagine Quadrant being put on the board, but it ends up being 2-0 in that game number 3. Another sweep for Complexity.
Yep, strong sweep there, like you said. Definitely game 2 and 3 had its close moments. Quadrant could have absolutely taken game 2, but overall, Complexity just played better. Even though I did feel like there were members on Quadrant that were just on fire. Legend, when we saw him in almost any single one-on-one, it was Legend coming out ahead. Even if sometimes it was like a 2-on-1, Legend taking out a kill before he's taken out. It was just super impressive, the amount of individual skill we saw from Quadrant, but just kind of felt a little short when it came to that full team game, and who can blame them? They don't have their full exact roster. They had to make a last-minute swap with Foxy.
Can't wait to see what Quadrant look like when they bring Chick onto the mix. But you know what? Right now, I want to know what Lottie and the boys think about when we send over to the desk here. How y'all doing?
Hi, Tony. I'm doing well, mate. I'm doing well. I'm sure you guys are doing well, though, because that was a phenomenal cast. Thank you so much, Tony and Walshy, for that one. Yeah, Shurs isn't doing so well.
No.
Europe's not doing so well. That was the last hope of Europe, and they are going to be going home early on Saturday. But I just want to quickly know on something that Walshy just mentioned there about Legend, and you did see him going toe-to-toe individually with the skill there, but we did see him dying, so his stats looked really impressive until you look at the deaths, which kept up with his kills. It just talks about how, you know, the lack of efficiency is coming through there for Quadrant. You know, they're getting openings like that with Legend, and it's just not converting into flag pulls, and it wasn't happening for them the entire series, to be perfectly honest. Complexity, they're the real deal, Clutch. They're looking really, really good, whether it's G0 statting in a couple of maps back, or we got Suppress going off here in this final flag game.
Yeah, they had to be the team you looked at when you looked at the open bracket and said, which team is going to make some noise here when they get into bracket play, when they get into pool play? Well, no doubt, Complexity comes out, and yeah, maybe you can say they've had a little bit weaker of a road than some other teams, but they're going to be a tough out for anybody the way that they play. They got a ton of individual skill. They play at a very fast pace. They play efficient Halo, and I love the fact that all of these guys were kind of viewed as underdogs and viewed as maybe like not as good as some of the counterparts of their previous teams last year, and they're proving that they belong in this top 8 right now. Quadrant was not an easy team to beat. They made it look very easy.
Yeah, I think Suppressed, his name fits like a glove. I think kept the Quadrant boys in the respawn screen, particularly in that last game, putting up some really impressive numbers. And I think on the other side of things, we look at Quadrant, I think damage control, they will say we had a sub here, we done the best we could, we finished with a top 12 placement, which last year was, you know, the middle of the road. That's where they were getting anyway. So I think when they look at it, they go back to the drawing board, they'll say, let's get Chick on board and get this thing rolling.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the nail in the coffin there for the fact that they are going to be going back to their 4th, despite what anyone else might be saying there. It wasn't a great ending to things for 2 Foxy there with obviously that KD, but at the end of the day, Complexity were just like over their shoulders. They couldn't shake any of those Complexity guys. I think it was a solid team effort from Complexity. And honestly, I'm scared for a lot of our teams here because that is the way to turn up at LAN. I mean, it was very impressive overall. What do you make of the teamwork coming through though? I saw a lot of assists coming off the likes of Suppress, which to me screams that the support is there.
Yeah, I think the support is there. I think that they're all on the same page and they like to play at a very similar pace, which is why they're able to clean up and capitalize on each other's damage so often. I like Complexity. I'm not sure how much further in the bracket they'll go. If they start to beat some of the better North American teams, then they'll catch my eye a little bit further because they do have some talent, but I still think that they're going to have to deal with some growing pains along the season.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, coming up next, we do have some growing pains that hopefully have been shaken out by that FaZe roster going up against SSG once again. And despite the potential for a close series for that one that we've just seen between these 2 teams, Complexity, they were on a totally different level than Quadrant in our elimination round 1. We say goodbye to Quadrant and hello to our winners semi-finals where we will see SSG and FaZe. A test for both of these teams to be sure, but we'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Why here? Because you refuse to see.
kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Kill-tacular. Kill trust. Kill him in Jara. Death for you. In triumph for me!
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Back against the wall. I'm the last to fall. Even by myself, I'm on the handling. Stop what's coming. A one-man army. Hear the drum hit. I'm gonna do everything. My team on my back. I'm doing this for my people. Ain't no turning back. I'ma end it all. I'ma end it all. And the ending is near. For 3, that's formal, baby! At the end of the day.
Formal just putting on a clinic.
That's what you say. Yeah. Triple kill, we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. Double kill. Triple kill. Tell them we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. Double kill. I'll take them one by one. Triple kill. I'll take them one by one. Double kill. Triple kill. My God! Double kill. Triple kill. Tell them we far from done. Double kill. We'll make it an overkill! Overkill for Jimbo! Double kill. Triple kill.
Yes! An unofficial overkill from Pitts.
Double kill.
Oh my God! It's back!
I liked everything that Boo did there. Give him the overkill!
Welcome back from the break and welcome back to the HCS Kickoff Major. We say goodbye to the last European roster. Quadrant goes home, but we'll be back with their full lineup next time. On the main stage next, though, we have a rematch of sorts from year 1. But one team got a makeover and an add-on as well, looking to hopefully get rid of that very haunting loss that they used to have against SSG, previously Cloud9. But they're back once again for vengeance. Joining me on the desk, though, I do have back 2 additions I had previously. I have Clutch and Tony. Tony, good to see you, my dude. How is day 2 going?
It's great to be here. I mean, with you, Clutch,
Yeah.
it's nice. Day 2 has been absolutely phenomenal. It really has. We had a great matchup complexity, able to 3-0 Quadrant. That was a surprise, honestly.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Tony, I just want to quickly say happy birthday as well to you. But we do also need to talk about what is happening on the main stage behind us as well. And we do have a crazy, crazy series for you guys as well. So FaZe versus Space Station Gaming. Let's talk about Space Station right now, because this roster has had a makeover and they're looking pretty damn good. Online, there has been question marks, but it's nothing new, right? We've seen Space Station online. It's not always the best. The burst qualifier, though, for Charlotte did change things up for this doomed online team. They took Optic to that Game 5. They beat G1 in 2 Game 5s. So some of the SSG dominance is shining through those cracks of their online cage. What do you make of Space Station Gaming right now, Clutch?
I think that they're severely underrated. They're going under the radar. They're a sleeping giant waiting to take over. And if anybody thinks this FaZe roster is just going to run through SSG, let me tell you otherwise, because this SSG roster, a lot of you touched on it, but ever since they were Splice, ever since they were Cloud9, Eco and Stellar have been a thorn in the side of the historical run that this FaZe former Sentinels roster had been on throughout Halo 5 and now into Halo Infinite. The kryptonite is on the other side of the stage, and I'm excited to see what Eco and Stellar have planned for this series.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some big plans in the works here for Space Station Gaming. Let's talk about one individual on this roster, and that's Bound, the guy who's really come on board here to really be that game-changing individual, and he certainly does do that for this team. Day 1, he had a fantastic day. Fantastic stuff coming across the board, clips on clips on clips. And I want to ask you, Tony, what do you think of Bound as a player?
Bound is one of my favorite players to watch and has been for quite some time. Not only the ability to win your pivotal battles when you get into these one-on-ones, but also the movement to hunt down your opponent or to get out of these crazy, impossible situations. Bound is it's just a player that I want to model my own gameplay afterwards. It's exciting. it's good. Hey, don't you do that, Clutch. I'm a good player.
It's all right, Tony. We all know you are.
Like Bound.
I catch your stream. I know you're a good player. I talked about clips, and of course, we pulled one up for our AMD Power Performance, and it is Bound, of course. Let's take a look at some of the action that he did have on display for Day 1. And Clutch, this guy, excuse the pun, knows no bounds, right?
Knows none. And, I tried to set limitations on the kid. I tried to set bounds on him in year 1. I said, Renegade left this team. They've lost their superstar. I'm not sure they can win. Bound has done everything since that moment to show me that he has superstar potential, and there's not a single name in this league that I would say is head and heels over Bound and his abilities to perform at the highest level. He can do anything SSG asks of him, and I'm excited to watch year 2 of his young career.
I gotta say, I'm looking at the damage that this young man deals, and that is just the most ridiculous electric numbers
That's not
ever,
you,
Tony.
That's not you.
Hey, hold on a second. A guy can dream. Tony, but honestly, this damage here is making such a world of difference for this team, and being able to accomplish everything that they want to in a series. When it comes to the objective work, you need people at the forefront being able to deal that damage and hold oppositions off. Talk to me about the kind of role that Bound brings to this team and why he was such a good choice for this roster moving forward.
Well, it's kind of the same attributes that Renegade brought.
Right.
Movement, shot, aggressiveness, and confidence. And Bound brings that same thing. Are the same player? No, but he brings those same attributes, and it's exactly what SSG wanted, what SSG needed. They need a play to open up lanes and avenues for his team, and that's Bound.
Yeah, the word that comes to mind is pace. And Renegade always setting the pace in games that he has the advantage in. Bound is always setting the pace as well. And I think, like Tony said, maybe not the exact same play style, but when a player is applying that much pressure in a single game, one individual, it creates so much opportunity. I think Eco, Stellar, Penguin, they saw that in his gameplay and they wanted that on their team.
Now look, we got the colors of gold right there. Hopefully first place, hopefully with that dub for Space Station. But on the other side, looking to deny that is FaZe. And so far, FaZe have looked unstoppable. So the big question is right now, are SSG going to be that kryptonite of last year for this FaZe roster?
That's the big question. This is poetry in motion right now. Shakespeare couldn't have wrote a better situation. We have a better bracket here for our first kickoff event, because who better than the kryptonite of these guys to try and take down first on your way to Optic Gaming? We'll be waiting in the in the winners bracket finals. Sorry, G1. But this FaZe roster, they're not going to sleep on SSG. A lot of the crowd, a lot of Twitter, everybody out there is going to say FaZe is stacked. Can't wait to see them play Optic. No, they know exactly how good this SSG roster is. The one thing I will say is they give so much credit to SSG that there may even be like an intimidation factor there, and they're hoping that Renegade can help clean the slate and start over anew. This is a new opportunity to create what they want to be a dynasty.
Now, Tony, we got to bear in mind, of course, that this roster, yes, has brought in a new addition, but with that addition, it has changed everything in terms of the team's dynamic. They're still looking at improving. They still have things to work out as a roster in terms of how they want to play. We talked about it so many times that Snakebite has had to kind of pivot in terms of the role. He's kind of flexible right now. He's kind of doing what he needs to do at that time, and it is working. However, will this flexi role work against a team like SSG, who have proven dominance, who have proven themselves time and time again at different LAN events?
Well, that's one of the things that make this FaZe roster so scary, is the fact that they are new. The fact that they're going to continue to get better as you give them time to scrim, to practice, to do that film review, and find out what they can do better tournament after tournament. And they're still the #1 seeded team coming here and the most scariest team that we have in our tournament. It's not my birthday, but it is Elamite's birthday, and FaZe got a present for you. It's a trip to the elimination bracket.
Oh my goodness me. Is it actually Elamite's birthday?
It is.
Yes. Happy birthday, Elamite. Happy birthday to one of the SSG lords. But yeah, I've got to say, it's going to be a very, very tricky match for both of these teams, and I'm honestly just intrigued to see how both handle it. It's really new competition that we're seeing up there. Yes, last year has had some kind of feelings towards both of these teams. FaZe probably are a little bit intimidated with what SSG, previously Cloud9, have been able to do to them on main stages. But again, two different really iterations, you know, one with a makeover and one with a new addition, and it's going to bring a different series for us here. If you had to guess here, Clutch, though, how close would you say this is going to go?
I think this is going to be a close one. I think it goes 5. If not, I think FaZe win in 4, but I think SSG have every opportunity to win every single game in this series. There's not an outcome and score that could happen, and I would be surprised. It's just going to be about how well are the individuals playing. And we got to showcase Renegade for a second, because playing against his old team with finally the team that he left that team to be on, this is going to be Renegade's opportunity to prove himself right in that decision. And I think a lot of the weight of this series is going to be felt on his shoulders.
Yeah, I think you are totally right there, especially with that storyline. It's a very strong one as well. Renegade facing now his foes, but were friends previously for this very roster last year. It didn't work out for him. This is where he wanted to go. Right. It took some time to be here, but now, like you said, this is his time to prove himself, to prove why he made this decision to drop out of a team that actually were dominating a large majority of that season. So very risky plays here, but hopefully will play off for Renegade. Let's actually take a look at the winners bracket though, to see how things are shaping up, what this series actually means. And if you are just tuning in, welcome to the HCS Kickoff Major. It is all fun and games up here until somebody gets dragged to the elimination bracket and also goes home as well. But the winners bracket, we do have some updates coming forward as well. We'll get those on the screen in just a second. But I am very excited about the rest of our semifinals. We saw Optic Gaming push through as well into their semifinals, going up against G1. I'm a little bit worried about G1 here, Tony, and I'll tell you why. I was shocked at that Complexity result. I know Complexity are really good. I've seen what they can do against Quadrant, but 3-2 going down to the wire like that, I thought G1 were a tiny bit more dominant than they have seen so far in this winners finals. Bracket.
I'm honestly right there with you. Like when I was high on G1, I know they're a new team as well, and they're gonna take some time to grow, but they're a team that immediately when I think of coordination and play styles meshing together, and the fact that you're bringing the old duo back together, I think of G1, and I think of a team that's ready to make it into that top 3, that top 4. But like you said, it's been a little shaky. It's been a shaky journey for them, and you can't be shaking at Optic.
No, you certainly cannot be shaking whatsoever. Not in any kind of sense whatsoever. Doesn't matter who you're going up against. Doesn't matter who they are. You just got to bring your A game, don't you, to the table. It's so important.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for G1 in that series. I know I kind of like wrote the script and said that like history is destined to see Optic Gaming versus basically FaZe or SSG in the winners bracket finals, just because that's what feels right. But I mean, so often I feel like last year I was waiting for G1 to break through. Completely different roster. I actually love what they've done with the roster, but they're still going to have to really be playing well. And I mean, all 4 players are going to have to be feeling themselves to take down a team like Optic Gaming. We've seen how sound Optic has looked throughout this weekend. Complexity's a good team, so G1 series against them to even come out on top is just enough to say, all right, no harm, no foul, first series of the day. Let's get past it. Let's move on. Let's get into the winner's bracket where we can start to advance. We won't learn anything about G1 until we see them play one of these top 4 teams, and that's the moment where they get to decide we are contenders or pretenders, and we'll see how close that Optic series is later.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're service level right now on this series behind us. We have just covered the bare minimum, but to dive a little bit deeper into this series, we do have our casters on board, ready to get going as the main stage is getting set up on Set and Bravo. Good to see you, lads, and it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Lottie. We've been bouncing around up here because this is a huge matchup. We don't have to tell you how big this matchup is. This is a matchup between, you know, a pretender to the throne, you could say, and a team who you had to beat last season to become a champion. It is a massive, massive matchup here on our main stage. FaZe versus Space Station.
So excited for this one. You have to also think, SSG fans, by the way, in the crowd here in Charlotte, you have to think this is a huge moment for both these squads, also in the trajectory of their seasons. It starts here, day 2 at the Kickoff Major. This will be the SSG debut on the main stage, and we'll see what they bring up against the current threats to the throne and the #1 seed in FaZe Clan.
I want to take the attention, however, towards SSG, because we've been talking about FaZe, we've been talking about Optic, but one team who is decorated but not been discussed so far is SSG. And it's kind of just the way they like it.
They do. They go about their business. As we said yesterday, these are the giants in the shadows. And if you remember back to the Kickoff Major last season in Raleigh, this team, of course, then under the Cloud9 banner, very little discussion around them. The 3rd seed coming in there, and they love that. They go about their business. They rip apart the bracket. They put 3-0s on the board, and then they find themselves on the main stage. And guess what? Always in the grand finals as well. You can bet that they have their sights set on the same exact thing here in Charlotte.
And a couple of players to highlight. Understandably, a lot of talk about Bound. He was a rookie last season. We can't say that anymore. He proved himself as one of the best in the game. The question is now, can he add championships to those performances? But all the talk about Bound, I want to kind of focus on the leader of this team, the IGL, the man who's been there pulling the strings for this squad. And that's Eco, because at the end of the Halo World Championships, he said something that kind of stuck out and sticks in the memory for us.
Absolutely. You might remember back to Eco's performance at Worlds, right after the loss in the grand finals at the World Championship. The first thing Eco tweeted was, "That's on me," and that he was going to come back and prove just how good he is at this game. And you could think he's had a long off season to think about that now. And 4 months after that tweet has been posted, he is back with his team and ready to go. Yesterday, he was in the top 5 KD in the entire tournament.
Looking extremely, extremely strong, and certainly somewhere close to the best that we can expect from Kevin Smith. We'll take a look at the series layout now to see where this war is going to go down, Andy, because this is going to be an absolute scrapper battle, a humdinger of a series between these two. And when we get that opportunity to do so, we will have a look. But at the moment, it gives us a chance just to talk about FaZe for a second, because FaZe have been kind of going through this bracket, doing what they do, and starting off with King of the Hill here on Recharge. They're going to look to continue that kind of form.
Absolutely. King of the Hill, Recharge your game. #1, we go to the new Slayer map of Slayer, Empyrean, Argyle, CTF also making an appearance here. Stronghold Streets Game 4 and Slayer Live Fire, both of those if necessary.
Yeah, let's go back to the story about FaZe, right? Let's go back to what we were kind of discussing. Recharge is going to be a very good feeling, especially for Snakebite. We saw him picking up the running right a little bit earlier, but this layout is perfect for these two teams. We have a combination of flag game types, we have some control game types, it's a fast-paced Slayer, and that Empyrean Slayer is going to be so interesting to watch between these two. So much insane, like, ceiling of individual skill when they get those power weapons. It could be one shot that makes the difference between these two teams.
It absolutely could. I've talked to teams that have lost that map here at the highest level, and they're saying if you make one mistake when rockets are coming up, when the weapons are dropping, as an overshield pops, you could find yourself on the receiving end of a horrible, horrible snowball. The map has been playing into the hands of the teams that plays the most aggressive, and that is absolutely, as you say, going to be a test between these two squads. Look at the SSG.
I gotta say, dude, they are pumped for this. The SSG fans are out in force. Charlotte's starting to fill up a little bit here. The noise is starting to pick up a little bit, because I think everybody's starting to realize that we're getting into the massive games of this tournament right now, and there is the SSG faithful right now. They've got the foam fingers out.
Yeah, the foam fingers with how many is that? I mean, I don't know how many letters are in Space Age off the top of my head, but those are some big hands with a whole lot of fingers.
A lot of knuckles.
And they're all gonna be in a lot of knuckles. And they're all gonna be in the air here for this matchup here. As we said, this is undoubtedly the biggest match on the main stage so far. And the man on your screen, Bound, as we said, no longer a rookie. However, it must be said, undoubtedly the best pro Halo debut season since Snipetown. A once-in-a-generation talent, perhaps, but the question is, can he come close to the success of a player like Snipetown? To do that, he will need many years and many championships, but it starts here.
Yeah, maybe that is going to be a story we follow throughout the years, right? What is that comparison going to be like? With Snipetown retiring in the Halo community, Bound has kind of stepped up to fill that role, and maybe he can, well, I'm sure he'd absolutely love to have the same kind of career as Eric Rona did, for sure, but I want to kind of focus more on this FaZe side for a few seconds as well, because it's three parts of this team. They've been together for so long, right? They've been, you know, instrumental in each other's success, and all of the trophies, everything they've done is amazing. Picking up Renegade is one of the toughest team changes. There was a difference between the team change they made previously, dropping Ogre 2, picking up Frosty, all those years ago now on Halo 5, to having to drop a good friend, having to drop someone who you've shared so many, you know, hotel rooms with, whatever it might be, championship moments, the highs, the lows.
Of course.
And that shows to me that whatever happens on this FaZe lineup, no one can feel comfortable, because FaZe, Royal 2, Snakebite as that core 2, you have to bring success, because that is what they expect of themselves.
Absolutely, and so far Renegade has brought that success. And one thing we also have to talk about, if you didn't catch it earlier, Renegade's post-game interview from the first series of the day. I don't think I have seen Renegade in that high of spirits, that high of energy and confidence, maybe all of last year. You could tell that he's fitting in well with this team, not just in-map and in-game, but also in terms of the chemistry, in terms of the comms, the vibes on the squad. They are strong, they are high, and they are ready to go as your #1 seed, expecting to also take the title here.
I wonder how those vibes are going to continue, though, if this series starts to go the distance,
Great
right?
question,
It's very easy to be positive, happy, we just won the qualifiers.
When you're 3-0-ing.
Everything's really good, 3-0s across the board, we're perfect, everything's fantastic. What if they lose game #1? What if they lose game #2?
Right.
Then that's where you really get tested, and I think this FaZe lineup, to be honest with you, from my opinion, for what it's worth, they've got too much experience on their side now to let that get inside of their head, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on as we roll through the series.
It is, and another player to keep an eye on, Snakebite on your screen. I love how we talked about him as the objective mastermind of the qualifiers in day one, and then he comes in with a 2.04 KD at one point in the earlier series as well, proving that this team can do whatever they need, just like Renegade said on the main stage. He's like, Snakebite just wanted a running riot. Do you see what's going on here? This team can pop off at any given moment, and that's what they will look to do here. As we said, they are the threat to the throne. The question is, are they the Optic killer? Their first opponent, though, here on the main stage is going to be SSG as we get ready to get into game #1.
It's time for a winner's semi-final here in Charlotte, and what a banger of a game it's about to be. This series, it's got something special about it, and we're starting off here on Recharge, King of the Hill. First to get those hills on the board is certainly going to be feeling good here, Andy. That bottom middle hill so difficult to control, but I feel like it's going to be a big moment in this game.
Oh yeah, fast pace opening here for both sides as we get ready to get into the game, and here we are underway. FaZe Clan going up against SSG into game #1, starting things off with Snakebite here.
Why would we not? Most of the point of view we saw last time we were on this map, and FaZe were on our screen. Snakebite was holding down this top elevator, bottom elevator position, and pretty much killing everything that came near him. 17 in a row it was before Snakebite was finally taken down, and off the rip here is 2v2, make it 1v1 on the map, and Stellar will win the 1v1. He gets the camo off the back of it. Early hill time here for Space Station.
How about start things off with a Stellar Frosty 1v1 to get this series underway as 3 fall for both sides, and Stellar will be the victor there. He'll get the camo, he will get the first hill time as well for the SSG side.
Renegade has that shock rifle, though. You saw it pop up in the kill feed in your bottom left for just a second, and it looks like Stellar's going to try and hunt him down. Renegade's got to be aware here. A little bit of damage being done. The repulsor, has it worked against him? No, it just about fell into his favor. That's going to be not only Renegade taken down, that's going to be the shock rifle turned over, and more hill time here for SSG.
Yeah, still 2v2, and right now you see a little bit of challenging coming in from Blue Tunnel, but as you say, SSG with fantastic game management through those moments. Finally, Stellar is taken down. However, about 25% on the board for SSG.
Strong start here for Space Station Gaming. Frosty's just going to be trapped in a corner, and Bound is going to hunt him down. Bound as you would expect, a phenomenal, an electric start to this game, already 4-1. If you compare that to other players on the map, Snakebite leading the way for FaZe Clan. Royal 2 though, never an easy 1v1, but Bound says, I would accept any challenge that comes my way.
Great shots there from the Rookie of the Year nominee at the Esports Awards, and now looking to see what he can do with this team. As we said, year 2 for this squad, no longer a new roster now, one of the favorites, a little pulse away to save time on the distance. And things slow down a little uncharacteristically on this bottom hill. You can tell, these two teams really playing for control, and it's a killing spree for Bound.
5 in a row for Bound. Renegade last alive, only for a few seconds though, as SSG clean up all of the members of FaZe Clan. For the second time in this game, they also secure this camo. And I just want to highlight something quickly here, how Space Station are tiptoeing around this objective until they get a 3 or 4 dead. They do not want to give any advantages here to FaZe.
That's right, perfect timing. Bound's going to try to stay alive with the camo. He can in the end, but look at all the time on the board. And now is maybe a good time to remind everyone, you might think FaZe, yes, #1 seed, yes, a tournament favorite. However, the last time these two rosters met each other at Worlds, it was a 3-0 for the SSG boys. Of course, then playing under the name of Cloud9. However, let's not forget, that's the most recent official tournament result. And I think SSG is reminding us of that on this bottom middle hill.
And they're certainly reminding FaZe Clan of that as well. Historically, you know, the lineup that FaZe Clan have, obviously it's a little bit of a change, we know about that, but they have always struggled with this Space Station Gaming roster, and they're struggling at the start of this game as well. It's 1-0. And the Commando shredding through shields and shredding through skulls.
1-0 and 2 dead off of that control as well, which means immediate long haul control and an immediate rotate for the side of SSG. Great kills as well from the Commando of Penguin. They will continue scoring and controlling. SSG looking good in the early game.
Repulsor inside of that hill as well, so Nade's going to be pretty ineffective. 2 players flooding in towards Penguin. He manages to take one down. Bound now, last alive. He goes down as well. It's a triple kill from Snakebite to break this map open, to break this hill and give FaZe Clan some sort of semblance of control.
And you got to think right at the time that they really needed it here, and Stellar's going to just peek a little bit, try to avoid that green gun, but the help comes as well from Renegade, and now we're seeing some life from FaZe Clan.
2 dead here for Space Station. Could be 3, but no, Eco with that Commando is going to, once again, just even the numbers up ever so slightly. Now after the timing has been picked up and the players are back on the map, Space Station try and make their push, but look at Royal 2, he just flies forward. Historically, we've always said Royal 2 a little bit more of a passive player. If he sees an opportunity for kills, he's never going to turn it down. The confidence on show here. Renegade doesn't get it right. And the camo might slip through their fingers.
Rare there. You rarely see that from anyone on the FaZe side, especially Renegade. Eco actually gets a double kill off the back of the missed grapple. 2 missed grapples there. A little bit of a disaster on the side of FaZe.
And who's inside of the hill? It's SSG. They get the break. So FaZe only able to hold for about 50% of the time they require, and they're losing kills one after the other, but now a push coming in on gold. Penguin and Eco turning their attention away to long haul. Snakebite not missing bullets at the moment, by the way. The man is 13-7.
Trades there coming in the end. Eco will fall, however, off the back of this. FaZe Clan with a long way to go. We'll see what they can do. Let's get ready for a listen in with Space Station as they push on this last hill.
I got a good spawn. They're not gonna know. Where's there? We have 1. He's top alley, he's going top cat. 2 and hill. Sticky. 2 and hill, you guys gotta get in. You have to get in.
Hold it.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Play him. You saw you sneaky. Get the pipes. Top tower.
Yeah, hold pipes as long as you can. Top pipes. Should I play for a melt?
Yeah, we need a melt.
Yeah, bottom beer, weak, we're shocked.
Yep. There's gonna be a guy glass.
Could be, yeah. Be spawn there.
Yeah, weak pipes, weak hell.
Yeah, bottom beer, bottom blue.
Yeah, bottom blue.
Bottom blue, weak, watch out bottom blue.
Probably have it.
2 watch out C.
Got one.
Watch out back blue, Roll 2.
In the hill.
One in hell, yep.
Watch out.
I naded.
He's top cat.
Bottom beer, one shot.
Top cat as well.
Watch out bottom beer.
Watch out bottom beer.
Top cat.
Both bottom beer. You have nades, show that shit.
I don't have a nade. Top cat weak.
Don't get too weak. Watching cross, right? Top weak. Top one shot. And bottom down.
Out to top. 2 there.
Bottom beer. Bottom beer.
One shot bottom alleys. One shot on lockers.
Yeah, John.
Two bottom alleys.
One shot bottom beer. One shot Brent.
Bottom alleys and bottom beer. Well, you can hear the communication from Space Station sounding pretty calm about things, but what a break that is from FaZe Clan. We talk about how tough it is to break this elevator hill, but FaZe took their time, got the picks, and the 1v1 from Renegade in the bottom of the elevator just gave them a little bit of room to play with.
That's right, that's a battle the Renegade should not have won. As you saw, I think a lot of people would have agreed with that on their screen. Renegade wins the battle he really had no business winning, and as a result, he's off.
Oh!
The shots from Royal 2 as well. A reversal against Eco, and he stays alive with the camo finally taken down in the end.
Royal 2's doing his best ballerina impression. I'm not sure if that's something he's been learning in the off-season, but certainly effective for a moment just to try and use that camo to escape. But in the meantime, it's FaZe Clan who answer back. Space Station got that first hill, but it's back-to-back hills now for FaZe Clan. They're in the lead.
One thing definitely worth highlighting there as we get set up for this fourth hill is you heard the Space Station side saying don't get too weak, meaning they don't want to take damage from outside of A. However, turtling inside A is a big risk because you let the opponent come to you, and FaZe steals it right out from under them, and as a result, they also steal the lead. Now they lead 2-1, 2 minutes left on the clock.
Nade's always a priority as well. You got to think the team coming off of a respawn, they're always going to have those extra grenades. And if you're kind of turtling, you get hit by one, you get information, you get damage, then you can flood through. And that's what FaZe did so well in that situation. Penguin going to try and challenge. The repulsor not enough to force Space Station away, and Space Station have control of the map. They have control of the hill. Look at the spawns now coming in from FaZe Clan, all the way across the map of pipes.
Was 3 dead for FaZe here. Also, Space Station gets the second kill again off of the respawns. That will be a moment of control as they will start to put a few more points on the board as well. Now halfway through and looking to tie the game on this hill.
And we talked about the man who needed to step up, but in his own words, after the Halo World Championships, that's Eco. 16 kills for Kevin Smith at the moment and dealing out a huge amount of damage, also topping the assist here for SSG.
3 dead yet again. Space Station is up to their same tricks, and look at the bottom. Here we go. Tie game with 2 minutes left. And the crowd here in Charlotte likes what they see.
Eco trying to hold off 2 here. He's got the repulsor. Doesn't want to step in the hill, but somehow he's still alive. Milks his life for as long as possible for his teammates now to join the fight, and by doing so, FaZe Clan find themselves with 2 players in the respawn screen.
That's a killing spree for Bound. Space Station is now outslaying FaZe 57-50 as well. Great rounds of slays and slaying control from Space Station for the last 3.5 minutes or so.
Keep your eyes on that game clock as well. This could well be the deciding hill with the way that these teams have fought back and forth for this control throughout the game. 1 minute 35 is not a huge amount of time to play with, and Stella with the shock rifle just locking down lanes is going to be an influence. Should pick up one. Oh! Doesn't get the back smack! And that's going to cost them.
And that is huge. 3 dead. Eco's your last player alive for Space Station here. Should get taken down unless he wins a 1v1. Renegade there tries to go bottom heli, but in the end leaves his teammate
still
alive.
alive.
Renegade doing Renegade things, though. Somehow stays alive as long as he can. Eco gets the kill. Eco is doing wild things from bottom elevator.
20 of 15 for Eco, but that play might have been the game changer. We talk about how important it is to survive, to buy the extra 2-3 seconds for your team, and now he is making FaZe play. The shock rifle having a huge influence on this game.
Oh my God, it's also a communication breakdown that is inexcusable from FaZe. It was a 2v1 at bottom elevator, and Eco is still alive. 3 dead for FaZe as well. Space Station will continue scoring 50% of the way on our 5th hill.
57 seconds left on the game clock as well. Frosty gets a pick at least. It's going to be 1, maybe 2 pushes left here for FaZe to get back into this hill, to break this setup from Space Station Gaming. And with these picks, once again, the responsibility falls on the shoulders of the man on your screen. He needs to hit a shot right now to level things up.
Still 2 dead here for FaZe for a second. They're off the spawn, and they don't have the advantage yet. Frosty peeks for just a second on the long haul crate, and he pays the price.
22 kills here for Eco. Could be 23, but Bound says, I want to get to 23 first. He overtakes Eco in the kills, but more importantly, Space Station are overtaking FaZe right now in the game as Eco reminds his ex-teammate just what he left behind.
Now outslaying FaZe by 12 kills. They are continuing to put points on the board as well. 24 seconds left on the game clock, and only 25% away from closing out the game.
Here comes the flood. Eco gets the body, it's not a headshot, but the second one for sure is. FaZe, 3 dead, Frosty last alive. He survives for now, but you would imagine with that kill, Space Station have done what is needed to possibly lock down this hill.
9 seconds left here. They're going to try to stay in and get all the time before the game clock ticks down. Still 1 dead for FaZe. They need to push yet again.
They have to go, and they have to go now. Stella picks up 1. Bound picks up 2. FaZe falling apart as SSG stand tallest in this hill.
Here we go. They should be able to jump in right here. 4 seconds left. They're back in the hill yet again. This one should close out. 3 dead. Renegade's your only player alive. This will be it.
This will be it. It is the hill going to SSG. And with 4 seconds left on the game clock, FaZe can be desperate. They can try and flood this hill, but they're all trapped on respawn. Not a chance for them to contest. And if you needed a reminder, if you'd forgotten about Space Station, and even if you'd forgotten about Kevin Eco Smith, there's your reminder.
How about Eco? 25 and 16 in that game. Bound also 27 and 15 in the end. Both of them recording killing sprees during the final hill alone. What a late game performance from the side of Space Station Gaming.
Whoa, we've got a series on our hands here. I tell you that for nothing. What a start from Space Station. It was back and forth though between the two teams. It's another thing we need to just kind of highlight. Yes, it's a win, of course, for Space Station. But it was that final hill, and you could argue it was the final kill that could have happened, arguably should have happened, onto Eco at the bottom of the elevator. And here's the replay. This is what happens if you don't kill Eco.
Look at this, Eco stays alive so long. That's after he got a kill in an isolated 1v1, and you can't let him stay alive because look what he does next. A killing spree and stays alive essentially for the rest of the game. They hadn't even started any progress on the hill at this stage, and Eco just absolutely goes off.
Absolute brilliance from Eco. Just staying alive here. You can see that Renegade thinks he can clean it up, maybe get a beat down, but as he's swinging for the fences, just a headshot. Couple of bullets from that battle rifle was all it took, and then Eco just took over.
When we talk about team chemistry on the side of FaZe, not a lot of questions have been asked yet. However, that was a 2v1 as Eco with the last player alive in bottom elevator, and Renegade goes up top to assist with the angle, and that was all the time that Eco needed to isolate the first 1v1, get help for the second, then get the shock, and then essentially win the game alongside the rest of the SSG team. They will win game 1 3-2 and have a 1-0 series lead.
Now, let's look at that series layout and let's see where we're going, because Empyrean Slayer is up next, and this is going to be a fascinating battle between these two squads. We've seen how FaZe like to play this game type. They love to be on the front foot. They want to spawn kill you. They want to put you in the death screen. They want to win 50-12 if they can. But they're also very good at adjusting the pace of play if they don't have power weapons. My question here is, SSG historically, when we've looked at Slayers, if they go down a huge amount, sometimes the heads start to drop a little bit. Sometimes they think, let's just get this game done and dusted. Empyrean is, I mentioned this previously, like yesterday, probably the most mentally testing game type we've ever had in the Halo Championship Series, because there are going to be times where you go 15 kills without response.
Yeah.
But you also have to keep it in the back of your mind that that can swing back in your way. We're going to have to see if SSG keep that in mind.
That's the question here. Will SSG find themselves with a 2-0 series lead, or will FaZe dig deep and bounce back and dominate on this map like they have before? Let's not forget, we saw them stake dinners of teams yesterday, and they're going to look to do the same thing again today.
It's almost like everybody who's watching this right now, if you're in the arena, if you're at home, you're about to be spoilt by some of the greatest snipers in Halo history, all being on our main stage. The Rockets, of course, going to be such a big focus of attention, but it could be one headshot that decides it. We're into game 2. It's Empyrean Slayer.
And there's another delayed grab. Take a look. No immediate sniper grab coming in for FaZe. They will instead try to fight. Frosty gets punished again on the bridge. However, FaZe get the rockets.
Double kill here for Renegade off the rip. Stella under pressure as well, tries to peek. Renegade sends him back. A little minute slither of a lead here for FaZe off the break, but both rockets have been used. Royal 2, he's going to pick up the overshield, and now with Frosty getting 2 kills, this is dangerous for SSG.
Look at this from FaZe. It's a great opening. That's exactly what they wanted, and as we said earlier, you have to be so... Ooh, red reticle there. I think he saw a needle spawner, if I'm not mistaken. Got a red reticle for a split second. Gonna stay alive. Oh, and the body shot comes in for him as well.
Stella got away with the sniper rifle, though. Royal 2 is aware that Bound's going to be pushing, and Bound is losing his man at the moment. Bound picks up 1. Repulse is Snakebite as well. Does Repulse work? Does it keep him on the map? Snakebite holds on for dear life.
2 dead here for Space Station. FaZe still on their enemy's turret. Short lives for a second. Oh, Penguin, though, with a repulsor and sniper of his own.
You see Snakebite's reaction there. He's like, dude, stop repulsoring me. Please just let me get on the tower and have a fair fight, but not to be done. Penguin playing it perfectly, and even though FaZe are up by 2, for the first time, you haven't seen that big power swing. Even though they had weapons, even though they had control, Renegade is still holding forward, though, and challenging Penguin to the death.
Look at this now, just a 2-kill game between the two. And as we said, FaZe continuing to apply the pressure. It's nice shots, though, from Stellar against Snakebite. He'll stay alive and bring the game within 1.
Now, are we going to see this game slow down a bit until that next round of power weapons and power-ups happens? It looks like both teams just are willing to continue pushing forward. And Royal 2 right now is on a flank to the SSG tower. SSG has sniffed him out. Is he going to be able to create enough space, though, for FaZe and enough of a distraction? SSG read it like a book. They all turn around, focus on Royal 2, and then the rest of FaZe just got out of position.
They absolutely did. Frosty's going to try to win this one. He's going to be happy to trade there in the end. FaZe still up by 1 here, 15-14. It's a great opportunity for our first FaZe clan listening in the series. Let's jump in.
Green thing.
Everything 15, everything in 15.
Acid runway, acid run, acid.
Matt, you're still up.
Sword T-wave.
Everything in 10.
Is there a green, John? Are there? Is our green? Yeah. Is our pit? Our pit box.
Everything in 5. Everything in 5.
Our train pit 1.
All right, rockets and OV guys. 2 seconds here. 2 seconds.
Can't really. This guy see our. 2 are pit box. 2 mid map. Nice. No, they're train pit. They're
gonna have OV pushing you as well.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Sniping 20.
Go guys.
Hardcore under left.
He's in sword with us. He's in sword with us. In sword with us. With you.
To their training.
Yeah, I'm here, I'm here.
Nah, you're gonna play our sniper, bro.
To their training. One, John. Training.
OV's there as well. OV's there.
He coming.
I'm going sword.
They all backed up. Literally. Yo, I'm pushing runway then.
I'm gonna die possibly. Guys.
Unbrain,
sword on me. Anyone help me?
No. This one's where?
Kevin one hitting sword with Heat-Wave. He's one hit inside.
What's our green? I saw this one.
Sword.
Yo, guys, listen to me. We're fighting a lot of ones right now. We need to play in 2s.
Stop getting caught up.
We jump back in as all of the bodies from FaZe Clan hit the floor simultaneously. As Bound is dominating the tower, finally Snakebite puts an end to it, but look at the swing in the game. 25-20, the first time we've seen SSG on the FaZe side of the map. That is what happens.
5 straight kills gives them a 5-kill lead as well. Stellar is 10-3, by the way. The man on your screen with the sniper rifle in hand, more than triple positive in this game right now, giving them a significant lead by 4 kills.
This is the shot on Royal 2. Snakebite trying to cover him. Royal 2 responds in kind. And FaZe Clan say it's our turn to turn the heat up a little bit now on the SSG base. Royal 2 is being so aggressive in this game. He demands to control the top of the tower.
Just like that now, 1-kill game yet again. As we said, this game can absolutely swing in a moment's notice. 26-27. Now Royal 2 still back on the tower, has help from Renegade as well.
He's getting focused again. SSG doing such a good job of making sure that that player that's on the tower is the first to die. And by doing so, they managed to clear the rest of FaZe Clan up as well. And hey, catch it. There you go. Commando delivered. Sign sealed into the hands of Bound.
Look at this push here from Bound on Frosty. He's going to waste no time. Beautiful play. And this is testament to how tightly matched these teams are. We've seen a lot of blowout slayers here on Empyrean this weekend so far. This is absolutely not the case in this series. Overshield here in 8 seconds.
Overshield, rockets, everything. Coming back on the map that matters if you want to win a game of Empyrean Slayer. Bound is down in position. We take a look at the rockets as well in the picture-in-picture. It looks like FaZe will control those, so a split of resources here from both teams.
Often, so many times we're seeing that there. You got to give up one to get the other, just due to how many resources need to be invested over at Green versus over at Sword and Runway. Overshield in the chest of Bound. What can he do?
Gets an opening is what he does, but it's a trade. Power for power. Overshield versus rockets. As Bound goes to the death screen, 35 kills though, make it 36 as Space Station continue to push. 2 players from FaZe in the death screen once more, and Penguin, he wants a piece of your tower.
Let's not forget, this was 26-27. Ooh, getting stuck in the lift a bit. This was 26-27. It's now 36-29, getting out of hand.
FaZe are trapped. FaZe are trapped in the base at the moment. Frosty gonna be trying to challenge, Penguin keeping that pressure on. And FaZe have done a pretty good job just to steady it for a second, but Stellar's with the sidekick. He gets one, Eco finds another, and look at Penguin. He's just waiting for spawners.
Snakebite and World 2, they had to dip out, but Frosty still gets his Mauler spawn there. They're both gonna spawn, they're split spawn. They're in trouble, they need to get through long haul.
It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment, on either side of the map. Eco's trying to fly in here, Renegade has no idea he's there. And Eco will get that kill as well. Look at the score, 9 kills the difference between the two squads, but now the push from FaZe come. Space Station Gaming find themselves 2 dead, and Eco left on his own on the FaZe side of the map.
Even though it's an 8-kill margin here, not over just yet. Still lots to play for. As you see, the players are still split from one another. Renegade here in a 1v2. Oh no, Frosty has the help! Not over yet, 7-kill game, make it an 8-kill game.
Frosty's got your back. but Bound's got a grenade for you as well. So it's 40-32. Royal 2 makes it a little bit closer, and Frosty has decided, by the looks of that kill feed, that he wants to make this game a little bit closer for us.
And almost for the first time in the entire match, the game slows down to a crawl. Neither team wanting to be the one to make the mistake here. 6-kill game.
No scope hit by Frosty. And it had to be hit as well. He gets taken down there. That's the sniper rifle turned over. There's just one bullet to work with though. But is there a golden bullet here for FaZe? Can he get a headshot? The answer is no.
Needs to stay alive here. Can't afford to die from those angles now. 36-41. Within 5. Far from over yet. They bring it now within 4.
Penguin gets the trade though. Pressure from Bound on the green box. Renegade's trying to push as well. Renegade's gonna fly in. Frosty gets the kill. And all of a sudden, with Space Station Gaming finding 2 players in the respawn screen, this will be an overshield grab for FaZe. And they have a way back into this.
And the Rockets as well. They've got everything on the map here. Not just the weapons, but also the opportunity for the comeback.
Royal 2 gets damaged. Penguin doesn't die. Renegade's there to help him though. No idea how that didn't kill him.
Penguin absolutely tanks both Rockets. A little bit of overshield left for Snakebite. 4-kill game. C9 has somehow responded so well to this.
3-kill game. Maybe a 2-kill game. FaZe are coming back here. Penguin gets the trade though. But Royal 2's on the training. He's got the heat wave. But he's got to prioritize his life here. All players from Space Station in the courtyard.
Penguin now in a 1v1. He gets taken down. 2 dead here for Space Station. 1-kill game.
Stella's trapped as well. Grenade goes down, Renegade gets the kill as well. It's still a 1-kill game as we come down to the final moments of map number 2.
This is unbelievable. The game should slow down for just a second here. 4 players alive for both sides, and you can see a complete swap of the bases here. A drop of the weapon now, heat wave still in the sword.
20 seconds till the snipers come up. I wonder, is someone gonna try and make a play before that? Play around that, or are both teams gonna settle to getting a power weapon in the hands of their best and hottest sniper right now?
Just gonna hold it down here. As we said, things will slow down to a crawl. 4 kills to go for Space Station, 5 for FaZe Clan. It's a 1-kill game. 3 minutes left on the clock. Snipers popping now.
Bound gets the quick grab, doesn't show. Frosty has the sniper rifle for FaZe. The Rookie of the Year versus one of the most individually talented players we've ever seen in Halo. They've both got a sniper rifle. The question is, who's got the ice?
There's no other way. We want this game 2 to go. Bound versus Frosty.
Time not too much of a factor here in the game as well. Still 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. It's going to be kills that win this game.
So selective with their angles here. Take a look at this picture-in-picture. Big shout out to our production team watching the sniper on the other tower as well. And neither of them wanting to show more than an inch that they need to. Let's get ready for Rockets and Overshield here.
10 seconds. Renegade's inside a sword as well. He's got the heat wave, so he can kind of lock the sword side down here. FaZe making the decision maybe to play for this OS. Bound not peeking on the tower. Frosty getting antsy. He wants to make the play. The man is a playmaker. As the action starts to pick up between the 2 squads.
Look at this. Lots of guns firing. No kills on the board just yet, though. Overshield grab for FaZe.
And they wrap for the Rockets as well. This is brilliant from FaZe. They get all the power you could ask for. And now SSG in trouble. Renegade flies forward. The trade comes in, though.
Should not have traded. Bound goes down 47-47 here.
Oh, they're opposed to the grenade from Snakebite.
What a hero play. 2 dead. 1 player still on green.
Eco goes down. FaZe from the ashes here just need 1 kill.
Penguin's in trouble. He's in the needle pit. Somehow stays alive. Takes him down. Snakebite is the man to do the job. An unbelievable play to close out game 2.
What a play call. Brilliant. Genius. From FaZe to make those plays in the final moments. Renegade gets the overshield. He rotates towards green. He gets the rockets. But the moment of the game is from this man's point of view. Stella thinks he's got 2 kills. Stella thinks he's won the game.
Oh my goodness, an unbelievable repulse on the rocket from Snakebite. He doesn't just save himself, he saves Royal 2, and he saves the game. Penguin tries to fly in to get this kill, and it costs them in a big way. And also a breakdown on the SSG side for thinking they were gonna get that kill from the needle pit. If I'm honest, But how about that play from Snakebite? And you might say it's the most important repulse of the HCS so far as he hits that one, sending the rocket back, denying the double kill, maintaining control. The list goes on. And they will win the game 50-48 in the end. And just as we like it, the series will be tied 1-1.
It feels like this series has been going a lot longer than 2 games. I will say that. And long may it continue as we head now into Argyle capture the flag. If you're impressed by some of the snipe play you saw in the last game, well, good news for you again. We got 2 snipers on the map. We saw FaZe Clan play this against Sentinels in pool play. Didn't look too hot on it. Managed to clutch up in those final moments. We'll have to see what SSG can do now, but losing a game like that that's so tight, sometimes that really hits you a bit harder.
And how about for FaZe in the end, the control that they had to get their snipe. Frosty stays alive, they secure overshield, they also win the joust to get the rockets in the end. All the pieces of the puzzle, and even though they lost the rocket, it's Snakebite with the repulsor out of the back pocket to send that rocket flying. Unbelievable finish to that game.
I think one player who kind of caused a lot of problems in those final moments for SSG, not just with the play that he made, but it was Renegade when he was sat in Sword with the heat wave. He showed. They knew he was in Sword with a heat wave. At best, they trade in that scenario. And when the game's so close, you can't afford to trade.
Right.
Which gave FaZe the opportunity then to collect not only the overshield, but also that all-important repulsor which spawns under bridge. They get all the power on the map. And Renegade once again showing that he can just do something without firing his gun that causes problems for the opposition. Map 3, Argyle CTF. Throw me in, I'm ready to go.
Let's go, let's get right into this game. The swing game of the series, the go-ahead game. Argyle CTF, FaZe Clan and Space Station. If you're just joining us, we're tied 1-1 in what I will say is already the best series of the weekend. And you picked a perfect time to tune in. CTF, Argyle, 5 flags to win, 12 minutes on the clock. And one team will come out of this game with a lead in the series.
All right, then, let's get into this one. Who's going to be picking up the snipers on both sides? That's always an interesting thing to see. I imagine Bound will be picking up on the side of SSG. Maybe a little bit of Royal too, whoever's feeling hot. It's nice to have a choice, isn't it, if you're FaZe?
Snakebite with immediate grapple grab. Love that. He's going to fly to vent right away. He's immediately top middle.
Immediately top middle and immediately using all 3 grapples to cover the ground to pick up the camo. Brilliance from Snakebite once again.
Love that opening from them there. Immediate objective utility. Able to grab that camo. He's already way past the halfway line. Might have been spotted though, but he's just going to start pinging so his teammates know exactly where his opponents are.
Bound fancied a little bit of a challenge there. He's got that sniper rifle, has to wrap back. Snakebite, does he know Bound's there? Does Bound know that Snakebite's there? I can give you the answer. Absolutely not.
Wow, look at this. Both players heading to the exact same spot in that example. Snakebite, of course, with the camo, will get some help as well. They're 2 dead, though, so they will need to reset just a bit.
A lot of respect going to be shown between these 2 teams on this map as well. They know that giving up that 50-yard line is so important, so valuable. So you're not going to see pushes until there's 2-3 guaranteed dead. And there's Snakebite again, by the way. I forget about this objective work that I'm hearing. Yeah, he's doing a lot of it. He's doing everything. He is doing absolutely everything at the moment for FaZe.
5 kills on the board for the SSG side off the opening of the game, but Snakebite's very happy to tie it up at 5 kills apiece.
Bound, I see you. Snakebite versus Bound. Part 2, still players have no idea where they are. Eco gets taken down. The sneaky front jump being used here, and under the base escape also being utilized. Bound finally does find him, and Penguin and Stella will combine just to even up the numbers.
2v2 there, really great display from Bound to go bottom middle for that angle. It's not an easy one to take, but he eventually gets help from the back of the base as well. 2 dead for FaZe though off of the following exchange, so that will be a 2-man advantage for SSG.
Well, just that first missed shot there from Eco gave Frosty a chance. And Frosty hits the 4, and that's going to be the difference between a life and a death there for Eco. There's Bound though, bonks Frosty on the head, sends him into the death screen, and after a few minutes of play here, not really any progress inside of the base. It's just Snakebite being able to really get in the base with that camo.
Absolutely, and even though he did, camo down by the way, down on the commando, right at the top of main ramp. We'll see exactly where that camo goes. That is undoubtedly priority now, and who better but Snakebite to have his second go with camo in the game. They also have 2 dead here. Here comes the push.
All right, Snakebite says, all right, let me try this again.
2 grapples, by the way. Grapple tech, very important on these flag runs. We'll see how he uses it.
Snakebite giving all the information to his two teammates here. Renegade's got the sniper rifle as well. Eco gets sniffed out, goes up the lift. Renegade eliminates Penguin, and now the flag run can start.
Doesn't drop it just yet. Take a look. He only drops once he rounds the corner. He's got 2 grapples as well. Uses the first one and grabs again. Still 2 dead for SSG.
This is going to be a cap, you would imagine here. A little bit of slide tech coming in from Snakebite on the run, as well as the grapple. I mentioned how the man's doing it all. There's your example. Picture perfect from FaZe, and picture perfect again from Snakebite.
How about this? We talk about how important the grapple is on the flag runs. Snakebite only needed to use 1. He still has 1 in the pocket for the next run as well.
Bound gets eliminated as well. Snakebite sat 7-2, by the way. Next closest to in the lobby is Eco, and he's even at 5-5 for SSG. So FaZe certainly having the better of the opportunities, but let's talk about the efficiency, right? We were on the point of view of Snakebite for that play when he had camo, but it was all of the kills picked up around him from the information he was given. Renegade hit some really good shots with that sniper rifle. The rest of FaZe Clan collapsed. 1 flag run, 1 flag cap.
That's it, and you saw, how about Snakebite's pull? We have a second now as things slow down for just a second to talk about that. He pulls with camo, doesn't drop, rounds the corner towards shotgun. Only then does he drop and grapples to get to the midpoint. Just beautiful technical flag work from Snakebite.
But now, FaZe Clan, they've got to think about a respawn. They've got to see Penguin running the flag, but Frosty, spawning out on E1, manages to get the pick to slow things down. However, with the kills going in the favor of SSG and map control in their favor, now they have a little bit of a, I'm going to go Richard Sims here, I'm going to say a Predator combo.
Let's see what he can do. Sniper in hand. Camo 1 grapple to play with as well. Snipe doesn't connect, though, and it might cost him! Snakebite takes advantage of that small gap. That will be camo neutralized, and SSG's first camo not going as planned.
It's not just camo, though. It's camo and snipe.
And
you know, it's a horrible combination to lose. Bound's going to be rotating back to pick up his sniper rifle. And so far from SSG, we've seen a few moments in the game where they've kind of creeped past the 70-yard line. You would say 75% of the map, maybe, towards the FaZe Clan base, but no real opportunity to pull. No real kind of clear-cut opportunity to get that flag moving.
Still 7 minutes to play with, though, a lot of time on the clock, but as we know, the flag's even more valuable on a map like Argyle. Sometimes you get very few that come in, so that 1 flag is worth more than maybe a flag on your faster-paced CTF maps. It will be a heavy item on the scoreboard. The Space Station knows they will need to contest heavily if they want to get 1 on the board as well.
I love this from Bound as well. If you're watching Argyle CTF for the first time and you're wondering how important and valuable the sniper rifle is, Bound, one of the most aggressive players ever, straight up.
Yeah.
He is valuing his life so much because he has that sniper rifle. That's why you don't want to give it away, because Renegade could do things like this.
Ooh, should pick up 2 as well. It's a double kill. That's going to be 2 dead for SSG while the flag continues to run.
2 dead on the side of FaZe, though, so once again, it's Renegade's time to back up here. Keeping the weapon in their hands. 20 seconds till the new sniper rifle is coming up as well, so you're going to see a lot of the longer guns, shall we say, with the big bullets on the map. And the camo popping as well.
Penguin's bottom base, by the way. He's about to go back flag. Maybe get a flank on both these players. Gets taken down, traded out. Royal 2 was wise to it. Great play by Royal 2. You see in the kill feed. He knew the Penguin was back base. That will be still a minor advantage.
Oh, wow! My goodness. I mean, that shot might have just secured camo for FaZe. Frosty runs in, he picks it up. And again, Renegade, just a difference maker.
Frosty now here. Top middle. Easy kill in the vent, just lines up that one. Straight on the sideline. We'll stay alive here and see if he can do something with the camo, maybe get a second flag on the board.
Penguin has no idea as well. That should be an easy cleanup. Eco going to be challenging as well. Frosty gets 2 shots in, maybe a bit of overconfidence there. Renegade cleans it up with the sniper rifle though, and Renegade now thinking about moving forward once more.
Past few minutes have really been FaZe control, and they continue the scoreboard as well. It's a good opportunity to get into a listen-in as they are poised to get their second cap here on Argyle.
Wait, he's on top side. John, you're fine. Don't. Under the base. Yo, PJ, let's get ready to fight. One's like they're shotty or something. Yo, I'm fighting PJ. Come. Where's John? Let's go into the base. I got one. John. Yo, he's above me. John, what the base? They're basement. Right now. Basement. Three. One at PC's ramp. It's Stellar.
Pulling the shotty.
I can't.
No.
Take your time. Keep living.
Yeah, play for kills here.
Front base, one. Live.
Another one there.
Another barrel. There's snipe ramp. Oh, snipes down. Keep living in there.
They're PC one shot for Sam.
Repulsor on my body.
PC one shot, the PC one shot, we can pushes.
Repulsor is on my body under base.
Are you? I can kill PC.
Another one, Brad.
And they're flying going.
He killed me. They're PC again, guys. He's in the corner, Brad, in the corner.
Everything in 15, guys. Everything in 15.
Nice, Brad.
Trying to get their shot. Yeah, everything in 10, guys.
I'm gonna get our sniper again.
Yeah, Camel sniper.
They're PCs. Boundness grapple. He's going our vent.
They're vent. Chase me. Bottom mid gonna come in. Our barrels and each vent.
Okay, make sure you live up right.
They just got camo.
I sniped. Nice, get up. Where's camo? Yeah, I sniped camo though. Or in our snipe.
In our vent, I think. It's in our vent, Matt.
Yep, in our vent.
Two our side.
Right there. Hit that.
Brad,
One shot. Yeah,
I'm here, Brad. Let's go.
Another one. Weak. One
Brad, go for that.
I don't know where it is, John. I know where it is. I'm getting it. Alright, shoot.
The side. They're shoddy. I don't know where it was.
I think he burned it.
They're pistol. Yeah, let's get map off this. Let's get map off this. And there's a side down there commando.
One hit on my X, guys. He's going our barrels, one hit bound.
One's there, window, John.
Yeah, just out.
Never kill bound. Bound is under our base somewhere. Careful, Brad.
One.
Good trade. I'm coming.
One. Absolutely in the corner.
Sniper down my body. They're main sniper weak.
Nice. Good shit. Yo, what's pressure on him right now? I'm getting we have numbers.
Yeah, make sure we get map here.
I'm pushing out our shotty quick.
That's sniping guy.
As we jump back into the game from the listening, I mean, Renegade's hit 2 otherworldly shots on the camo players. It's just got to be deflating if you're SSG. You think you've done everything, you got the camo, you forgot about Renegade.
And Renegade bottom elbow hits an unbelievable angle to take out your camo player. Look at these nades from Frosty as well up into the vent. By the way, Snakebite is 18 and 11. I don't even know where to begin with what we heard during that listen, and truly fantastic communication, and you could just tell total control from FaZe.
Frosty versus Eco. Eco gets the kill, and FaZe Clan find themselves 3 in the death screen for the first time in quite some time, as Eco is trying to keep the pressure onto Royal 2 here. This is an opportunity for Space Station. They've got them pinned back in the base here, FaZe, and all of a sudden FaZe are feeling the pressure. Trapped on the elbow, trapped on that sniper rifle, as SSG are thinking about pull.
That's right, not a lot of time though. Take a look at the game clock, 2:21 left on the clock. They need to make sure on these next round of slays that they're putting themselves in a position for a flag pull.
Maybe just a little bit of a lack of aggression there coming in from SSG, actually. They had players on the respawn, they knew where they were. Everyone kind of split across the map node, kind of not flooding one side, trying to allocate maybe too few resources to too many options.
Grapple here in the hands of Snakebite, snipers popping as well. That's going to be a factor in these final 2 minutes as we hit that 2-minute warning. You might think if FaZe continues to play this way, nice little grapple down to the pillars here for Snakebite. He's going to steal that camo with that final grapple.
21 and 13 at the moment. Wow. I tell you what, this man ages like a fine wine. He has been doing it for so long, and is showing no signs of getting any slower whatsoever. He just keeps getting better and better. And at the moment, all the talk was about Renegade, Frosty, Royal 2, well, Snakebite is taking over.
4 dead Eco's a spawner, Penguin's a spawner. It's great control yet again for FaZe. And you can tell during that listening, they know exactly where they need to be, what they need to do, and they're not forcing any flags at all.
Bound gets 2, though, to break Space Station out of their base. Renegade still with the sniper rifle, and FaZe still being so disciplined in the way that they're approaching that mid-map mark. They don't want to give anything to Space Station, not even an inkling of a chance to get a flagpole.
Oh boy, Bound might not get away. Renegade says absolutely not again. And he has eyes on top middle, controlling and patrolling with that sniper rifle. 50 seconds left on the clock.
Penguin gets 1. Frosty should be there to get the trade, though, you would imagine. Somehow Penguin's managed to slip away. Finally gonna get taken down this time by Snakebite. Stella, no idea that Renegade is there. Renegade getting a little bit aggressive now because he knows Space Station have got to hold forward. They have to get inside the FaZe base. And with 32 seconds left, it's looking like FaZe Clan might take the series lead.
Jeez, also bodies Penguin there. Penguin now can't push up off the back of that. It's been a man advantage or more for FaZe for the last 2 minutes of play. 20 seconds left.
Eco trying to finally deal with Renegade. Does not deal with Renegade. Renegade now causing problems in the base, and with Space Station 3 dead, he says, why not run a second flag? 9 seconds remaining. Spawners come in. Challenge is bound. Almost gets the stick. Bit of unfortunate spawn, you have to save for him, but 3 seconds left on the clock. That's going to expire, as is the chances here as SSG on Argyle capture the flag. FaZe go 2-1 up in the series, and that was just control personified.
What a game from FaZe. I'm so glad we got to hear that extended listening with their side for about 3 minutes of play, because we heard just how disciplined, as you said, Mark, they are on that game type. Also, great calls from Royal 1 in the back as we take a look at some highlights from that game. saying, okay, once we get this kill, then we get map. Once we have map, we establish where the spawners are. There are steps to this, there are levels to this, and FaZe knows them well.
Got to talk about Snakebite though. Lead in the lobby in kills. The one flag cap, he had his name all over it. He had his emblem over it as he ran it home. But there's also, again, a few moments to talk about that were the game-changing moments. Sniper rifle in the hands of Renegade. Numerous times, SSG thought they had a camo. Renegade, just like you'll see here, he said no.
That's the third time in that game that he denied a camo grab from SSG from the back of his base. I mean, truly an absolute turret guarding all of top middle, regardless of how many bodies you have on the map. Renegade's gonna find an angle, and Argyle's a map that allows you so many crafty and nerdy, nuanced angles. Guess what? Renegade's gonna find them, and they also find a Game 3 win. They now lead in the series 2-1.
Argyle CTF certainly give us some calculated gameplay, but now we move on to Stronghold Streets. Carnage is pretty much the name of the game here. Quick rotations. Making sure, that you're on top of when those weapons are spawning, and you cannot let a man advantage slip through your fingers. And this might be the way for SSG to get back into the series and send us to a Game 5.
Certainly might be an opportunity as we take a look at some stats for Strongholds here in this series. 1.58 Strongholds KD for Royal 2 and a 1.32 for Eco.
Yeah, Eco again, up there with the best. As you would imagine, when he's playing his best, SSG succeed. And he's gonna have to keep doing that now if they want to send this to a Game 5. I mean, you look at the damage per game here, by the way. I mean, if you're out damaging Royal 2,
yeah, you're doing something right.
You've done something right.
Absolutely, and a fun little stat. The last time these two teams played this game type, of course, there's a one-player difference on the main stage, but at Worlds, it was a SSG win, 250 to 167 in Game 3 to 3-0. The boys that are now on FaZe. Can they do it again here? Can they send us to a Game 5?
Game 5 on the horizon. If Space Station can pull off something magical here in Game 4, will it be FaZe Clan who close out our winners bracket semi-final right now here on Streets? Strongholds, the name of the game. 250 points, you're taking home the win.
And what a game to have as our map number 4, an absolute bloodbath of a game type that is played at such breakneck speed. An ultimate test between these two who have been back and forth all series long.
Goodness. FaZe absolutely laning. Bottom middle. Renegade gets the reset. Renegade's got a shotgun as well. And unfortunately, I think that was Eco who found out about it. He's also going to be able to do the damage to put him in the death screen. Penguin. Nice Stalker rifle. I've got a rocket launcher. But Penguin somehow survives for now.
Oh, Renegade, the pizza man, uses the pizza jump and decides to actually use the back door for delivery. He will get the kill as well as they will continue holding back of Tram.
And look at this, power weapons being controlled and utilized, more importantly here by Renegade! Perfect on the Penguin. AC hold here for FaZe Clan, all of Space Station trapped to B.
FaZe right now outslaying 6 kills to 2. 2 players on SSG yet to record a kill. It's quite an opening for FaZe. They also now lead 20-0.
Well, at least Renegade has lost the use of the thrust for now. Frosty picking up 2 though at B is going to transfer it into their hands, and it will be a momentary triple cap. And more importantly here, 2 players from Space Station still in the death screen. And look at that, the spike grenades being thrown into A. They get to reset on a trip cap here for FaZe.
Trip cap as well. They're now outslaying 11-2, and this is a very different game from the last time these two teams played this. As we said, already past the 50-point mark. Triple cap still in effect.
Penguin has no idea. He does now, as Renegade peeks around the corner with a shotgun, the easiest kill of his life. 3 dead once again here, and Space Station cannot even get a foothold in this game.
They forgot about the pizza man yet again. Guess what? He's still at the pizza jump, and he's controlling the back of Tram. 82-0 here for FaZe, and they're looking to get this series over with quick.
Oh my goodness.
It's a perfect killing spree for Renegade here against Bound.
Renegade's 5-0 right now. Could have made it 6. He's got rockets as well, as Space Station have spent more time in the respawn screen than Renegade has the entirety of this game.
Unbelievable start here for FaZe. And this might have been the last thing we expected with how back and forth the games have been in this series so far. It's 116-0.
There's another one. 2 dead again for Space Station. They cannot move on the map at the moment. They finally get A, but the resources they had to throw, they're 4 dead again. Space Station are not on the map. This is all FaZe. This is just them tearing them apart at the moment.
Absolutely tearing them apart is all you can say. Stellar and Penguin are both still on 1 kill apiece. 138-0. Unbelievable run here from FaZe.
Finally, Space Station look like they may be able to turn over B. Finally, Space Station have a point on the board, but it has been nothing short of almost perfect Halo, to be honest, from FaZe in that first half of this game. Now Space Station have a chance. When this flips, if they get weapons, can Space Station now do what FaZe Clan did to them?
FaZe Clan outslaying 24-10 right now, and as we always say on Street Strongholds, you can bring this game back, but my God, are they ever gonna need some good coordination? But hey, a triple cap is a great way to start the run.
Little Tripsky here. Penguin gonna be challenging, fizzing away the shields of Royal 2. He's being a nuisance, but all of a sudden, FaZe Clan are starting to learn what it feels like. Starting to learn what Space Station had to live through for the last few minutes. It's 4 dead again. All players coming off respawn for FaZe, and now the triple cap is starting to choke away at FaZe.
Look at the stop there from Penguin against Frosty. Perfect timing to get his toes back in the stronghold, and like you said, this game was just 138-0. And Space Station showing signs of life, but they need to make sure they don't have another run like that happen. They find themselves 3 dead again.
3 dead again. Stella survives for now. Pre-patchy might not have survived after that grenade went down. The radius obviously dropped a little bit on those frag grenades. But the rocket's in the hands of someone who has been absolutely incredible. Lights out so far this event. It's Snakebite he picks up 2.
Snakebite showing that when he has the power weapons, the advantage, whether it be camo, whether it be rockets, reminding us that he's the man you want there. So calm under pressure. He connects with both of those rockets yet again and allows FaZe to continue scoring.
FaZe continues scoring. Spike's going to be thrown in towards A as well, just to keep the pressure onto Space Station. The rest of FaZe rotating to B though, fighting for that, trying to convert it, trying to flip it over. Space Station making a nice push down the pink street though. But the reset comes in on B. They will turn that one back over, and Space Station 3 dead again. And worrying signs for them from what we saw previously.
Certainly becoming a worry here. Yes, they put 85 points on the board as they fall 4 dead yet again. Now 3 spawners are up. Sure, 85 points are on the board, but is it too little too late? Did they let this game get away off of the opening 130 points? It looks like yes right now, as a triple cap is in effect again.
I mean, every single player that you see on the map at the moment from Space Station is on their own. And the reason being, because the teammates are on the death screen. They're just being staggered. They are being split. They are being torn apart on the spawn by FaZe. 215, 216 and rising. And Space Station finally stemmed the bleeding, but the blood is still dripping out of them right now because FaZe Clan are still scoring. And Space Station is still in the death screen. And Renegade says, this is why I chose to leave.
How about it? And that is some very, very choice actions from Renegade in the back of A. 3 were dead. It's 239-85, 10 points to go.
You can count it down at home. FaZe will be counting it down as well. It's going to be a series win here if they can just hold off this last desperation play onto B. Renegade's going to be the man to try and do it. He gets the kills. Bound still alive in the tires, but this should be the game now going over to FaZe Clan. They flip B. Nobody is near C, and FaZe Clan dominate. Game number 4. They close out the series 3-1, and I gotta say, Andy, at times, that was terrifying.
Absolutely terrifying. Not just for us watching, but especially for the SSG side on the other side of the stage. And how about Bound at the end of that game, adding in a little extra spice to what was already an exciting series.
You love to see it. Renegade, extra few bullets to the body. Just letting them know. And choosing a good time to do it as well.
FaZe Clan was 1 kill away from outslaying Space Station by double in that game. And that is not something we can often say on the main stage at an HCS Major. A very, very convincing win from FaZe Clan, and they will continue on in the bracket.
It was devastating at times from FaZe, but we saw and we learned a lot about them as well. Think about that game number 2. Think about that comeback. Showing its organization, prioritization that got them through that one. It was discipline in game number 3 that picked them up the win. And then it was just pure, unadulterated aggression in game 3 that closed out the series. Every ingredient you want in a team, you've just seen it.
We're going to have to start putting parental warnings on these broadcasts if FaZe Clan's going to do stuff like that in game number 4, because that was not really safe for TV, if I'm honest. Hydra Kids, 250-86 is the final score from FaZe Clan to send SSG to the elimination bracket.
Elimination bracket, somewhere where Space Station spent some time, but just don't forget, this is also where Space Station make their runs in tournaments and usually still end up in that grand finals. That's going to do all from us, though, for the cast and for the series. But down on the main stage, we've got an interview, so Blaze, take it away.
Thank you once again on Saturn Bravo. Give it up for FaZe Clan as they come out on top, and they're going to progress on towards those winter bracket finals. Now, Frosty, as I was watching the series, let's walk it back a little bit. Map number 4 was smooth. You guys got a nice lead. Map number 3, you guys went up with that first cap. It was smooth sailing from there. But map number 2, you guys were down a map, and we went into the listening, and you guys were saying that we're fighting individually, we're down in kills. Talk to me about how y'all came back in that game number 2 to get the momentum for the rest of this series.
Right. I'd say we're just kind of like filling them out, right? Like they were playing it really well, SSG, and then we kind of were just putting together the pieces slowly but surely. Obviously, we had a crazy comeback in the end, but we were starting to put together the pieces, and that's why we were able to make that comeback.
Yeah, and it was an epic comeback indeed, going down to the wire in that TDM, and we saw your teammate Snakebite throughout the series absolutely pop off. What was going on through your head as you was watching them clutch up throughout that one?
I mean, I was just sitting back, I had my feet up, like my teammates are so disgusting, they're just carrying me. I didn't do anything. I'm pretty sure I had like 10 kills, 24 deaths game 1. These guys are just bailing me out the whole series, so, and Snakebite was just destroying them.
Absolutely popping off, all right? There's not much more I would have asked you here, okay? It seems like you guys got everything wrapped up so far in this smooth sailing. Anything you want to say to the crowd out here?
Yeah, of course. Shout out you guys. You guys have been great so far, so appreciate you.
All right, you guys phase up. That's going to do it for me on the stage for Frosty. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much to Blaze there and Frosty on the main stage. I've got to say, FaZe, they're like an engine. They have so many different gears, and I feel like it takes a little bit of time to see what gear they need to be in. They kind of assess the situation, map number 1. I saw so many different gears in that I did not see in that first map of this series. My goodness me, a full powerhouse performance from that FaZe roster. What did you make of the series overall, Clutch?
Yeah, overall, when you put 8 players with that much talent, it really just comes into the server with that much talent. Like, it literally just comes down to who's going to make a play, who's going to step up and make a play that determines the outcome of these games. Because this so often what it comes down to is who made more plays. Game 1, I mean, the play that Eco made, absolutely incredible. It got SSG the lead they need. They're able to play with time, and we get an opportunity to get a clip of Game 2's play, which was so perfectly played by FaZe, at the end. The way that they set up for Overshield, the way that they passively played for Rockets until Renegade was able to get there, the opening pick from Renegade, and then Snakebite doing God's work with the repulse, with his battle rifle, keeping World 2 alive as much as possible. Everything perfectly played by the captain over on FaZe, and because he played so perfectly, he got his team right back in this series, and we saw throughout the rest of the series what that meant for FaZe.
There's so many different moments there that were just so geeky and cool to like witness happen. The rocket repulse, 100% one of them, bound catching, the snipe, I believe on the lift as well on Empyrean, which was so cool as well to see. Tony, so many special moments from there. We also need to talk about how incredible Eco was as well in map 1. That guy was popping off again, and a very scary thing when Eco pops off as well.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Going into that game number 1, I was scared. The way Eco was playing with the shock rifle and absolutely dominating and really making FaZe feel his presence, the rest of his team just fed off of that, and they kept that aggression forward. I'm watching that game number 1. I said, hold on. Are FaZe really the favorites? Because we know SSG are built different when it comes to land play.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the stats here coming across the board there as well. And we're seeing yet again Snakebite leading the way with the KD. We're seeing so many different flexible roles here coming through FaZe Clan. My question is about the likes of teams like Optic, really well polished, know exactly what they want to do. They have structure. They have that confidence to be able to dictate situations. Are FaZe Clan going to struggle having that flexible roster type against someone like Optic Gaming?
Well, I think we'll find out, but I think that they're gonna have talent in order to compete with Optic Gaming's talent, and that's the first step, right? The cohesiveness, the efficiency, something that Optic is special at. I think that that's going to be difficult. So FaZe are going to have to almost out-talent Optic. I think that they're actually capable of that with the 4 individuals they have, but I still give a leg up to Optic as far as like the cohesiveness, objective efficiency, and like certain out strategies. I think Optic have the upper hand, but I mean, FaZe can just like flat out just muscle just about any team in the world around.
You know, we bring up FaZe and Optic, and we have a KD leaderboard, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. We have Renegade at the #1 spot here, but we're also seeing a lot of FaZe Clan now on that leaderboard post that Space Station Gaming match, but I'm also not shocked to see the likes of Lucid and Suspector going up there as well.
Suspector.
It's very good for Suspector. I mean, Suspector is a fantastic player on G1 as well as Lucid being a main slayer on Optic Gaming. Tony, looking at those stats, you're surprised to see the faces up there.
I can't say I'm surprised to see the top 5, Renegade and Lucid. We know what they bring to the table. I play with Suspector often, and I even though I could outslay him, I know what he brings to the table when it comes to tournament play. What I am surprised at is the fact that Snakebite is not in the top 5, because if you saw that series and you were really paying attention, Snakebite was dominating, and when he's playing like that, it's scary. I think it was game 1 and game 3. He was the leading slayer. In game 2 and game 4, he was 2 kills away from being the leading slayer, while also topping the leaderboard when it comes to assists. Snakebite was doing everything necessary for FaZe to win in that series.
Just watch the tape. It's been all weekend long so far, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes all weekend long. Every single spawn from everyone's point of view. Watch what Snakebite's doing. Look at how hard of a kill he is. Look how like he's trading in situations you have no business trading in. He's getting kills in situations he's got no business getting a kill in. Snakebite's playing the best Halo out of anyone that we have seen so far this tournament. Now it's up to Optic and G1 to see if they can up that level of play.
And I'm sure they're going to want to on the main stage very shortly. Just like you said there, Clutch, our next match is going to be the Green Wall versus the promising roster of G1. But my goodness me, what a series between these two titans on that main stage. That game, it really did take a full powerhouse roster to take down the likes of Space Station Gaming. And my goodness me, what a way to actually do that one. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we will have that incredible winner semifinals that is going to be coming up for grabs. Optic versus G1 right after the break.
Down now on E6, but look who's got the OS. It's going to be Kratos. He needs to do some damage here. Oh my! Ninja coming out of mid when he knows what he was doing.
The pressure on it just been a nuisance in this game.
Yeah, they're just trying to buy time for more teammates to push up.
Rest in peace, destroying Jimbo with the ninja.
Ninjaing is when you jump over someone's head. If they're like running towards you, jump over their head, whack them in the back, get the back smack, instant kill.
It's commonly as we jump on board with him. Nade against the back smack on the overshield.
That's a ninja.
I'm so glad that happened, Gaskin. Oh my god.
Basically, it's when you're about to be in a 1v1 with an opponent and they leap from in front of you to the back of you.
Ninja.
And give you a back smack.
Pretty much the game. I feel like this is going to be huge for. Oh my god.
Oh no! 3 in this game. What? Oh no! That just happened. He looks across the stage.
Usually it happens to me, and I'm the one getting ninjaed, and that's how it doesn't feel great. It's very embarrassing because you go all in like a bull in a china shop, thinking you're going to get the kill, and then you just see someone rise above your head, bang.
It's probably one of the most disrespectful movements that you can do in Halo. When it happens, it hurts a lot.
Our window too, window. Oh, ninja! Oh no! Oh my god.
You're getting chased, you're one shot or something, and then the guy jumps behind you and punches you in the back. That's a ninja, and that's the worst way to die in Halo.
Oh, Renegade!
And it comes up in the kill feed as being ninjaed, and it's like, uh-oh, oops, you got ninjaed.
Psycho was a big death there. He's really the only one in position. The ninja from Royal 2.
Yard. Sorry, not the yard, the nest. All good, my friend. Seal is going to get the nest, but Contra going to get the...
And I tell you what, that feeling is a good one. You just maybe drop a little body disrespect afterwards, let them know who's there. Because it's an embarrassing thing, because it's usually a situation where you should die, but you get away with murder, and yeah, it's pretty nice.
Luminosity, so that gave that player away. Oh my goodness.
goodness, that was a Ninja onto Ninja.
Good stuff here from Menace. They are clawing themselves back in this game, burning that camouflage metallic. Oh no! Jake, are you serious? Rest in peace, Sparky's ankles.
Optic have a hold on A, but here's a microwave, and you never want to get hit with a microwave! My goodness, Stella!
And yeah, it's just a bit disrespectful, but you love to see it as a viewer because it just brings a little bit of drama.
Is Ninja-ing because of Ninja? This is what I don't know. We had a pro player called Ninja. Did he do it first? I have no idea where it originated from. You tell me. Does it? Was it? You don't know. No one knows. Who's Ninja?
We've said his name a couple of times across different weekends, and it's hard not to when he's on a team that is consistently getting second place and at the beginning of the year was consistently dominating and winning. But I do feel like he does kind of get pushed to the side with the rest of his team just because of the flashiness, the kind of dominance that some of the rest of his teammates do on and perform on the main stage. But he plays such a vital role for his team that I truly believe if they didn't have him, they couldn't do anything near kind of the same caliber that they're producing right now in terms of their gameplay.
Right now we already have Cloud9 back on the board now with a double kill chain.
I think Eco's got to be the smartest player.
I would say that Kevin, specifically in the last 7 years, is like probably the most important player when he's on the team. You know, he's not going to go positive 20 every game. That's for other people to do, but he sets people up and creates that like strategy on the map to let that happen. And it's pretty, when you play with him, like you feel it. It's weird. There's nobody else like him. There's other players that have been able to see the map from a top-down view. Eco, better than anybody, can message that in game through his comms. You know, he's almost like playing chess.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
So here's what I'm thinking. I had a bit of a vision and inspiration, and I think it's bold, but I think maybe we could try it, and I think you could do it. Can you cross your arms? Perfect, perfect. Maybe even more. Can you cross your arms even more? Oh, it's perfect. You're so tough. You're so serious. It's just you and the camera and those crossed arms. Maybe even a little bit more. Can we make it foggier in here? Oh, it's perfect. More fog. Even foggier. I don't even want to be able to see you. I can't see you. It's perfect. You are an animal, but a cute kitten. You are a cute little rabbit. Yeah, you're so cute. Now you're a lion, you're fierce, you're extravagant. I asked for a coffee about 12 minutes ago. Can we get a coffee? A little bit tighter on the arms, just even, you are just so fierce and such a fierce competitor. Can you cross them even more? More. Even more. You are angry. Now you're sad. You are so ecstatic. I love it. Yes, I love it. Oh, I could not love this anymore. I love it. I love it. No, it smells like get it out.
It's brilliant.
Oh, God.
10 out of 10.
Oh, no.
10 out of 10.
Oh, I'm crying.
That's good
so
content.
Bad.
More of that.
More of that, please.
Does this next segment even matter? Like, honestly, at this point.
I literally.
I want that
this
to
is the
stay
thing I
formal
get.
for the end.
Yeah.
It's rigged, isn't it? Because, like, I just can't speak now. Anyway, have to lock it in.
Deep breath, deep breath.
Anyway, that was great. As you can probably tell, I hope you guys enjoyed that. The talent have been hard at work bringing all of that to you, and it's my job to bring you the brackets to see the updates that are coming through. And of course, we do have FaZe Clan right at the top there in red, looking pretty good so far. Space Station put up one hell of a fight, especially in that first map. It was looking very, very shaky map 2, but they got it done in map 4. Winners finals shaping up FaZe Clan versus either Optic Gaming or G1. This is going to be a bloodbath. I can tell you that right now. G1 are up for it. Optic Gaming trying to get out a little bit of a slump so far this LAN. Yes, they've been getting everything done as they need to. Business as usual, winners bracket. However, just haven't quite seen that fire that we used to from Optic Gaming. We'll get into that in just a moment. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket though. See where we're sitting. So we have Sentinels right now in round 2 against Native White. Complexity versus Shopify. Rebellion, that is currently going on 2-0. Looking pretty good for Rebellion currently, hoping to shape up against Space Station Gaming there. An interesting one as well, Clutch, because Space Station Gaming versus Rebellion, that actually could be a pretty good series to watch.
Yeah, I would still give the leg to Space Station in that series, I have to think. With how strong Space Station looked against FaZe, I think that they were just a couple of plays away from really making that series even closer, taking that to a Game 5. I know Game 4 wasn't close, but every single game leading up to Game 4 was neck and neck. They're probably kicking themselves for losing that Pit Slayer or Imperium Slayer going up 2-0 in a series. Would have been a much different tone to be able to set. I expect to see SSG late into Sunday. We know they haven't missed a grand finals with that roster in quite some time. That streak may continue this event with how well they played. They just need a couple more things to go their way.
All right, well, moving back to the series that we're going to see in just a moment's time, let's talk about these two powerhouses because both of these guys have something to prove. Optic versus G1 setting up on the main stage. Let's quickly chat about G1 first. Now, look. They've had a lot of pressure on their shoulders coming in from the qualifiers. They've definitely made some noise against some of our top teams, the only team to take down FaZe in those qualifiers. And G1 wants something, they want to prove something here on LAN, right? You know, they really want to bring it to all of our top teams and take them down, starting right now with Optic. But G1 Clutch haven't had the results that I think we were all expecting against Complexity. Yes, they got the job done, but it did go to Game 5. Can we read into that at all?
I don't think we can. I think for G1, getting the job done is enough. And what you're asking from G1 is, we give you a lot of punches against some of these top dogs of these tournaments, the top 3. When are you going to land one of these punches and knock them into the elimination bracket? Because it's a matter of time for me. This team has too much talent, puts in too much work, has too much potential to where one of these punches, it's going to be a hook. It's going to knock down someone like an Optic Gaming into elimination bracket. They haven't done it yet, and this could be another chance at a throne for them.
Yeah, I look at this G1 roster, and it was really interesting when it came together because it's kind of a group of players who have moved out of the shadows of other superstars on teams to now throw themselves into the spotlight and put all the pressure back on themselves, right? And you're completely right. We're waiting for them just for one series. They've got to beat an Optic, they've got to beat an SSG, and they've got to beat a FaZe to be considered a genuine title contender in the HCS. No better opportunity than to do it right now. But they have to do it. And we always say, teams get so close, they go to a Game 5, but they don't get over the line. G1, if they get an advantage in this series, have to close it out. They cannot let Optic back into it.
Yeah, it's really, really important that it gets done early on and that the dominance is solidified for G1 from the get-go. And I do feel like they will start to catch Optic off guard. Let's talk about Optic. They've had the run that they wanted so far. Things are going well in their bracket, but the results just seem to be a little shaky for this Green Wall squad. They went Game 5 with Quadrant. All sorts of things have been happening. I can't help but feel that Optic are in a little bit of a slump. It is time to wake up out of it. What do you expect from this roster here, Clutch?
I mean, if you're Optic Gaming, you're world champions, back-to-back LAN champions. No series has really pushed you or woken you up, given you a reason to get out of bed up until this point. Optic knew that they were going to be in winners bracket round 2. It is at this point we will see the best of Optic Gaming as of yet, and that's going to have to be G1 answering the bell of the best team in the world.
One thing that's interesting for me with this Optic lineup as well is I feel when they had their success at the end of last season, it was because they weren't looking at anyone else. They were just focusing on what they had to do, what their plan was going to be to ascend to the top of the championship, right? To get to that final first place finish, which was their end goal. I wonder now if all the noise that's happening around them is distracting them away from that a little bit. Is the prominence of this FaZe roster coming together? All of a sudden they're taking the eye off the ball. They're thinking about what FaZe are doing instead of what we're doing. They're thinking about how SSG are doing instead of what Optic are doing. Now it's time for them to refocus. They beat G1 here, 3-1. I think all of a sudden, or whatever's happened so far, it doesn't even matter, because they're going to be where they want to be. They get the big matchups, and that's where Optic comes alive.
Now we can see a comparison here. Our AMD power performance here is your boy Lucid from Optic Gaming, our MVP of last year. Now you can see the difference here between Raleigh and Charlotte of this year, 1.95, 1.19. I mean, you could look at some of the stats and say that Lucid isn't having as much of a powerful performance as of other events. However, I mean, a 1.19, I'm not too worried about that with Lucid at all. Look, if he's going to turn it on, he can turn it on right now with G1 on the main stage. I would not be surprised to see Lucid pop off here, would you, Clutch?
No, I expect it. I haven't seen Lucid play a bad game at Halo in over a year, and I expect to continue to see Lucid play at a very high level. This guy ended last season as the best player in the world, hands down. Give him the trophy. I expect him to continue that legacy coming into this year. He will be rivaled, but he will continue to be successful and consistent.
Now, Onset, there's no disrespect when I say this at all, but maybe some of this Optic slump could be coming from the fact that they may have had that ego crush coming in a second seed rather than first seed. Would you say that it's got anything to do with the mentality around coming into this event, knowing that they were beaten online and maybe a little bit worried about how they look coming to this first major? I
mean, Lunchbox said it was a wake-up call, and I don't think you can really look too far ahead of that, right? A little bit of a wake-up call for them. They knew FaZe are going to be good. They knew FaZe were going to be good. They knew rosters were going to be built to beat Optic, to beat them. You want to beat the #1 team, everyone is looking at you. And this, I think, for the first time, is the first event where everyone is looking at Optic after some time off, after rosters have shuffled and gone, what have Optic done to get to this position? How do we beat Optic? What is it going to take down the green wall? And that offers a very different set of challenges for a team. This is something that they have to readjust and work on. It's not too surprising to me to see them drop the odd game, because teams want to beat Optic. They want to take games off Optic. They want to research and see how Optic play and come up with ways to beat them. I still think this Optic team is phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. If Optic are lifting the trophy at the end of Championship Sunday, doesn't surprise me whatsoever. But there's just other contenders, and I think that Optic just have to focus on themselves if they want to bring in the most success.
Couldn't agree more. I think you got to put some respect on the name Optic Gaming, your world champions, back-to-back LAN champions as well, and we've had all of our rosters, our main rosters, really switch things up and change the dynamic of their teams entirely to try and meet the likes of Optic Gaming and be able to take them down. G1 is one of those, and we'll see if it has worked out for them. We're going to head on over to our casters right now. We have Shorzy and Gaskin on the mics. Gents, this is going to be nuts, and I hope you guys are going to enjoy this cast.
This is going to be an absolute banger. Our winners, semi-finals, Optic Gaming up against G1, our reigning, defending world champions, and the boys said it on the desk best. G1 keep getting themselves into this position, they keep swinging, they keep missing, and they're coming for the Kings.
But they're getting closer to hitting one of those knockout punches that Clutch was talking about. When we look at what G1 have been doing, the rebuild, the restructure of this team around Boo Boo Doo, all the signs are there. And sure, maybe they dropped a few games, a couple of games on the way here, but they've got the victories where some tournaments previously they weren't getting over that final hurdle. This is a real opportunity and a victory for G1. Optic have looked shaky. The desk admitted it. We know it. Viewers know it. They've been dropping games. So I feel like this is the best chance that anyone's ever going to get to take down maybe a little bit of a cold Optic Gaming before they really start to heat up.
And as we head into game one, Dan, give me something to cling on to for hope for G1, or maybe even for Optic Gaming.
Well, G1, they love a bit of King of the Hill, and perhaps Optic Gaming have looked a little bit lackluster at times when it comes to this map and mode. But both of these teams are going to go throw everything into this map, #1, so they can start hot and make sure they can get that ball rolling.
Optic Gaming then, up against G1. And perhaps this is finally the moment for G1 to announce themselves on the world stage as a championship contender.
And it would be something that would really change the history books when you look at what this G1 roster's done. Every G1 player, actually no G1 player on that main stage has ever beaten anyone on Optic Gaming in Halo Infinite on LAN. So this is really a kind of David versus Goliath when you look at history, when you look at statistics. but I do think that the David and Goliath are suddenly getting similar sizes, right? It's not as big a goal for difference as maybe it once was, and that goes back to what Onset was saying on the desk. People have been studying Optic Gaming, people have been watching the VODs, people have been checking what they do, and you want to make sure you can take them down in any way possible.
And with everybody watching Optic Gaming, is it a chance here that maybe some of these teams have found some holes, found some gaps, and maybe we didn't see before, we didn't see last year, and maybe it's time for G1 to exploit some of those weaknesses?
Well, as we look at this series layout, you can see the lay of the land between these two teams. CTF Argyle is always going to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works as it's new, but I will say both of these teams have been putting a lot of practice into it. When it comes to actual map records, there's a couple of maps they've not played yet on LAN so far. King of the Hill Recharge will be one of them, but as we look at Imperium Slayer, I think this is a really good chance for G1. G1 have got a 2-0 record at the moment, some big victories so far this tournament, and Optic have looked shaky in Slayers, even actually in their championship-winning tournament, they looked shaky in Slayers. That's where they had their least success. King of the Hill was great, Stronghold's amazing, Oddball sometimes flawless, but Slayers is where teams were just being able to get under the Optic armor. And if G1 are going to take down Optic, I feel like it has to be in that game 2 and then potentially that game 5.
Now, one thing we could speak about is Optic obviously won the last 2 majors of last year. They are now the defending world champions. Is it a case of they could get a little bit complacent here, and perhaps they're not as hungry as they were last year, and maybe they'll leave a little bit on the table that they wouldn't have previously?
I certainly think that can happen to players. My biggest question, Formal. He has been having an off tournament so far. When you look at stats-wise, he hasn't been hitting the same kind of numbers he was doing so at the World Championships. Is he now going to start to turn things up a bit as we get to the big games, the serious games, the ones that matter, that get you towards those grand finals, towards lifting another trophy? We need to see the big players step up now because G1 is going to be a difficult task.
We need to see Formal in his final form. And on the other side, Boo Boo Doo and co. Can he roar them to victory? Can he drag them over the finish line against some of our heavyweights here? Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
I really do want to see Optic Gaming just take this game by the scruff of the neck, show G1 what they're made of, show the rest of the tournament what they're capable of. Have we just seen an Optic Gaming at 75%? Maybe not even that much. What happens if Optic are suddenly back at 100, back at 110? They want to strike fear into FaZe eyes before they go into that potential grand final.
Valcade with the use of the disruptor, frying the shields, frying the health of Formal. Camouflage will be gone then. 3 dead. APG last man standing. G1 move into that bottom middle hill. They have men situated over towards C plant to provide cover fire in the shape and the form of Suspector, who is doing just that now to suppress APG and force him backwards. Great early start from G1, great pressure applied, but can they sustain it?
I think pressure is important. I think confidence is going to be very important in this series as well for G1. Maybe not being too terrified about who they're playing against, but instead just focus on the task that's in hand, and that is just beating the 4 players that are across the way from you. Early on, it's looked okay for G1, but now when we start to see Optic gain a little bit of control, that's usually when they're at their very best. But APG will escape, but is also listening to callouts and making sure he can put some damage down as well.
And it's so important as Optic go 3 dead that G1 maintain this as all 4 go down. The perfect start for G1 to get a little bit of time on the board.
That's a great push off the spawn from G1, catching Optic Gaming a little bit unaware, and now Optic needs to do something similar. Elevator spawn means you have to go one of 2 directions. Do you force yourself through a chokehold, or do you try and go for a split? Send some players towards pipes, and now send some players towards control. Try and confuse your opponents a little bit so they don't know which way to look.
Trippy drops out bottom middle. More in an act to survive and evade than it is actually score some points. But if you're in there, you may as well do what you can. Almost completely even on the scoreboard and on the progress of this first hill. Trippy lays the smackdown on the Suspector and slaps the taste out of his mouth before going down. 2-2 on the map now. Camouflage in the chest of Boo Boo Doo Boo. What can he do though?
Doesn't want to face this for too long because then you leave yourself a little bit vulnerable, but thankfully it was a back down, and that meant that he is going to be able to now reposition, potentially do something here, bottom middle, and as long as you're hitting your shots, you've done your job, you've got the kill, but now Optic will be a player up here and can start to gain some time. This first hill could be massive for momentum swing when we look at the rest of this game.
Slays almost even here. Optic Gaming just shading it in progress on the hill. Position-wise, Lucid, bottom middle, Plasma Pistol, aimed up that mid-bridge, waiting for Bubu to step out of line, but 3 members go down for Optic. Lucid's last man standing. All 3 dropping the hill and clear him the hell out of there.
I mean, he might have been the MVP of the season, but he's not going to take 3 members of G1 down like that, just with a single battle rifle. They were so close, though, Optic Gaming. A slither needed now for that next point. So G1, they have to hold. They can't afford any mistakes here. But Optic Gaming, they're starting to send the waves. The hordes are coming, but it looks like G1 are holding, but no! Manages to get the beat down. Falcade, last remaining player, does not do it. And Formal gets the point secured for Optic Gaming. Looked a little bit dicey, but G1 just couldn't quite hold on.
Formal will fall. Damage done though. 1-0 in this game of King of the Hill on recharge. And as the hill has moved to long haul, typically an easier hill to hold than bottom middle would have been. Lucid on bat ledge. And he's got vengeance on his mind as he looks towards C-plat. Formal over on 2 stacks. Lucid repositions here. Doesn't like where he is, a little bit disjointed, a little bit separated from his team. Opting instead to head to Sneaky. Camouflage, zipped into his chest. Beautiful movement from the MVP. Bubu faces him up, misses a couple of shots. Third one hits just a little touch, but Bubu locks into.
Seems like a missed opportunity, but at the same time, Optic still get the second point on the board, so it's job done. You did enough to distract the entirety of G1. And even though the shock rifle may not have hit, I think the job was certainly just to try and get G1 away from that hill. And now it's about trying to hold on once more. Optic in the right place at the right time to set up an elevator and make G1's life very difficult here.
2 down for G1. Suspector faced with a couple of players, but 2 members go down. This is better. Can they put some points on the board? Can they get some progress here? What's the hold like? Optic Gaming so far has played this just about as flawlessly as you can expect.
Considering it's pretty even on slays at the moment, actually there's only 1 kill difference in it between the 2 teams. You wouldn't really know it because it's already a 2-0 lead for Optic Gaming and they're looking to try and secure that third. When it does come to slaying ability, G1 are actually only one of 2 teams where every player is positive with their KD so far this tournament. The other team is FaZe. However, Optic, they don't have that same merit. They don't have that same where all 4 players are currently plus, but that could change after this series.
And the question has to be asked, if they're level on slays, are they just not being as efficient with those kills?
They're not getting the right kills at the right time, but also Optic have been so solid with their structure when they're setting up. Again, this should be a 3rd point secured. G1 are just gonna leave this one, and there's 3 minutes remaining, Shurs, but at 3-0, Optic can now play this one in whichever way they want. They can go for hill number 4, or they can just start to play a little bit of a Slayer game, frustrate G1 and just force them out.
Bubu goes down, as does Lucid. APG desperately trying to stay alive. Has done so successful for now. Camouflage has been scooped up. Formal was bottom middle trying to contest it. He failed though. Trippy gets absolutely lit up by a disruptor and a battle rifle combination. Bubu backs away to long haul. And semblance of control now for G1.
Still even on kills. You think if G1 could just start to maybe gain a little bit in terms of the kill traction here, start to get some momentum, then there's still an opportunity to get back into this game, but it's really the setups that have let them down. They haven't been able to be as strong as Optic Gaming, as it's going to be an easy double for Sab. Certainly could be more with assistance, doesn't need it in the end, because he doesn't get the triple, but that is going to be 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Much better from G1. They can think about now, perhaps, the next hill. Optic Gaming look as though they're going to give this one up. Positioned over towards Turbine. 1 goes down, make it 2. G1 just starting to heat up, just making things work all of a sudden.
Yeah, they've got 4 more kills than Optic do. Make it 5 as another 4 dead for Optic Gaming. Now there is going to be split spawns. Optic are going to be just slowly trying to get back into this. Off the spawn, trying to gain a little bit of momentum as a 4 rather than having to push as a 1 or 2. But you can see G1, they're finding these solo players. They're able to take them down comfortably. And you know, G1 still have an opportunity in this game. This is not over.
Last we mentioned the clock was 3 minutes. Still 2:42. 18 seconds have been lost in the progress of hill number 1. Definitely nowhere near out of the realms of possibility here. As Sab backs out of the hill for a moment, tries to clear his backside. APG lives expertly here around the pillar. Bottom elevator as he desperately tries to press any sort of buttons that'll get himself out of trouble. Manages somehow to get a trade with the help of Trippy.
These are the moments that Optic need to take advantage of, though, when G1 are just dipped out of that hill, try and deplete that clock a little bit. Because when we go back bottom middle, that's when things are going to get a little bit more tough for G1 to try and secure a point, because Optic can't really set up to stop them being able to get any sort of time. But G1 are doing well here. Maybe Lucid can throw a little bit of a spanner in the works with the camouflage, though.
Wes said he hasn't seen Lucid have a single bad game all year, and he's not starting here and now. What can he do with the camouflage? As he tiptoes in with Trippy, his long-time duo, excuse me, Valcade down to half shields, two members of G1 with their backs to the walls. Lucid wisely backs away, recognizes the last man standing.
Again, it's a 1 versus 4, a 1 versus X. Lucid's been left in this situation a few times now, and it's not really going to work out. Try as he might. G1 push through, G1 scoring still, and this second point should be going on the board. And Optic Gaming are just being flushed out. They're now about 13 kills down. G1 have taken control of this game, and it's starting to look a little bit worrying for the green wall.
And here is that bottom middle hill. It could be an absolute mosh pit at times. There'll be people swinging hooks, jabs, and uppercuts. Who's going to come out on top in this scramble?
G1 now up by 14 kills. They're in the ascendancy. They need one more point to tie this game up, and it's looking that way. Seems like the perfect time to jump into a listening. Let's see what they have to say.
Still down, Trippy, watch Trippy. Top red, one shot, Trippy, and one detonation. Watch stacks. Bottom main, really weak. Bottom main. Red never died, Trippy. I'm trying to repulse, look. Got one. And Needles, lose it. I'm looking at you guys. Top red.
One shot.
Needles and top red, live. Needles, live. Watching over you guys, one's going glass, Trippy, we're good. Two Needles, he's going mango pit now.
Camo in 10. Camo in 10.
Turbine, now you got turbine. Looking glass.
Bottom main.
What's neither, full box.
Camo in 5.
Neither. Bottom main, camo guys, stack this. Someone stack it. I'm one shot. I can't stack it.
Watch out, bottom angle.
Yo, get camo. Jump in. Just run. Neither. I'm one, guys, I can't move. Cat, one shot. One shot, formal. Bomb tower, kill me. I died with a combo repulse. I died by top tower. Yeah, and one shred. Jesse has camo. Keep living. One shot.
I'm one shot, guys.
Watch out, this guy above you.
One stack.
APG.
One shot long.
Dead here. Two silo. Watch out. Alright, we have a minute left. We have a minute, yeah. We have a slay. We just need a slay.
Need to clear out red.
Yeah. I'm coming. That's one A. Top tower. Probably one here, Adrian. I'm trying to come.
They're nowhere in pipes.
So G1 now against the clock, and I think they realize they need to just get that one more set of slays, and perhaps Optic is ripe for the picking here. If you can get over this hurdle, if you can get that 3-3, surely Optic would be deflated, but there's still a lot to do here. 30 seconds remain.
It's all about patience and composure now. G1, it's in their hands. Lucid set up on C-plat, stock rifle in hand. Can he shock a few skulls? Trades go around, two go down. This is the opportunity, but G1 lose another member in Suspector, and APG's looking to play Guardian. And he's done so successfully with the help of a teammate, Informal. 4 more seconds. Have G1 got anybody? Yes, they do. They're in the hill. But can they stay there? The answer's no. Valcade steps in, but it's too little too late. And APG ensures Optic Gaming take game 1.
Optic Gaming, who were outslayed in that game, who looked second best for large portions of that game, still were able to get the victory. The mentality of champions, something you will see happen a lot with the biggest and best teams throughout esports and sports. But for G1, that is frustrating, because you feel like you could have just about got there, but because they had that slow start, it really came to bite them in the backside.
Gave themselves a real uphill mountain to climb. Now as we look at the highlights, APG is always so influential for this Optic Gaming roster. And as we looked at some of the stats, Dan, as we were watching that game flow and we called for Formal to have a big game, he wasn't picking up the phone. We're getting an engaged tone.
It wasn't the best game for Formal, but at the same time, he was getting assists, he was still doing damage, and like I said, if you can play badly as a squad and still win the game, that's going to bode well, because you're going to have your bad games now, and then later on, you start to have your better games when perhaps you're going to need to get the nitty-gritty ones out of the way. For G1, I think they can take a lot of positives away from it, though. They were outslaying Optic for the majority of the game. It just really came down to running out of time. So next time they were to play a King of the Hill, they probably just need to move a little bit faster when it comes to a little bit of, their aggression in the early stages of the game.
G1 just needed to capitalize a little bit more when they had those slays. The pieces are there. They just need to put the puzzle together. And will this series get away from them here and now? Or do they have the chance to bounce back? Slayer, Imperium, Dan, talk to me.
Well, last time we saw Optic Gaming on Imperium was a 50-22 in their favor against Sentinels. So Optic definitely know how to take control here, but as we look to two incredible players who really can be the difference maker on these squads, Lucid and Suspector. I mean, at the moment, Lucid hasn't necessarily had the crazy stats that we saw in the World Championships, and maybe hasn't had that fire lit under him just yet. As for Suspector, though, he's been a standout player for this squad at HCS Charlotte, and I'm very excited to see it happen.
As we head over to Imperium Slayer and their records so far, 1-0 for Optic. You spoke about it, it was against Sentinels. 50-22, a stake. And we watched that game, Dan. It was dominant.
Yeah, if Optic could do the same thing that they did against Sentinels here, I do think that they have a real opportunity to just shut this series down immediately. G1 could be a little bit deflated if they go 2-0 down in the series, especially if it's a manner like we saw against Sentinels. However, we have seen G1 with a lot of success. On average, G1 have been winning this map about 50-41 so far this tournament. So they've been winning by a large enough margin. It's not going to be one of those games that's 1 or 2 kills in it like we've seen previously. I think we're going to see one team dominate here. I think you'd have to back Optic Gaming purely off what we've seen so far this tournament, but I'm still not going to count out G1.
Well, if game 1 is any indication of what's to come, G1 had absolutely no problem finding slays. But it was about when to push, when to pick your moments to go. Game 2 is underway, and Lucid's got the sniper rifle.
Oh, and he's already cooking. And those are the shots you need to hit to give your team the possibility of grabbing that overshield, to grab the rockets as he's still going. And he's going to go for the old T2 combo. It's snipe, it's rockets, and it's all the goodies, but a good teammate will give them away. Did T2 ever do that? That's the real question. That's what I want to know.
I don't think it was called the T2 combo because he passed them away. I think he liked to hold on to them and be a little bit of a power weapon himself, but Lucid positioned back base. Eyes on the sword, and already this is something we've seen in the HCS so far. This game can slow down to a snail's pace.
Fun fact, I actually signed an autograph as Lucid last event, so I apologize whoever it was who came up to me and thought I was Lucid. I was unknowns to that until later on when I was told, but Lucid said he was happy to be compared to me, and I said you definitely shouldn't be, considering how good you are at this video game. But now, as it all is slowing down, 2-2, Rocket's gonna be the hands of Formal. It's just a waiting game. It's about being patient, waiting for someone to just have that little bit of a peek round to green, and then once you get that first kill, that's when you start to push your advantage.
If I remember correctly, you also took a picture with somebody who thought you were a scump, so...
Apparently just Optic in general. I seem to be, a ringer, but we'll see whether one day they'll sign a contract.
As we turn our attentions back to the game, not much has happened. 2-2 the score. Lucid moving over the sword, touching up and linking up with his teammate Informal. Ops this time to back away though. Just trying to find the angles, thread the needle. But nobody on G1 is exposing themselves right now, and you can see them starting to move. It's gonna be a full man push. It looks like they're all heavily leaning over towards the sword side. Lucid puts down a denial grenade, trying to clear out the rocket cubby as well. Nobody in there this time. But this just goes to show you the respect between these two teams.
Yeah, plenty of movement now, a little bit of noise across the map. Perhaps we need the overshield to be popping before anyone's going to really commit to anything, or just an angle that maybe Lucid could take with his sniper rifle. This is when I kind of love this map, and when you do get these standoffs and you get 2 sniper rifles, because there's so much responsibility on the player who holds it to get that opening. But now with just 15 seconds for overshield and rockets to come up, this is when suddenly everyone needs to spring into action. This is when your kind of in-game leader needs to make the calls of where you're going, what are you focusing on.
Rocket's going to pop up. The old rocket's still over at sword, it looks like, in the hands of Formal. Just waiting for someone to step his way. But G1 have managed to force Lucid back. Sniper rifle will hit the body of Formal. That'll take away half of his shields. There's so much power on the map now. This next round of slays could be pivotal.
Rocket on rocket action, but the overshield does work out in Formal's favor, and now he's just loaded up those rockets even more. He's got 2 more to utilize, and I think this could be when Optic start to press. Yes, as soon as you have broke through, Shurs, that's when you need to now be picking up these kills, so momentum will be on your side.
Broken through like Stone Cold Steve Austin through glass at the moment. 5 kills to 3. Suspector's all alone. Isolate needs help somehow. Scampers away. Boobadooboo soars out and wins the 1v1.
Well, but the good thing that G1 have been able to hold on to that push, hold off that push, excuse me, and now it's just going to force Optic back all over again. Do we end up with yet another standoff? Still only 5-4 after almost 4 minutes that these two teams have been competing.
With all that power Optic had in their hands, they still find themselves locked level here. And now it's Suspector's turn to find one and line up APG as well. Teammate on hand to clean up the pieces. 7-7 now, but G1 starting to take control of the map.
Oh, but Trippy responds with a headshot of his own. Lucid wasn't able to find the angles a little bit earlier on, but now Trippy's got his chance to try and have a little peek round each corner as he's going to get Brave down long haul. And perhaps someone's going to show for him. And actually, the more brave you can be, you can start to take a very commanding position here. Get behind enemy lines and catch them off guard, because usually when you're hiding away from sniper rifles, you hide away from the angles on the opposition base rather than your own.
This map so far has been a real arm wrestle. Back and forth they go. That backstab that Trippy has was good for 1. He's back under bridge now, back with his teammates with a 2-kill advantage. And the sniper rifle with 2 bullets left in the magazine. Can the one in the chamber find the face of a member on G1? Trippy hears somebody stomping around on training. That grenade will not connect as he holds top tower. 3 members of G1 in green. They're good for 1. Can they descend here? 1 goes down, make it 2. 3 dead for G1. And Boobadooboo tucks tail and runs down long haul.
I mean, it's a very brave play, I'll give them that, but with rockets coming up, you've just completely sacrificed them if it goes wrong. And Optic Gaming clean it up and say thank you very much. We'll pick up rockets, overshield as well, going in their favor. So now this is where the snowball syndrome starts to come into the equation. This is what I was a little bit worried about. As soon as one team starts to get all of these goodies and can start to take advantage of them.
While they have the goodies, while they're in the ascendancy, let's have a listen in and see how they're navigating things.
We're coming, Brad.
Courtyard as well.
Yeah, one shot on courtyard. 2 dead, 2 dead.
One shot on courtyard.
You have done courtyard. They're flagging on Joey, very weak. Nice. Good. Just keep being in the
You wave down Muller. You wave down Muller. On me, Walshy killed me. He's full. You need to open now. I got a sniper. I might have sniper.
Nice shot. New sniper coming in 15, guys.
Bottom, old OB. On me, they're short.
They're short now. Foul, mid weak.
Foul. Mini push.
They're short weak, foul. And one's a trading too.
Behind us, our core, I think.
Yeah, our core weak, Jesse. Our core weak. And one's up yellow, trying to push me. Our trading prime push me.
Guys, they have again, our sword ramp. No, green on me, absolute.
Sword ramp.
You dead right now?
Weak, Falcon, under you. Sword nades.
That's 4. Snipers were up as well.
Nice, Tommy.
Nice job.
Watch their sniper. I'm getting sworded. I'm gonna make a rogue play. I'm gonna try and go long.
I'm just gonna play with Brad.
He's in there to the left.
Yeah, he's to the left.
He went back to cuts with snipe.
Middle pit.
Get the shield if you want.
Alright, they have a sniper, careful.
I'm just gonna repulse anyone who comes to sword on me.
Okay.
Yo, they're top tower sniping. The second one shot, boo-boo. They're cut sniping.
Watching green.
We got a minute for weapons.
Yeah, we're chill. They're sword foul. I think one's a green too.
Yep, backed up their sword nades.
You can get an angle on the guy's sword from our training. Pretty sure.
Yeah, they know. There's a guy there training.
Their sword, green?
They're top tower still with the sniper, it looks like.
We're not watching our street right now, keep that in mind. They could flank.
Still sniper. I might get pushed here, 1 second.
Yeah, bottom bridge right now. Jesse, one shot. Older west, and one's on bridge pushing too.
Joey's dropping on him.
Yo, our street.
One shot suspector, half our runway.
Nice, we got one. He came in.
Our street.
3 dead if we kill him.
Absolute on me.
Nice shot, Matt. Green. Last guy. You're gonna play for Brad here?
You're good, Brad. I don't think he's pushing you.
Alright, rockets in OS at 15.
What's their street? I'm getting a combo or something.
Alright, Joey has sword. We should play for OS here. We have
I heard that. I'll play down there, Joey.
Yo, one guy their street sniping.
They might play for this kill.
Watch their training. In the two sword on me, guys. They're playing sword heavy. right now. Watching your runway.
The courtier's sword now.
He has a sniper repulsor inside Heat Wave. He's sitting on our side, Tommy, our side. He's a repulsor still.
What are you doing?
Nice,
7 kill advantage then. Make it 6. After the listening. All the weapons to play with. Oh! But all of a sudden, G1 growing in confidence as they hung in there despite not having all the cookies and cream. Trippy backs away. Another set of rockets in his hand. And every single time these weapons seem to pop up, it's Optic Gaming with their hands on.
Optic have done better at prioritizing and also timing their kills so that they can get the power weapons a little bit more comfortably. But perhaps G1 are going to learn a lesson from map number 1 and not leave it too late here. They're starting to notice the clock. They are starting to get a bit more aggressive. They have been the team that's trying to make, you know, the risky plays, although we did hear in the listening APG saying, hey, I'm going to try and make a play down long haul. It kind of worked out. He got an angle, he did some damage, and Optic were able to pick up a kill or two because of it. But it's still only 5 kills difference here. It's not like this is unattainable for G1. They could certainly get back into it. They just need that swing moment.
1 round of slaves is all that's required. But as Sab hits the respawn screen, and Optic Gaming close the vice, 3 fall for G1. Optic Gaming just doing a fantastic job at luring G1 in and claiming those kills.
Well, Optic play this so differently to some other teams that we've seen throughout this tournament as well. They're not really getting into the other side of the map. They're not really getting on their opposition tower. Instead, they kind of hold a halfway point and they say, look, you can come to us, we've got the lead, and then we'll just make sure we're watching angles together. And whilst this may be working right now, my worry would be, does it work out against a FaZe, for example, if that's who they end up playing? They still have a 9-kill lead. G1 are still going to be the ones who have to take the risks here and try and make something happen. And I wonder whether it will just be, you know, an overshield that goes into the hands, or perhaps the next set of rockets that will give them that swing. But every single time G1 tried to make a play, Optic have had an answer.
Optic Gaming continue to hold their half of the map. Toll bridges set up. The price for admission is your life. 37 to 28 here. Just looking to suffocate G1 slowly.
This is the moment. This is G1's chance to get back into this game. New overshield, new rockets. Where are you situated? Looks like it's going to be overshield going to G1. Rockets, however, I think Formal was able to pick up. So G1 now need to try and assess how they want to approach this. Bubu's going to take tower, maybe try and get behind enemy lines. Does get the melee onto APG, so now this is the opening. You have to send it to a dead, but Formal, quite rightly, he will just go away here, make sure he can utilize these rockets to at least pick up a kill or two.
Heads up play from Formal, recognizing he lost APG top tower and the push was coming, runs away to green, picks up a couple of kills in the backstab and relieves the pressure.
Yeah, you just don't want to leave yourself vulnerable to getting shot in the back, you know, assassinated, and then suddenly you give away 2 rockets. Says Formal. Well, it looks like he is starting to heat up, and we're starting to see the Formal that we saw at the World Championships now. As Optic Gaming still have a 13-kill lead, as G1 will start to look at that clock. It's only 1 minute and 9 seconds left, and they've got to try and get a big deficit going their way.
It's been T2P so far. 5 kills required with 1 minute left on the clock. Sab on training, trying to do as much as he can to help Bubu Dubu on runway, but it's not going to be enough. 2 members of Optic down to no shield, but nobody there to pick up the pieces. And instead, they require 1.
Yeah, G1 I think just kind of know now they don't have the time, so they're just sending themselves in like lambs to the slaughter as Optic Gaming take game number 2 in this series. It's not your traditional way of playing Imperium Slayer, but it certainly worked out for them on that occasion. G1 did not have an answer. Every play in the book was made by G1, but Optic, they always had an answer for it.
Can G1 take confidence from that? They hung on in there despite having very little of the power weapons, despite being able to control much of the game. But every single time, like you said, they were the ones trying to push the pace. But they paid for it time and time again. And is that a learning experience for them?
Of course, everything's going to be a learning experience for G1 going up against, you know, the best team in the world right now, the World Championship winning squad. This is what Optic did for an entire year, frustrated their opponents with just pure structure, strategy, knowing exactly how they wanted to implement that on every single map to take down their opponents. And G1 watched that game just go by. They watched that clock tick down as they just couldn't break through over and over again, even though they fought as they might to try and get an overshield, to try and get a rocket. Even when they did get the overshield, Formal's still a nuisance, still getting the rockets and still getting the kills.
That's games 1 and 2, where Optic have used the clock as an ally. We've seen it in the King of the Hill game, excuse me, where they got a 3-0 lead and were happy to just play time. Again, Slayer Empyrean, they laid the traps, and G1 just kept on walking on in.
And I'd say the first 3 game types in this series, you can play the clock on every single one. So you could say Optic could just do this again on Argyle CTF. How many times do we see Argyle CTF actually go all the way where everyone gets every flag? No, it's usually a 1-0 or maybe a 2-1. If you're lucky, you get that one flag done, and then you lock it down. You just don't allow the other team to get into the game, and that's what Optic did on Empyrean, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try and do the same here on Argyle CTF.
Now with Argyle coming up next, Dan, and you being my resident stat man, talk to me, what can we expect here?
Well, Optic did lose to Sentinels on this game type. It wasn't necessarily the best of showings for them when we were talking about a new map being available. Maybe that could be what G1 can take away from this, right? We saw G1 beat Believe the Hype on on Argyle CTF. So maybe they're a little bit more well-versed. Maybe they're a little bit more well-practiced. Maybe it suits their playstyle a little extra. But again, I'll go back to the fact that as soon as Optic lose something, they go back, they work on it, they find out why it's gone wrong. So maybe it could be the detriment to G1 that Optic have already lost this once, because now they're just gonna come back bigger, better, stronger.
Our Optic Gaming just about to tie their boot and punt G1 down to the elimination bracket. One more game is all they need, and they can do it over this one or a further 2. G1 backs to the walls, on the ropes, and they're reeling right now.
And remember, waiting in that winners final is FaZe. The FaZe versus Optic match that I think everyone was expecting, the 1 and 2 seeds. G1 will still look to try and change that script. There is still time, but it has to start here, has to start now. It's Argyle CTF, as Trippy's gonna take the repulsor, and he says, you know what, I'll walk straight up the middle of the map, and I'll get an angle on you guys.
A couple of grenades go down, one in the vent. Handles falcated on the pistol. With the help of Lucid, Suspector will go down. Perfect start for the green wall here. 3 dead, but a snipe shot from way deep. Connects from Booba Doobu, but is that only going to slow the flag down?
APG on the move with it. APG taking the responsibility, can't quite get hold of the pole, so instead is going to have to back off. And Booba Doobu just having his presence here with a sniper rifle, just hitting that shot, would have given Optic Gaming just that sense of doubt of going, okay, we can't really run this flag until we find Jesse here, until we find Booba Doobu.
Trippy goes soaring in, trying to dispossess Booba Doobu of the sniper rifle, but APG has finally got moving with that flag, made it all the way back to his elbow. Just needs to slam it home here. 2 members of G1 positioned over towards the pistol, looking to move towards cuts now and just narrow that angle. APG's happy to fight it. Teammate on hand to pick it up, and Formal slams it home.
Formal was just like, move aside, buddy. I'll grab it. APG, what are you waiting for? Let's just punch this one home. Let's get this series done. Let's start to think about that winners final. Sometimes you do have to be a little bit cautious. You're worried that if you commit too heavily to it, then you give the opportunity in the opening for G1 to maybe get a counter of some sorts. But now with this 1-0 lead, Jersey, this is where Optic can play exactly the same way they've done in games 1 and 2. They can use the clock to their advantage if they choose to do so.
It was 2 dead apiece for a moment. Lucid heads up, top flag, secures the grapple, uses 2 of them just to get to the halfway point of the map, tries to clear Suspector out of the vent, tries to cut off the oxygen up there. Falcade gets handled, camouflage, get over here!
Literally flying through the map, and so aware is Lucid as well, always prepared, always seems like he's 1 step ahead from the competition at times. Knew exactly where the next opponent was going to be. It's another perfect for him as well. 2 are dead on the side of Optic, so Lucid will just try and survive, but he walks him right into the bullet of APG. And now Optic force G1 to start making plays. They say, what have you got? Look, we've got our flag. You can come to us.
G1 are set up and they're trying to push the side that 2 sniper rifles are holding. Lucid gets away after initially being taken down to just 1 shot. As he repositions now to coils. Scoops up a couple of plasma grenades on his way. Eyes trained on the flag. Boobadooboo fires a couple of shots from the basement, and Lucid again seems to escape, again seems to evade the attentions of G1.
He's very crafty, is Sir Lucid. Always seems to have a way out, always knows the avenue of exit. And if you suddenly add a sniper rifle, if you add a repulsor, if you add a grapple to that equation, he just becomes more slippery. Does get the trade, Formal will fall, and now G1 have an extra player, Suspector with the sniper rifle. Someone needs to step up here on G1. We need to see a big play, some sort of clutch double, triple, to give them that big oomph, that belief in this game. But unfortunately, it's Optic Gaming the ones who are getting the oomphs.
And if we're handing out knighthoods to Lucid, APG has got to be on that list. What a veteran he is, the experience he has. And with sniper rifle in his hands, you can trust him with your life. I might even try and drop off my dog. He seems to be very respectful in that manner. We've seen his dog, not only at Orlando, but we would have loved to see him at Worlds as well.
I'm not sure he's offering a daycare service as well as looking after the rest of his team, but I'll let you try and assess that one yourself. 7 minutes and 45 left. Still plenty of time here for G1. Camouflage again for Lucid, and once more he's just zipping toward the competition. And it has slowed down a little bit. Oh my goodness gracious!
What was that? It slowed down for a minute. APG says no, no, no. Killing spree, double kill. And you can see him eyeing up that fresh sniper rifle like a magpie to a shiny thing. He wants to get close to it. It's luring him in like Smeagol to the ring.
Well, Trippy and APG both have snipers, so this is bad news for G1. Any angle you step out, any route you try and take, there's going to be someone watching you with a sniper, and it's pretty terrifying. It's like some sort of horror film right now. APG luring him, waiting around the corner, and again he connects. APG not missing right now.
Trippy took the precious. That's what happened there. APG wants to get back to it. Boobadooboo almost gets his visor ripped clean off as he comes soaring in to finish the job. Is this the moment? Is this the opportunity? The answer seems to be no. The
grapple really does change the timings of things as well. He probably thought he was safe, APG, there. You know, he had the shot, he saw where Boo was as 4 go down for G1. But then because of the grapple, Boo was in his face instantly, and that's what you've got to be able to realize in Halo Infinite, is how quickly people can just project themselves across the map and get in your face.
He did try and throw that grenade down. Just missed the timing, like you speak of. Trippy though, invent, pulls carbine in hand. This can shred the shields like white spirits on paint. Now Flag's on the move, Flag's being pulled, Trippy's recognizing that, putting down some fire. Boobadooboo just about escapes away. Camouflage scooped up by Trippy, expertly done this time. With 5 minutes and 50 on the clock, can Optic shut out G1 here?
And again, you saw G1 trying to force it, right? They tried to force a flag there, just wanted to get a desperate pull because I think they're feeling a little bit frustrated, similar to the first couple of games, but now it's going to be Trippy's turn to be a nuisance behind enemy lines, and this is purely a distraction technique. He saw 2 of his teammates gone down, so he said, what's the best way to lure some people back home?
He lured Sab all the way home and lured him straight to his death. Throws flag down towards screens, but it just drops down to Fusion. As he moves the flag now just past lights. Is there anybody on G1 there to make the stop as he heads down, bottom cuts, enters the basement, flag gets sent home, 2 dead here. He's not home and hosed just yet, and he recognizes that immediately as he drops the flag and opts the play Slayer. Sam pulls the flag out, but has he got enough shields to take this fight as Trippy soars at him and scoops it up once more? 3 dead for G1, and Trippy tiptoes his way back towards the flag. 2-0 to the green wall.
And that might just be a little bit too much for G1 to come back from, and it was all stemming from Trippy's camo play. It was a 2 versus 4. Grabs the flag, lures members back, wins the engagement, and then just keeps going. He just watched the battle unfold in his base and said, well, if no one's gonna stop me, I'll keep this one rolling. And then it was just a matter of spawns being closer for Optic Gaming after that point. 4 minutes left for G1 to really show us what they're made of. So many times we've seen G1 go up against one of these top 3 teams and just not be able to break through. I know this is a new G1 roster, but the organization I'm talking about with Boo on board. And I felt like it was going to be a little bit different this tournament. I thought that G1 maybe could really shake things up in this game in particular. but it seems like Optic are a little bit more polished now we get to the later stages of the tournament.
This series, this game have been so comfortable. So comfortable, in fact. I wonder if Formal's comms have slowed down just a touch. Let's have a listen in and find out.
Two absolutes are main in their main. Our main in their main.
Flag now. Pulling now. Pulling now.
Our main.
Going E. Nice job. We got a pick here.
Let me see something, flag guy.
He's not running it yet. He just goes.
One's running it.
Nice. Copy. 2 dead.
Pistol weak. Our main weak, Jesse. Our main weak, Jesse. Really weak, our main.
Hear that?
Sniping, and then one's on flag.
Absolute. Jesse.
Let's get there.
Sniping elbow.
Try and get it angle bad.
Nice. 2 dead.
One screens on me.
Make sure we get this free.
Screen.
One shot. 3 dead. 3 dead.
I'm here, Brad. I'm here.
Thanks, Tommy.
I'm pulling the shot. Grapple. One shot grapple.
We have help.
One shot foul. Check back flag, left side.
Nice shit, Tommy.
Last guy.
You guys want elbow or?
Yeah, they're going. They are. They're elbow.
Yeah, already there.
They're playing coils.
Elbow right now.
You're gonna flank through, or are you one?
Absolute, guys. I'm absolute.
Bottom mid on coils, guys. On coils.
There's elbow right now.
Pistol right now.
E2. Sniper's down, guys. Sniper's down. S2.
Your screen, S2 right now, foul.
We're gonna get read. We don't need to work on that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Already got. He's a sniper. He's a sniper watching you, Brad. Don't poke that.
Make them work for this, Cole.
Yep. We can go E1, guys. If we need to go anywhere, we can go E1.
Well, we got our answer. The comms didn't slow down even a little bit, Dan.
In fact, very hectic comms. Slightly surprised. I think that just shows how much this means to Optic Gaming, how important it is. They do make a statement here, and they make this a 3-0. So they go into that winners finals against FaZe and say, look, we are the real deal. We are the world champions, and you should be fearing us going into that series.
I wonder if they're a little bit miffed by it as well. The fact that they've come in here and everyone's talking about FaZe being this God squad, this top roster that's going to walk in here and win the tournament. Optic Gaming are still here. They're still the kings.
Put some respect on their name. I think that they quite have the right to be miffed, right? Because we should be talking about Optic. They are the world champions. But it was exactly what Onset was talking about on the desk. It's exactly what we've been bringing up. When you are the world champions, you will have a target on your back. People will have studied the footage. Maybe some of the benefits of playing a map like Argo is there's not as much footage to study. And G1 haven't been able to find a way to break through. They've only pulled a flag a couple of times and they were shut down immediately. The defense from Optic Gaming has been somewhat flawless here.
Talked about in game one of the objective game type, the slays, Dan, and how G1 had been getting the better of it. But right now, 61 to Optic, 47 to G1. As they continue to add more to the kills column, and they're just running the clock down now, happy to play time.
I'll tell you one thing, every member of Optic Gaming is comfortable with a sniper rifle in their hands, and that really bodes well for a season where we have more maps that have snipers on them, double snipers as well, with Empyrean and Argo here. I was saying how it benefits the likes of FaZe, because Frosty is so good with it. Oh, Formal showing us that he can get a counter snipe, and he can maybe be the one to go toe-to-toe with Frosty in those winners finals.
Formal trying to sell head and shoulders, blowing dandruff off Spartans' heads. 40 seconds remain then before Optic Gaming tie a bow on what has been a near flawless game and a near flawless series here. And G1 had them on the back foot in moments, but didn't keep it consistent and couldn't maintain the pressure.
I think G1 were the better team in map number 1. I really do. They just were a little bit slow out of the blocks and weren't able to have that structure on King of the Hill. But now it looks like time is against them once more, even though they're getting the kills here. There's only 10 seconds left.
And with 6 seconds remaining, absolutely no time for G1 to do a damn thing about this series outcome. It's Optic Gaming with the clean sweep, and they're going to the winners finals.
The stage is set. It's Optic Gaming. It's FaZe. It's exactly what everyone expected in this tournament. And both teams go into that game, to that series, looking incredible. FaZe will certainly have one little look over their shoulder and say, okay, we see you, Optic Gaming. We see what you are capable of. And tomorrow we are going to witness one of the best winners finals I think we've seen in quite some time here in Halo Infinite.
They continue to rule with an iron fist, not shaking one bit in what could have been, what should have been a tricky series, and they made it look easy.
As for G1, it maybe wasn't the series they expected. It wasn't their big shot at trying to take down one of these top 3 teams, but They're still at the moment in the top 6. They're still in that shout for top 4, which would be a fantastic achievement. If you're in the top 4 with the likes of FaZe, Space Station, and Optic Gaming, then I think you've done something right coming into this tournament. But for now, it's going to have to be an elimination bracket run. As for Optic Gaming, it looked pretty flawless at times. There were moments where I was a little bit worried, but even if you're playing a little bit sloppy and you're getting over the final hurdle there with a 3-0 victory, I don't think there's anything to worry about.
Well, Wes spoke about it for G1, right? They kept swinging, they kept missing, and again, they didn't lay a glove on Optic. And we have Blaze on the stage with Lucid with a little interview for us.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Gaskin. Charlotte, give it up for Optic Gaming as they progress on to the winners finals. Lucid, how you feeling, after getting the job done that you want to get done today?
Feeling pretty good. I feel like I couldn't really hit some snipes that just got to make sure I'm tightening up just a little bit, but aside from that, I feel like I'm just making the right plays. Comms are feeling pretty good amongst the entire rest of the team, so we're doing what we got to do to get the job done.
Doing what you got to do. Now, coming off from yesterday, okay, you guys have been slowly progressing, getting better, okay? You lost a few maps there. What did y'all talk about to come here into day number 2 to up your gameplay to that Optic Gaming level we know of?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just kind of a mixture of just making sure it's that team play, that discipline. I mean, that's been something that we always harp on, and I think online can be very tough sometimes about like what's real or not. We all experience it. Yep. But I think especially right now, we got that kind of jolt, especially against Quadrant and Sen, and I think we were able to kind of take that to the next level today and keep pushing on forward from that. We just got to make sure we're locking in even harder.
There you go, because you guys still have the potential to go on a 3-peat from y'all last wins going into this event, which would be absolutely awesome. How you feeling to be able to do that? Also, I didn't get a chance to talk to you after you got your first ring yesterday, okay? Yeah. How the ring looking? Does it fit your hand well?
Oh, yeah. It's the perfect fit, of course, naturally. But, yeah, I mean, we're living the dream, man. We're here to just put in the work, put in the effort. That's what we do day in, day out. I mean, we grind real hard. We all put in our 100% every single day, and that doesn't stop just before the event. Yep. We're here to put it to the max. That's all we can really do, and all we can ask for from ourselves. So we're here to close it out, get that 3-peat.
All right, I'm gonna let you go back with the team. Anything you want to say to the Green Wall fans out there that came through today to support you and everybody in the chat?
Of course. None of this would be possible without you guys. Green Wall is always out in full force, no matter where we're at. So shout out to you guys, especially all of you right here in the front row, but everybody, and the family, the friends, everyone at home, the girlfriends are still out here today with us for this event as well, and shout out to them especially for always being there for us. And all the fans, as per usual, you guys make this possible and keep these events going.
All right, that's gonna do it for me and Lucid on the stage. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and a huge shout out to the Green Wall, of course, coming out in full force in the crowd there, making things extra exciting, and of course cheering on the boys on that incredible statement on that main stage. 3-0 sweep there for Optic Gaming. Questions being said in our pre-show talking about whether Optic were in a slump. Well, I'll tell you what, they've woken up now, because that was a full force Optic out on swing. And honestly, Clutch, they made G1 look a bit average, to be honest. That's how good that these boys were playing. Yeah, absolutely. I think Optic even have a level above what they were just at. I mean, Lucid in the interview, he mentioned maybe not hitting some snipes that we know Lucid to truly hit. So Final Form Optic, I mean, you can guarantee Championship Sunday is going to bring their best game. And I'm excited for what we now have in the Winners Bracket Finals. Optic versus FaZe. You couldn't have wrote a better story than what we have. And then on set, you've got Formal here, stacking the rockets, some incredible patience coming from the team as well on both sides here, but Optic just looking so good, trying to get that lead in sight, and they managed to close it out pretty damn strong.
Yeah, here on Empyrean, they played it very surgically. It was kind of like the classic Pit TS approach, right? Keep the power weapons, hold the angles, make the moves around the map when you're forced to, with those power-ups and power weapons coming up. If you win those fights, you're in a good position. But worry, as I say, even though it was a good performance against a G1 roster who aren't known for being the most aggressive, will this work against a more aggressive team? Will this work against SSG and FaZe? Time will tell, but it was enough to beat G1 in this particular game side.
Yeah, big question mark there as well. And I think, in terms of the stats coming across here, I think it's exactly what you expect on the side of Optic Gaming, looking really good overall. And G1, obviously the stats aren't going to be there just in terms of how much of a dominant performance this was on the side of Optic. I want to quickly talk and touch upon the comms that we actually heard in that series. so informative with Optic. Every single piece of information was relevant. It was perfectly received. It was a perfect match of everything that was going on that map that they needed to know. It was really, really cool insight. Clutch, talk to me about the organization of this roster and how unmatched that really is here.
Yeah, I think that's something that Formal brought long ago to this roster, was the communication upgrade. And as far as getting every piece of information quickly out, clarifying exactly what the right play is. And when everybody's on the same page and has that level of information, the game is so easy. You're able to make the right decision every time because you're able to value all the different information and prioritize it the way that Optic is. That's what makes them so special, is their level-headedness in such a big series with so much on the line, and they're able to communicate like it's just the guys hanging out, getting the job done.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff overall from Optic Gaming. If you had any doubts, hopefully that's cleared it up for you. It's certainly cleared it up for us here on the desk. We're going to actually head to a break next because we have another match coming your way very shortly. I mean, what a statement there from Optic Gaming. A 3-0 against G1. It propels them to the winners finals where they'll be facing FaZe and the FaZes that stole their seeding for this tournament. But next on the main stage, we have our elimination quarterfinals. Both teams looking to stay alive here in Charlotte. SSG versus Rebellion coming up right after the break.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Dead though. Collect now with the camo. Needs to play this carefully. Lots of opportunity here. He doesn't waste it. Oh boy, the double for Collect.
The 31-11 is the score. Collects.
Oh, what? Collect with the repulsor 180 no scope.
And any questions asked about Formal coming to this event starting to be answered. There's one, there's two. Formal's back, baby. And that'll be a big turnover of weaponry here, as Lucian will pick up the pieces from Spartan's body.
Oh boy, that needed to be a finish for Collect. He needed to capitalize on the damage for Spartan.
One of the things we will always credit Rebellion is how well they break structure, how they can break that mold. Well, Rhino, a lot of responsibility to stop that overshield from being picked up.
Close this one out, but they're in such a strong position right now. Elevator is being taken though, so that's really good for SSLG, but no! Insta kill for Spartan over at bottom elevator to keep that crucial position under his control. Dancing back when too much pressure was on. Going forward when the pressure was not.
Woo! No scope right to the head by Collect. They've been able to answer it so far, but how much can you take before you bend? How much can you take before you break?
Look at the same battle once again, and SLG clutching it up, getting the reversal on Lethal, getting the last shot on King Nick.
Rain's got that flag in his hands, and FaZe, they find themselves 2 dead at the moment. Kalmea, he's got a sniper rifle, then no one really looks like they're gonna be able to get across the map, especially with Kalmea just destroying skulls.
What an angle. Take a look at this, by the way. Shout out to the observers catching this flag run at the same time in parallel. No pull cap goes in. Shopify Rebellion, they pick quite a time to strike. They will tie the game at 1-1 with 1 minute left on the clock.
This time, he gets read like a book, and that's preparation, right? That's just preparation. Frosty with a sniper! Ryan drops the rockets.
Look at the triple kill! A few kills being exchanged on both sides. Feels like a good time here at the mid game to get into a listen in here with FaZe. Oh!
Matt, where?
How on earth are you playing as Renegade with perfect timing there on the objective, dropping the slaying, hits the pizza jump to go back to commando. Now once again he's got stalker rifle holding C stairs. This is perfect gameplay from Renegade, and he picks up the kill on Carmea as well.
Ryan gets 2 somehow in this situation.
Gets 3? Oh God, Renegade, he's playing with him.
He's playing with his dude, he picks up 1. The Bulldog shouldn't, he gets 2! There's no way the Renegade turns 3 here, he stays alive, and this is why Renegade is special.
What on earth? The coolest man in the room. He watches Ryan Noob gets a triple. Oh my God, this is down to the wire here. Ball's gonna be rotated here into PD. Shopify needs to make this push count. They get players weak in PD.
FaZe can't play the ball though. If a break comes in here, this could be the game. Completely switching, they want to bait this in. Mental flies in, they pick up 1. The shotgun's here as well, the nades fly in as well. Oh my God! And Royal 2! They combine to win the round! They combine to win the game!
Welcome back, Halo fans. We are here in Charlotte, North Carolina for the HCS Kickoff Major. Now, before the break, we did get a taste of the dominance of Optic Gaming and a swift 3-0 against G1. And coming up next, we have our elimination quarterfinals, Space Station versus Rebellion. But before we get into that one, while we are ready on main stage, we're going to look at a game that's going on currently. Native White versus Sentinels, 1-0 to Native White, and coming quite close to the end of this Slayer. Gents, cast away.
I mean, what a time to join this one. 46-44. Sentinels have the lead, but down 1 in the series. And I think this could be a series that goes all the way, Clutch, because you've got two teams who are going to throw everything into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Catching up with Micklin before this one. This is why he came back, right? He's got himself a nice roster, trying to create an upset here against Sentinels. Up 1-0, but this game looking like it's in Sentinels' favor right now, 46-44.
It's a very narrow lead at the moment, but there's only 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. King Nick just trying to poke out, but Barcode will turn his attentions elsewhere. It is Native White who have to make the move here, and they have to use something to try and break whatever setup Sentinels currently have.
And it's going to be that heat wave. Barcode playing his life right here, waiting for that heat wave. You can tell that it's on respawn based off the weapon pad, but unfortunately, losing 2 teammates right now is not what Native White wanted to see, as that heat wave still remained in the neutral position. Sentinels are able to close that gap even closer in this series, making it 48-44.
Nick trying to finish off the kill as well. You saw Spartan get those shots down, and you need 4 kills in 40 seconds if you are Native White. They've got that heat wave, but now it's about where they go. Are they going to go for a full top middle push? Are they going to try and just surprise Sentinels? But Spartan's there and waiting with the plasma pistol. And we are going to see 1 kill go in favor, and it's going to be 2 in the end, as Sentinels are able to get that victory, tie up this series 1-1 lot. And I tell you what, I think that it would not be a surprise if that goes all the way to 5.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. I think things are going to start to get a lot tighter here as we get into some of the waters that are becoming a lot more difficult, a lot more airy for some of our teams here. Obviously, the fact that going home is definitely a potential here. Like also our elimination quarterfinals that are going to be happening behind us in just a moment. And speaking of that, it's going to be Space Station Gaming versus Rebellion. It is the return of Ryanu to see what he can do, how many tricks are up his sleeve, something new pretty much, you know, happening, and we're learning every time we watch this guy and his teammates. But let's talk about this matchup. How do you fancy Space Station going up against Shopify Rebellion, Clutch?
Very much so. I like Space Station. I like what I saw against FaZe. I know a lot of those games were close, could have gone either way. Very, like, in another dimension, like FaZe could have been up 2-0 after winning Empyrean, and then from there, they probably are able to close the door eventually on FaZe earlier. So I think SSG is still playing at a very high level. I think Shopify Rebellion are pretty inconsistent with what I've seen so far. If Shopify aren't on fire, this series could be quick.
Now, talking about these two teams, let's see how they got there, right? Let's take a look at the winners bracket to see how Space Station fell short and did find themselves in that elimination quarterfinals right here. As you can see, they did 3-0 Native White, looking pretty good until they did meet that road bump of FaZe Clan, but a really hot start for Space Station in that series, and unfortunately, things started to slow down as FaZe Clan started to heat up. And as you can see in our elimination bracket, we'll find out how Shopify managed to bounce their way through this elimination bracket, taking out everyone in their path, and their next road bump, they're going to find themselves going up against Space Station Gaming. And Gaskin, when you're looking at these two teams and how well they've been performing this weekend, who is really kind of taking your fancy here for this matchup?
It would be the biggest of upsets if we don't see Space Station going into Sunday, right? They've been in every grand final so far, this roster in Halo Infinite, and even the Rebellion are going to be delighted with top 6. I think top 4 might just be out of the realms of possibility just because of how good SSG have looked, but I'll always back the underdog. I will always love to see there being some sort of upset, but I think that maybe SSG slightly too tall of a task.
Well, I have been told we're still waiting for some things to get going on the main stage, and while we do, we're going to jump back into some gameplay. You guys ready to red zone a little bit? We've got Native White versus Sentinels.
I can almost guarantee this series is going 5 if Dan and I are casting it. So, if you're a fan of either one of these teams, I apologize. If you're a fan for good Halo and Game 5s, welcome to the table. Kicking it off here on Recharge, King of the Hill, Gilk. In the back of batteries, got a lot of pressure onto him, but is able to get his shield back. And this is a player for me to watch. If Native White want to have success in this series, Gilk has got to have a bit.
One thing I've noticed about Native White this tournament is they've been having fun as well. I've heard Barcode yelling across the halls, and I always hear the Aussie accent just rain through. And if they are able to take another lead against Sentinels, I'm sure they'll let them know, but Collect is able to win that one. I'm a big fan, by the way, of Collect and seeing what he's been able to do, not just in this tournament, but his career so far. Can Sentinels push on, get into that top 6, or would they fall short at top 8, which I do think would be a disappointment for them?
Oh, absolutely. Anything outside of the top 6 is a travesty for the Sentinels team. We've seen some glimmers of hope, though, and that being said, being tied with Native White, maybe not something they expected, but you got to respect the individuals on Native White enough to understand that, hey, this series, it really can go the distance, and Sentinels expected to obviously win this one, take their talents onto Sunday. A good job by Collect to get a trade in that situation, but you need to start making plays on the side of Sentinels, and right now it feels like they're going 1-for-1 a lot of the time in this series so far.
And on the flip side, I mean, Native White with a chance at top 6 from the open bracket as well would be such an incredible feat. Even top 8 is impressive, let alone top 6, but they really have the opportunity here to be able to press for more. Good shots from Barcode here just to try and sizzle away, and sizzle he shall. Spartan goes down, but no one really able to get their clutches on this first hill just yet.
Good awareness by Barcode, camo's up. That kill opens up the door, the passage to get that camo. And now let's see what the Australian can do with this camouflage in hand.
Disruptor to maybe try and disrupt the chances of Sentinels getting this hill. It's just going to be melees though, and Barcode does catch Collect off guard. And I do like how patient he's being at the moment. He wanted to wait just so he could guarantee at least one kill, and the fact he's still alive means that he's going to be able to potentially help out his teammates to get more.
Yeah, Barcode showing you how strong the Disruptor is. The melees are actually faster than the battle rifles, so heads up play there to have that out. Because if he's able to get that kill, he's able to at least impact a little bit more of the combat loop that went down bottom middle, and now Lethal, last player alive in blue for Sentinels, opens the door for Native White to get even closer to scoring this first point here in Game 3.
And we've not necessarily had a huge opportunity to talk about Native White as a roster so far this tournament, but I do think that the combination of the 4 players was a strange one. I wasn't expecting it when I saw the original tweet from Mikwin and I saw the globe emoji. I was like, who's he going to try and get? It's a mismatch of all these different regions, but it seems like he's found some success.
Reminded me of Captain Planet, just gathering all the different resources across. You have an Australian, a guy from Mexico, you got Mikwin obviously returning, and then you, luckily I would say, have Gilkey falling off that G2 roster from last year. That was a talent to certainly find and add to your roster, but I mean, these are some of the most individual skilled players from across the world put on the same team. Hopefully their culture differences don't impact the game, but I mean, damn, let's talk about how online throughout the qualifiers, this team really struggled, and I had concerns to them making out of the open. They are able to score the first point here. They are looking very strong, and this is almost what I have expected when this team first formed. Saying there's so much talent on this team, I expected results to follow.
Especially in King of the Hill Recharge, where it can be very bitty. It can be a lot of individual engagements that happen just around these certain avenues. There's a lot of isolated areas you can take fights in. And Native White, as players who, as you say, are very individually talented, they are going to be thinking about winning those pivs and then utilizing them to push on and try and get some control, as Gilkey will win one of his own. Sentinels, they were holding down this hill, and they're close to tying this one up. It took a long time for that first hill to be scored as 4 go down for Native White, and it's looking very likely Sentinels going to tie this.
Yeah, the second hill, it's a perfect setup from Sentinels. Phenomenal job by them. You can tell a good team when they get a full setup like that, they hold it. Sentinels showing you they're starting to get some polish on their strategy.
Collect now looking to try and find an angle with a shock as well. They've set up again, have Sentinels, 3 are dead. Mikwin the last remaining player, and you've really just got to make a big decision here. Do you wait? Do you try and get some spawns and then push on your own? Mikwin's gonna be patient, as you should.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Collect with the shock rifle at this angle can create a lot of pain. And right now, the hill over halfway. Sentinels already had a perfect setup on you in Hill 2. Hill 3 looking very similar. And if Collect can connect on one of these headshots, he can almost guarantee his team a lot of space, but unfortunately forced to back up. Good job by him to stay alive, and now he looks to re-engage.
And I think Collect has really taken an interesting role in this team. Not one I necessarily expected. He was a slaying machine on some previous teams, and even though he is hitting big slayers right now, he has not been scared of doing the objective work for this squad and been a great support player as now Sentinels flip this game and they have a 2-1 lead.
Shows maturity, right, in the player. I had a chance to talk to Collect earlier this week, and he made statements as far as yeah, on my old teams I used to just fly and try and kill everything. This team, I try to figure out ways to be more efficient with the objective. They're trying to construct me into becoming a better player. That's not going to happen overnight, but as Collect adapts and evolves as a player, I mean, talk about Snakebite. He originated as a Slayer back in Halo 3, and look at the evolution he's become. Best objective player / leader in the game at this point, and he can slay as well.
I do think that this is not going to be the best we will see Sentinels at this tournament, but certainly if they stick through it and if they are going to continue practicing, the potential has already been shown at this tournament. As Sentinels now look to try and close out this map number 3. We see that Native White were able to get a lot of time in this 4th hill. But now with Sentinels a chance to set up, 3 go down for Native White, and Lethal is just going to be waiting in the wings with the Commando just to do damage, whether it be close range or from distance. Native White need to find a way of getting these players out.
Yeah, and this is not an easy hill to break, and Sentinels have been very strong so far throughout this Game 3 at holding their setup. They are going to lose the first player in Sparty there in the tunnel, a very susceptible spot. Let's see if Native White's positioning are punished now that they've taken down Sparty from that tunnel. So often do you have to go bottom, middle, and suscept yourself to so much damage trying to get that player out of the hill. Unfortunately, Lethal needs to win this 1v1 against Tapping. He's going to back up. They are not able to get the kill. Barcode hits a shot, and because of that, it's now tied up 2-2.
Barcode goes flying towards the sword, but hits one as he backs off, but still goes down into the drink. He probably thought he was safe, but I think it was a little bit of a leap of faith and it didn't really work out, but still hit the shot. Gilkey also falls. It's 3 dead for Native White. Sentinels, they're on a little bit of a tear right now, but they're still tied up in this game and they're going to have to set up for this next hill.
This game's tied up, but the positioning heavily favors Sentinels to try and get some significant time here on this 5th hill. And with that, Dan, 2 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock. So often does this hill get highly contested enough. So with that 2 minutes, I expect to be like 30 seconds by the end of it, giving a massive advantage to whoever can score this point.
And of course, that hill then gets sent all the way back to bottom middle, where it is not fun at all when there's only a little bit of time to try and secure yourself another point. So you'd have to imagine whoever gets this one should be winning this game. Gilkey very weak, still just about surviving. If he had hit that green gun shot, that could have been a world of pain, but Collect showing his slaying power, but can't go as far as Barcode.
You gotta credit Gilk for staying alive as long as he did. Because of that, he bought time to allow Collect not able to transition onto the second kill. Stops him from getting a double that Collect honestly should have had, and because of it, it opens the door for Native White.
Barcode with 17 kills, make it 18 as he gets the trade, and he really has been the prodigy from Australia to come through and now be in the United States. And I really was glad he was given another opportunity on a team. I think that perhaps it was a deflating way to end for his previous roster, but now it's a chance for him to shine once more on the biggest stage. It's still 2-2. No one really been able to take this hill properly and gain some control, but now Sentinels with the first opportunity to really do so.
Yeah, you need to get in the hill though. You have to capitalize. That was 4 going down for Native White. They're able to finally take down Tapping Buttons, but Tapping Buttons neutralized about 10 seconds to hill there, and because of it, they're still continuing to play catch up in the most important hill of the game.
Barcode trying to break through, trying to be the one that gets the kills, but it's Mikwin and Gilkey linking up, and actually only one remaining player. It's Lethal being awkward, staying alive, trying to delay the inevitable, but all 4 down for Sentinels, and now suddenly the baton gets passed to Native White. They have the opportunity to potentially get this hill, and maybe, as we said, could be that one last hill you need to try and win this game.
Yeah, minute 14 on the clock. This hill's still about halfway to go for both sides. Native White start to approach that 70% mark, and these kills mean everything to Native White right now. They get numbers advantage, 2 to go. One's coming through pipes, one's mid-bridge, and they spot the respawners as well. They're going to be able to get some significant time here, if not the point outright, with these respawners so far away, and that's going to do it. With a minute and 14 on the clock, Native White take the lead.
This is the situation you don't want to be in then, going into this final hill where you are down for Sentinels, where you've only got a minute to try and secure the bottom hill, the hardest hill, I'd say, to secure, because there are just spawners constantly throwing nades at you, getting shots on you, and now it's gone from bad to worse because it's a camouflage for Mikwin and Native White. He can do the damage with the plasma pistol as well. All he needs to do really is try to stay alive, which he does, and Barcode cleans up because of it.
Great damage, way to stay alive, not over challenged. A veteran play by the veteran back on the scene. Mikwin using the combo again to deny a respawner, and Lethal, he's immediately taken down, and Sentinels, the clock is ticking. You gotta find a way to gain some control, and Mikwin denying that from happening.
A year in the waiting for Mikwin to return, to be eligible to play in competition. And boy, I'm sure he'd love to return and have a top 6 placement, if not even more. It would be top 6, but that's a minimum. Still games to be played here today before Championship Sunday. 3-2, 22 seconds remaining. The stick comes through. 2 are dead again for Sentinels, and they've got one last push maybe here, Clutch. Otherwise, we're looking at a Native White victory.
Collect's positioning, it's perfect. You want to control C-Plat on this hill. Unfortunately, he's going to be surrounded. The nades get shot as he tries to reposition towards that sneaky ledge. And because of it, he's now on respawn. Sentinels are going to not have an answer for the amount of pressure from Native White right now. And the clock ticking, Dan, you got 7 seconds.
Well, it's do or die for Sentinels. Collects the last remaining player, but it looks like off spawn, no one's going to be there. He goes down. 3 seconds to go, and Native White will secure map number 3. And they take the lead in this series.
Yeah, very impressive stuff overall. I just want to point out there, Mikwin was having a pretty difficult time halfway through that, and he finished positive. Not to mention the camo play that was happening as well on Camo Hill. That was impressive stuff. Being able to hide behind the box, hop up, using the green gun, using that combo, allowing his teammates to get those finishes as well. Huge, huge plays coming out of Native White. It's heads-up moments like that that really gives me faith in these crazy runs that we can see teams going on. And I gotta say, I'm really, really impressed with what I saw there. I think there was honestly really, really heads up. And I don't have much else to say about it, Clutch, other than I'm impressed.
Good teamwork, good control. If we could have gone to a listen, and I guarantee the comms were pretty calm and consistent. You can tell that they're starting to find their groove, this Native White team is. And I wasn't sure they were going to be able to. Like I said, coming into the tournament, they struggled heavily in those qualifiers. But, I mean, with that much veteran presence on the team, you have to believe that coming to a LAN almost gives you an opportunity at a clean slate. And you're like, all we need is a reason and a flow to, like, the ability to find that flow. And once these guys find that flow, they're going to be able to compete with the likes of Sentinels, as we just saw.
You know, we don't actually talk about this a lot, but it just got me thinking, watching that, is presence. You said the word presence a second ago, but presence has so much meaning. I know you love presence too, but you know, presence has so much meaning, I think, when it comes to some of these teams. And you think of map presence and dominant presence, you think of some of our top teams like Space Station, like Optic, like FaZe. Yeah. And it's interesting to see where the teams who are trying to break into that top 4 and how much presence that they have at these LAN tournaments. I'm looking at Native White there against Sentinels. I felt like they had more presence than Sentinels did. They seem more confident there. Whether it's the game type, the map and mode combination, I don't know. But what does presence tell you about a team here, Gaskin?
I think that it often leads from confidence and belief that actually throughout a tournament you do have what it takes to break into that top 4 that you speak of. And this side of the bracket has G1 on, right? The other side has Space Station. And if you want to take either of those two teams, you are 100% taking G1 because they are a little bit behind Space Station in terms of caliber of skill, perhaps. But still, G1 will be a very rough task for anyone who is going to be ending up there. And that's what either of these teams have to wait for them.
I feel like sometimes presence can actually get mistaken for aggression just because of how good calculated aggression can be, but you can have patient teams, and I feel like sometimes we do see patience come through from Optic who have a ton of presence, and I think it's more about the control of a map that brings that competitive presence and edge.
Yeah, I think there's different styles as well. Like, World 2's presence on the map is heavily felt, Mikwin's presence is heavily felt, but they may not be the most aggressive players. Jumping into Game 4 now, as Sentinels, with their tournament lives on the line, look to try and tie this series up.
Remember, Sentinels were able to get a victory on this map earlier on this tournament against one of the biggest and the best, Optic Gaming.
Lethal.
Wow, I mean, that's the one way to start here for Sentinels. Get that overkill as maybe Lethal looking to try and make a statement here in map number 4.
This is going to be Collect's point of view, so ignore the graphic on screen. Collect posted up at the plasmas, trying to get some damage. Potentially get a flag on the move here, but he's going to need some help, and unfortunately, help not on the way. King Nick, Lethal, they get taken down. And Sentinels' map control, it's going to be squandered here for now.
Well, Collect decides rather than having a little fight, he'll just send himself up the map instead. Maybe he doesn't want to give that sniper rifle away, as now Barcode making his way through the map, and will have a little engagement with Lethal here. Wins it with the perfect, did have support regardless. Now we move over to Mikwin, who just should be able to do enough damage to potentially look to try and pull another flag here and get it on the move.
Yeah, he's going to try and get it. He knocked the no shield, and unfortunately, he's not going to get very far because of that. Knew his life was going to be shortly lived. Can't get the flag out the window even, and that flag, it's going to be reset momentarily. And as we take a look at the stats early on in this game, although Sparty and Collect still haven't been able to acquire a kill, Lethal and King Nick have done a phenomenal job to start this game off on the right foot. And as this second camouflage comes up, Sentinels look to try and capture it because this is such a pivotal piece into potentially getting a flag on the move.
And I'm very excited to see how this series wraps up, Lottie, because I don't think that we've seen everything to see out of these two teams. I think that just the kickoff there from Lethal with the overkill, that's them saying, all right, we're not just going to roll over and show our bellies here. This is going to be a series.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. It's half a book, but I am very intrigued to see the ending of that story, and hopefully we'll be able to read that one to you later on. But we have to get back to business on the main stage, and coming up next, we do have Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. We're going to see what these two teams are made of in the face of their tournament lives. This is a big elimination bracket match, and we're going to start things off talking about Space Station Gaming. I mean, Clutch, a hot start against FaZe. It was very impressive from Ika, who really popped off. And a slow start from Frosty as well, so a big imbalance there. What is this telling you about Space Station Gaming right now and their kind of ability to bounce back, hopefully, in the face of adversity here?
Yeah, they have every ability. I think this is the same Space Station team that we watched all season rock the Cloud9 banner last year, and how successful they were, how promising of a potential roster they left us at the world stage in that grand finals. I think that this team has every bit of capability of still winning this tournament, and they're playing just fine. They just happen to not have things go their way a couple of games against FaZe, and we could be talking about a completely different storyline here. These guys live and love the elimination bracket. They are known to go on runs, and this would be the last team in this tournament I would want to see in this stage.
Yeah, if anyone can bounce back, it's definitely them. Gaskin, you know, what can you tell me about their ability to clean up their mistakes and adapt on the fly at a tournament?
I mean, I think the stats don't lie. You know, they've never lost an elimination final. They have always found their way into the top two, but that is because of their determination, the hard grit. They will not be fazed by being knocked down, by any team into the elimination bracket. They always seem to have an answer. They don't respond badly. Some teams, when you get dropped into elimination bracket, can just be disheartened. They can change, they can get maybe more aggressive, or they can get more passive. These guys, they stick to the same plan. They have a strategy, they have a play style, and it will work if you get the right series layout. And sometimes, you know, series layout just goes badly for you.
Very true. On the other side of things, Rebellion, though, they're the clear underdog here, Clutch. You know, who really needs to step up to the plate to really put that pressure on SSG and force them to make mistakes?
There's not a single answer for me. I'm going to call out Karmea and say you got to meet the level of play that Bound is bringing, and Bound playing at a superstar level against FaZe looks prime and ready to continue the run that SSG is about to go on. Karmea, I've said you got a lot of potential. Potential can be wasted, and this is not a series that can be wasted on your behalf, right? You have to step up for your team. You have to dominate here to give your team a chance. Let's see what the young gun can bring us.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you there. I do think Karmea has to take that role and kind of slay and push forward for his team and create openings the way that Bound will do for Space Station Gaming. And Gaskin, how have you found the performance of Mental and Karmea? They came on. Ryan, who believes in them, he has full faith in this duo here. But since going head-to-head with tougher teams, how do you feel their performances?
Yeah, I've been very impressed with how they've kind of lived up to the hype and the expectations that have been put on their shoulders as young players. But we can see the series layout on our screens there as well, and I said it's very important and it could really change things. When you look at Shopify Rebellion, you want games that play to Ryonoob's strategies. So King of the Hill, perfect. Rebellion were flawless throughout the qualifiers when it came to King of the Hill, and they've been performing excellently at this tournament as well. And we need to look at where losses have happened, though, for the other teams. SSG, they lost to Complexity on King of the Hill streets, right? There are game types here where Rebellion really can take advantage of things.
Very exciting.
Issue is you got to get to King of the Hill, and unfortunately, SSG not going to give you any free wins. I do like the Aquarius Slayer, though. I typically feel like Ryonoob's teams so far throughout Infinite have been successful at Aquarius Slayer. Without the power weapons and the opportunity for SSG to really dominate with power weapons, I think that becomes a much more winnable game.
Well, we've made you wait long enough. I've been told the stage is set and ready to go. We're going to head on over swiftly to our casters. Walshy and Tony, take the mics, guys.
Thank you so much, Lottie, and what a big matchup we have right here, right now. Ryanoob and Rain on Rebellion. The entire SSG roster didn't place below top 2 all season 1 long on LAN, and one of them won't be making it to Championship Sunday. How crazy is that?
That is a wild start, and I agree with what Clutch and Gaskin were saying. SSG are looking scary. They're a squad that can take some hits and roll back in through the elimination bracket. So I would be very fearful if they're Rebellion, but at the same time, It is late in the evening. We're talking close to 8:30 p.m. here. So if SSG is just trying to get one series done and call it a night, I don't think Rebellion are going to let that go without a fight. We're kicking this one off, though, on Recharge Strongholds. I'm excited to see how these teams are maneuvering on the map, how they're controlling the power weapons, and how they're controlling that power-up in the form of camo.
Both of these teams are fighting for top 4, but neither one of them will be happy. They are going for the #1 spot. It's SSG versus Shopify Rebellion.
Stellar getting his prayers out before Sunday, getting a Hail Mary to start this one off along with a beatdown on Ryanoob. That's going to be 3 down for each team. Penguin going to be the last one to get a kill there and put his squad in a better spot. But there's no real clear victory I felt at the beginning of that. But as I say that, we saw Space Station with a temporary trip cap with A being reconverted in Rebellion's favor.
Space Station Gaming able to start off with that trip cap and also able to steal the shock rifle away from Shopify Rebellion. Now you see Rebellion trapped over toward the A side off the spawn, trying to desperately break through, but Eco off the screen gets himself a big kill. Penguin gonna follow it up as well, but just like that, SSG are moving in.
And look at this rotation here, come from Space Station. Right there, most players would have, in Penguin shoes, sat at A, tried to double cap real fast and roll out together, but Penguin saw that pressure going on right away over towards control, decides to grapple on over and help his teammate immediately. So these players are playing such fast-paced gameplay at the start of this.
Outside of FaZe, I think SSG might be the best stronghold team that we have in the league right now. It is unfortunate that Shopify Rebellion ended up running into it on game #1 because you already see that 72-0 run and counting as SSG continue to punish Shopify Rebellion. Stellar putting the shock rifle to work, gets himself a huge body shot and holds on to the tower control.
I like this play though too from Space Station, trying to rotate over back towards A. It seems like the help's a little too late though, even though Stellar got that pick. Right now it's a difficult spot to push, but when you have numbers, you can push on throw. Eco and Penguin both taking care of the elevator, and that's going to be a continued trip cap for Space Station Gaming.
Stellar's been called the best overall player in the game. He can do it all, objective and also slaying and also sniping with the shock rifle. Whatever you need Stellar to fill in, whatever role is necessary, he's able to do just that. And of course, Eco coming away with the active camouflage. This is a shutout right now. Shopify Rebellion not even on the board.
It's so dangerous here. Shopify's just trying to stop the bleeding. And Eco's grabbing camo just to keep control more on the map. Before you know it, this game has already spiraled out of control. Only 2.5 minutes in and 165 points on the board for Space Station.
Finally, we see some life out of Rebellion, though. The first 2 down that's necessary for them to break through. Of course, though, it's Penguin that shuts down the A side of the map, but points on the board for Rebellion. The question now becomes, can they hold it?
I like this play, though. Space Station side just kind of hunker down over at A for a moment while their teammates spawn. A, aka Elevator, is one of the tougher strongholds to get in position for. But look at all those kills traded out back and forth. That's 3 apiece. When kills are traded out, it benefits the team that has more strongholds at the moment. So Shopify Rebellion are welcoming traded kills like that. But if they're going to do those trades, they have to make sure they watch the strongholds or at least counter the strongholds.
Must be so frustrating for Rebellion to do everything you can to put SSG2 down. And what does Eco do? He gets himself a double kill, then trades out his life for a little pseudo triple. And just like that, SSG just take control. 188-21 lead. SSG looking dominant here on Recharge.
Yeah, generally on strongholds, you can put yourself in position to hold a double cap for a little bit, to bring the game back. But once you start to get down by this much, Shopify is essentially putting themselves in a position where they just need to go on a tear. They need to get all 4 down. They need to hold a trip cap for a bit and start to tie this up. And it might be too little too late as they are just getting too many deaths on the board. 3 kills on the board again. Ryan's spawn is a little staggered, so he's now going to die. And no longer is Ryanoob going to be with Mental and Carmea, who just spawned. Look at this continuing staggering of spawns from Space Station's kills.
Rebellion have no answer for the relentless pressure that SSG are simply putting on them right now. They are just having their way with them, and as we move on to the end game, we do see a trip cap. Rebellion gonna try to take over the Bravo side, but it takes 2 to tango, and sadly, they're not an A. That's gonna be it. SSG clean house and take game 1.
Yeah, that wasn't really much of a contest whatsoever. SSG almost doubling the kills of Rebellion right there. And they were just in control the entire time. I mean, even the situations where you saw kills being traded out back and forth, it felt like SSG knew what to do. They knew when they could go grab a stronghold. They knew where the last member was. Or they were the ones walking away with camo almost every single time. So just impressive plays all across the board there for Space Station Gaming.
I said it before, game number 1 in their stronghold definitely favors SSG, but for the mental of Rebellion, they just weren't present. Like at no point in time did they didn't look like they had a chance to win that game. And I know that must be frustrating. Going into a game number 2 after a devastating loss like that, how do you mentally reset? How do you bounce back?
Well, you're right. It was bad for their mental game, and then also bad for mental on the team over on Rebellion over there, just getting out-rotated. How do you bounce back from something like that? Sometimes, honestly, a devastating loss like that can be easier to shake off than a really close game. Instead of losing a Stronghold's 250 to 249, instead you're like, all right, that game was kind of fluke, like nothing to really analyze there. Let's move on to the next one. So the other thing that Rebellion can do is if they're paying attention to other previous matches, they can say, guess what? We saw FaZe absolutely dominate Space Station here on Aquarius Slayer. It was a slaughter. And so maybe they say, let's see what we can do, see if we can enact a very similar strategy. But all in all, in order to get this far in the tournament, you've had to have some losses, you've had to have some bad losses for certain games, so you just need to roll with the punches and shake off certain ones and focus on the future. Right now, Rebellion, they're not talking about what they should have done wrong or right in that last game on Strongholds. Instead, they're talking about this next Slayer game coming up.
So you said it may not be good for the mental, but all I do is just not be a bunch of, Riot-like noobs and maybe make it rain some shots and give them the karma they deserve so they can bounce back here as Shopify Rebellion. Normally a great Slayer team, but you know what's really good?
Great Slayer squad, but the benefit here in Slayer is they get to play at their own pace. That first game, it was just nonstop action, staggered spawns, and you never got to really see Rebellion at full form for more than a few seconds. Instead, they were just always, it felt like, at a numbers disadvantage. Here on Slayer, there's gonna be times where they can actually slow this down and hopefully spread out and get some more positions across the map. But it's all about getting that good start. Last time, it was kind of traded slaves back and forth, and Space Station walking with a trip cap. Let's see what is gonna happen off the get-go.
Normally, I feel like a map that's a little bit slow will favor a team like Shopify Rebellion, but a map like Aquarius where there's no place to hide, SSG, the same pressure they were able to accomplish on Recharge, why couldn't they do that again here on Aquarius? But Ryan, who's the one who still plays the active camouflage, the most important utility here on Aquarius.
Yes, he's got that camo indeed. Now we're gonna figure out, is he gonna try to go for dynamos? When have those been first snagged? Or how is he going to maneuver across the map? And that's such a great start here for Rebellion. 6-1. They are now having Space Station stacking their spawns. Look at this. They have 2 members down, and they're going to try to hunt down Eco and Penguin before Stellar and Bound respawn.
Brain going big with the 4-1 to assist to go along with it. Finally, Ryan Duke's camouflage runs out. So is this the opportunity that SSG were looking for in order to get aggressive on them, waiting for that camouflage to run out so they can not see Ghost the entire time they're pushing across the map here. Rebellion, they'll keep the pressure on. Rebellion's still playing well.
Yeah, Rebellion's still just doing everything just fine right here. There's going to be those ebbs and flows throughout a Slayer game or throughout pretty much any sort of objective game in Halo where you're going to have times where your team is up and you have numbers and things are going to be going in your favor. And you have those times where you're on the back foot against another top squad. And it's just about maximizing those gains when you're ahead and minimizing those losses when you're behind. And so in a situation like that, to lose a couple kills here or there is not the end of the world. It's a 50-kill Slayer game, and it doesn't matter if you're only up by 2 or 5 early on, as long as you're making sure that you're taking advantage when your team has control.
Bounce steals away that heat wave and immediately brings it back towards the rest of his team. Now gonna put it to work. That's gonna be 1 take. Make that 2, 3 down. Goes Shopify Rebellion. Right as the active camouflage is going up, SSG are no longer allowing Rebellion to set the pace.
Yeah, and that was 3 down for each side. So what's going to be most crucial here is those last members that were alive for Space Station and Shopify, are they able to spread out across the map and get a different flank angle? Because you can assume all 3 members that are spawning are going to spawn together on one quadrant of the map. You always need a secondary angle if your team is getting a setup so you can pick off anyone who's trying to run away or flank.
Still the early lead being held here by Rebellion on board with Eco as he does everything he can to try to stay alive over toward the bottom mid side. You see Rebellion start to push up over towards Utility. They have not accounted for Eco. Eco's actually getting right behind him. This could be a really good flank, but Eco gets spotted.
Eco busted, and now he is just kind of out in the bomb side of the map. Eventually picked off. That's 2 down. Make that 3 down for Space Station. Bound the only one alive. I mean, it's a tough kill, but when you have the numbers advantage, not so tough anymore. That's a 6-kill lead here for Shopify Rebellion.
Ryan Noob will not be bullied. As he gets himself a big double kill, now immediately applying pressure to the P side. Rain and Mental getting back-to-back kills, and that's gonna open up the map for Shopify Rebellion to spread out, like you said, surround SSG, and now it's time to push.
It seems like Rebellion are doing a great job of finding where these members are running down low, especially when the last one's live. One thing that Space Station does so well when I watch their matches is they'll have 2 or 3 of them down, but one member just hides and stays alive and has this flank or has this opportunity where they can catch somebody out in a one-on-one, but I don't really see anyone from Space Station slipping by so far in this game number 2.
Rain immediately bringing that heat wave over towards the P side, denying access towards Bound, but Bound, one of the hardest kills in the game, stays alive and now continues to isolate Mental. The rest of SSG now collapse on him. That's a big play by SSG, but they're still down by 5.
Still down by 5, and yeah, that was quite the challenge from Bound as he did a great job just reading that play, knowing either a grenade was coming out or that player was repositioning. Those are the sort of things you can expect from kind of Rookie of the Year. But 7-kill lead still sustaining now that we crossed the halfway mark. Make that only a 6-kill lead. Space Station at some point are going to have to stop being on the defensive end. They're going to have to get those slays and then push on out. And here might be their opportunity. Rain, the last one alive. They know where Rain is at, but Rain making an incredible play. Taking out Eco, jumping out into the courtyard.
Rebellion know what's on the line here. They can't allow SSG to go 2-0 in this series. They have to make their stance right here, right now. And allowing Stella to get away with the camouflage and heat wave was not on the plan, so he's going to be taken out. And now Shopify Rebellion once again having an opportunity to control either car or P side of the map.
Yeah, what a completely different tale and pace compared to game 1. We saw Shopify Rebellion just getting collapsed on over and over again, not really being able to spread out and get in the positions they want. Whereas now they get to take their time. Look at how much longer that Mental can run on over into the base or swing back over towards Fridge and get in a strong position instead of feeling forced to charge out to stop that ticking objective.
Excellent shots by Mental. Love that play to get out of there. Trust your teammates in order to finish off that kill, or more importantly, stay alive. Relocate, and now you're seeing a double push by Rebellion here on the blue side. Player down to 1 shot, double push right back for SSG. So this is a pivotal battle that they aren't able to win.
Oh no, and that's gonna be 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. They lost their massive lead they had, so I actually wanna go to a listen with Rebellion to hear how they're gonna break out of the spawn trap.
From looting. From blue, P jump, P1. They're Gen, one guy. P1, watch out. Camo 5. Jason. Okay, I can't get him. I'm here. One left. Dead. Nice. Blue flag. I came out. Do thrusters up here. Play P side. Pitch you. Watch out, Camo. Jason, they're gonna be on you. I'm near. Yo, my Jen, one shot. Watch out. Car1, watch our tubes. Really weak Jen. Really weak Jen. He's on the door. Was on the door. I'm in troops. I'm in Jen. In the corner. Bottom right. Maybe 3. Traded. Might die? Yeah, still bottom right. Watch out. Yeah, watch out. Car2. Down his weak. He died on me. To back. He's hurt.
I said it before and I'll say it again. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and the recovery from SSG is masterful as we're tied up at 42 apiece going into the 4th quarter here. This is bad for Rebellion. They have to take back that lead.
Yeah, this is incredibly difficult, like you said, because it's such a blow when you had a lead and you no longer have that. Now it's like, well, what were we doing? Were we charging too much? We're not charging enough, and you start second-guessing everything. And just like that, actions tried to be forced, kills trade out on both sides, and we still have ourselves a tied game at 44 apiece.
It feels like only a couple minutes ago, it feels like that Eco was caught over toward that bottom mid side and hunted down, but now that 13-9 scoreboard, the highest KD on his team right now, 6 assists to go along with it, and we see Bound doing the best he can to stay alive. Every life counts at the moment as Rebellion are up by 1 kill. Just 4 more kills needed. One squad wipe is all they needed. Rain and Mental push in. Mental pulls off the double kill here. Now you're looking for 2 more. Can Mental and Rebellion finish this off?
No fear here from the Rebellion side. As they get some damage and they get kills, they decide to press the advantage. It still looks like they're not even gonna turtle up. They want to close this out. They're trying to poke and prod and find any member of Space Station who's just sticking out a little too far.
SSG know they can't afford any death here.
Look at this
and you see
collapse.
one push in, and nobody counts for Mental in the middle of the map. That's a mistake.
But look at that, they were just hungry for that last kill. You saw 2 members, I want to say it was Rain and Carmea, charging across the courtyard as soon as they heard the call out that they were all in the base and knew that someone was weak there. So 0 fear, and I really appreciated that for the Rebellion squad. Sometimes you have these aggressive players that as the game gets into a 45-45 or 46-46 scenario, they turtle up, and your team's not used to playing that way. If you're an aggressive squad, you have to keep that aggression up at the right times, including a tie game at the end.
Rebellion bounce back. And now we're going into a swing game number 3 after a wonderful performance in that game 2. I'm not gonna lie though, I was a little worried. You know, they dominated early game, even dominated the second quarter. Towards the third quarter of the game, that's when SSG were able to tie it up. But when it came down to clutching it out, Rebellion do just that. Take a look at some of the highlights here. Rebellion tied the series.
Yeah, throughout, like you said, that first half to 3/4 of the game, Tony, it's going to be essentially a Rebellion's up sometimes by as much as 5 or 8 kills, and then basically tied or up by 1 kill. But for the most part, it was a Rebellion game through and through. There were some close moments, there were some ties, but Rebellion always prevailed.
Now we're going into an oddball live fire, and although live fire is another map that favors SSG, you know Rebellion, darn good oddball team, and SSG tend to struggle on this game type here. Is this the opportunity that Rebellion are looking for in order to take it? They were tied up at 2 apiece, and so far, 1-0. SSG only played it 1 time.
100% win record there in oddball, but you can't argue with the stats.
It's 1.
But one thing to also keep in mind is now we're just looking at the singular objective versus those 3 objectives that we saw over on that Strongholds recharge game. So we're gonna see if that helps Rebellion maybe just focus on one single point. Keep in mind, you have a couple of veterans like in the form of Ryan, Noob, and Rain. And when it comes to Carmea and Mental, they still have to learn some of that very complex objective play in Halo. They aren't going to know the nuances of which stronghold do I push right away, and when do I back down, when do I do this? But at some point you can say, stick near this oddball and slay. They might be just fine.
Yeah, back during the qualifier, Rebellion just had a masterful way, not only holding onto setups, but waiting to the right time and then just rotate the ball. You think you're overwhelming one side. You think you're breaking their setup, and then it hits you with the whoop-de-wop, you know, the bait and switch, and they're gone. You're over on A side, they're over on C side, and now you're scrambling trying to figure out how did they put 40 seconds worth of uncontested ball time when you have 4 players up.
That could be tough, so we'll have to see how Rebellion does here in this second objective game, because the first one, they got demolished, you know, 250 to 21, wasn't even close. They get some pauses in this one though, live fire, there's gonna be a little bit more back and forth. Like I said, there was a lot of times where there was 1 player live on each team during that Strongholds game, and guess who was coming out ahead in those scenarios? It was SSG. They were the ones that had one of their players rotate to the correct stronghold and securing that or getting to the right position. We'll have to see how it happens to this next one, because like I said, when it's going to be a one-on-one here in oddball, I guarantee neither of those players are going to be touching the ball unless they're tossing off the map.
It's funny because as much as the desk and us talk about Carmea being the X Factor, and even Mental being the X Factor of Rebellion, my X Factor for SSG is Penguin.
Penguin.
I feel like Penguin's always been this great objective mastermind, especially when it comes to flag, and even on Oddball, the same thing. But recently, he's been stepping up as a slayer as well, when really starting to come into his own. When Penguin is on the top of that leaderboard in the slay department, SSG are usually steamrolling teams. So I'm gonna watch out for Penguin stats. I feel like if he has a really good slaying game, I think SSG come out on top. If he struggles a bit, maybe that's what Rebellion is gonna try to play through.
I can see that. I can see like Penguin going off being kind of like that win harder condition, because he's always doing everything right, and some of those things aren't fully reflected in the stat screen. But if he's doing all those things right and he's somehow at the top of the kill, scoreboard, there's just something to be said about doing everything right and getting good grades on the report card. So I could see Penguin. I could see that being a great win harder condition, but we will have to find out soon, because if I've been looking at how these players have been performing today, I feel like that man on your screen right now, Eco, when I looked at some of those games during FaZe, he was the one putting up the biggest numbers. He was the one pulling out some ridiculous one-on-ones. I feel like when someone's on fire that day, you really lean into it. You make sure that you clear the path for them. You no longer want to try to be that entry fragger and said, like, someone go in front of Eco. Let Eco clean up that next kill, and then let Eco win that 1v1. Play to your team's strengths when somebody is on fire. I'm a big believer in that.
Well, I have a question for the person that's been behind the guys on screen every single time. And I know you're a decorated player, but I want you to put on your coach's hat for a second. And let's pretend you're Elamite. This is the first event that you're coaching these boys on LAN. You know their playstyle. You know how aggressive you are. You know how objective efficient they are. But what are you telling this team in order to push over the edge on a game type like Oddball?
Well, if I was Elamite, I'd be saying, well, I assume we're going to win this, but who are we going to be playing against? Because on the other side station, there's Native White taking on Sentinels, and they got themselves a close game. It's 32-28 in Sentinels' favors in this game number 5 Slayer on the streets.
This is my favorite matchup. I'm going to tell you why. Sparty and Barcode are roommates. So all I'm saying is, whoever wins this, ain't gotta do dishes for the whole month. You know what? The whole year. I'm saying, if I win this, I ain't doing no dishes in the house. That's all you. Hey,
yeah.
you got 3-0.
We might start hearing some weird trash talk like, yeah, you don't take the trash out when you should on Thursday mornings. Like, wait, what kind of trash talk is that, Sparty? Oh man, dude, get your head in the game, dude. That ain't cool. But looking at this one, just damage being traded out, but Sentinels have full control of Tram right now, and they are comfortable. King Nick taking out Gilkey, Sparty taking out Barcode, Mickwin and Collect getting a couple answers of their own, but that's going to be 3 down for Native White, and expect Sentinels to push on over and press that advantage.
Collect with the triple kill, killing spree in this game number 5. Winner takes all right here. There's one that's going to advance forward, and someone's going to be going home upset. And as of right now, you see a dominant lead in favor of Sentinels. Collect doing everything he can to stay alive, makes it towards the back end. But now you're seeing Sentinels kind of trapped over towards the Tram side of the map. I don't like that.
This is going to be tricky, because right now Sentinels are going to have to find this right balance of how much do they poke out and push some damage so that they can get out Tram, versus if they poke out, are they just giving an opening for Native White to collapse in and kill them all in Tram? So this is such a difficult spot. Lethal and Sparty both taken out. Collect trying to hold his spot at balcony. And if you want to watch this, you can check out the ending over on the B stream, because we are going to be hopping back over in just a moment to the main stage.
We'll make sure we keep you guys updated on that matchup, because that is a game number 5, and that's a pretty important matchup. Native White had one crazy run all the way throughout that open bracket to make it into pool play, and then looked dominant. I got the chance to talk to Barcode, and I said, was this open bracket run good for you? And he said, yeah, it allowed them to really come into it. It allowed them to get confident within each other, because they're a very new team with very little practice, and they've gotten better and better. But now we're gonna find out, have Rebellion gotten better? Because you're going up against Space Station Gaming, one of the favorites to make every grand finals here in this year, and only one team can make it to Championship Sunday.
Rebellion have some momentum. They get to shake off that first game loss. Now let's see what they can do here on Live Fire. Mental and crew kind of sitting back, so I'm assuming there's something a little fishy going on. We will find out just soon. In fact, no? Does Mental take this odd start? All right, yeah, that makes way more sense. I was like, is Mental like way ahead of the game and knowing where his teammates are going first and then pushing back over? But jumping back into this, we got 46 kills here for Sentinels, 39 for Native White, 4 kills separating this squad from making it to the elimination semifinals.
Just one squad wipe needed here, and Collect's already pinging exactly where the pressure's coming from Native White. Now you're seeing multiple members of Sentinels train their reticles. They know the entire Native White team is over on the B side, down to one shot. Goes Dilky, they're gonna get aggressive, bait and switch is gonna work out. Barcode takes down one. He's gonna follow by taking out Lethal, and somehow Sentinels get wiped. That is a mistake.
They threw everything they had at him. This is a chance for Native White to try and look for these spawns and not allow Sentinels to get more position on the map. Tapping buttons, gets the first pick on Collect over at the cafe, and wisely backs down, uncertain of where the other members are. But this is now all of a sudden a 3-kill game, Tony.
Long range shots going in for Tapping Buttons. The shotgun is up, so I know he's gonna want to try to play for that. And now Tapping Buttons having the Bulldog in the back pocket. But Sparty, the real dog, is over on the A side. That might be a battle that has to go through here. McWin and Tapping Buttons communicating with each other. Is that the avenue they want to take?
I mean, Rock is coming up soon. Both these teams set up for Barcode, getting the first pick on Lethal. That's going to be McWin and Gilkey getting kills of their own. King Nick, the only one alive. What are they going to do? Barcode decides to commit regicide, taking out King Nick, gets the damage on Lethal. 48-48. PD is where the action's going down. There's going to be a killing spree for Barcode, the Australian hero, and that's going to be Native White, knocking Sentinels out of the tournament, going on to the elimination semifinals.
Somebody call 911. Native White just robbed that series.
What a comeback. They were playing so calm and collected, I felt, from Sentinels. They threw everything they had over at the B Street, and it was just perfectly stopped by Native.
That's when you got to take to the drawing board. There is no shot that Sentinels can lose out on that matchup right there, but man, what a clutch up by Native White. I can't believe it. Sentinels are going home. We will not see Sentinels in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, not just that. Native White have made this journey all the way from the open bracket. It just goes to show the level of skill from these teams in the open bracket, how they had to be forged on that pressure, how many incredible rounds they had to win through to get here, and they can hang with the best of the best.
And I'll even add on top of that, you have Tapping Buttons and Barcode, who literally left their home countries to come over here in North America to compete and for this opportunity to be one of the best teams here in North America, one of the best opportunities alongside McWin and Gilkey, and they take advantage of it. Out of the open bracket into Sentinels, who are obviously the favorites in that matchup. Native White move on, but now who will move on here? Will it be Space Station Gaming? Will it be Rebellion? Right back to Livefire.
And we will see how they kick it off, because I'm sure off the start a little bit here, some of these teams have maybe seen where they're sending players to. Now do they decide to stick to their normal strat, or where are they going to go off the get-go? And let's kick it off with Mental. Last time we saw him sit back in dirt, and now he's charging towards that sniper rifle, but met with a lot of damage. Gonna have to sit and hide for a moment.
Just to remind you guys at home, the series is tied up in one apiece right now. This next game going to be so important for momentum and to take the lead. The best of 5 series, you need 3 to win. Overshield coming up very soon, and Mental's positioned well.
Such a smart play. Most people might be wondering, why didn't he just go straight towards the overshield? Instead, creating space for his team, who spawned over towards Plat. So, hoping that his teammates were going to be able to take advantage of that, but I don't know what ended up happening with that OS. All I know is that Mental did a fantastic job creating that extra space, because sometimes you go next to that OS cylinder, you're just a sitting duck.
Problem is, there's only so much you can do when your team goes 3 down and that overshield is coming right up. So that overshield was stolen. So was the sniper rifle. All the utility now is in the hands of SSG. And guess what? So is the oddball as well. A-side setup being held down. The Slay's already going in. Stellar on the kill feed, getting himself a great double kill.
And look at how far ahead of the rotation they are. Bound all the way up in Nest, preparing for anyone to push on over here. And here comes the 1v1 against Mental. Takes him out with that Needler. Ryan Noob trying to deal some damage, but now Bound is forcing these members of Shopify Rebellion to clear him out from back tower.
SSG have an advanced understanding of how to play the space here on live fire. You know, they don't have to be on top of each other in order to force that teamwork. Bound to separate all the way toward the tower side, literally cutting the map in half like a rook on a chessboard.
But I love this play too. Bounce, realizing I don't see anyone near tower or dummies, he reverts back on over to try to help towards green. A little too late to react to that, but the heads-up play was there and the opportunity was there. All you want to do when you're on the outskirts or the flanks like that is you're scouting for information. If you see a bunch of pressure, you want to buy some time to stay alive for your teammates. If you don't see any pressure, you need to rotate and get in the action.
Shopify Rebellion had first hands on that overshield, but they weren't able to pop it. Exactly when SSG were able to push them out. Now Eco steals that overshield away and able to use it immediately. A double kill, taking down both Carmea and Rain, and he's not done yet. Has plenty of shields to work with. More ball time being accumulated by SSG.
It just feels like Eco is just grabbing all the counters to his overshield right now. It's like, all right, I'm going to go grab the spike grenades. I already got the plasma pistol. Does someone have the repulsor? Call up the repulsor, give it to me, because I want to take anything that's a threat to my overshield.
It's a rocket. Oh, no, we're good. Wrong match. We're good. Another killing spree being earned by Eco. And the same way that SSG were able to shut Shopify Rebellion out in that game number 1 is the same thing we're looking like here in game 3. It's 73-1 lead. No, your eyes don't deceive you. SSG might just end it here.
SSG, just the superior objective team, but also in the slaying department, 25 kills for Space Station to 5 for Rebellion. Outslaying 5-1, you can literally do whatever you want across the map. Closing out a couple more kills. Looks like Bounce fighting Carmea over at green and buying time, but the damage has been done. What a fantastic start here for Space Station Gaming in game number 3.
SSG looking for the final 9 seconds to close out this round number 1. I'm not saying it's impossible for Rebellion, but it's certainly improbable for them to win out here, especially when Stellar's holding on to the sniper rifle. Long-range shots, though, starting to be received, tagging him up, and the first point's really coming on the board here for Rebellion. I don't count the 1.
And that's interesting for Rebellion to try to scrap up a few seconds. I feel like if my team is getting outslayed too heavily, I just want us to get a groove for slaying first. Even if I'm gonna drop this first round, get your group for slaying, get some confidence, get some presence on the map, because right now, slaying department is where your team is hurting. It's now objective efficiency, and that's gonna be Stellar picking up those last couple of seconds, and round number 1, going for Space Station.
Fist bumps come in, so that tells me the SSG feeling good here in this game number 3, but it takes 2 out of 3 rounds in order to win here on Oddball, and now we're gonna see Stellar pushing up with that green gun immediately onto the pillar side. We see overshields on a little bit of a delay, so the first fight is over that sniper rifle and heat wave, second fight over the OS.
Interesting rotation as well, just so much trust in his team's callouts and all the damage they're doing that Stellar decides just to grab the ball, realizing that Rebellion were likely focused over on OS, and also rotates it back towards mud and dirt so that he can be a factor over towards overshield now. Now here comes the opportunity. Does he play ballless or decide to rotate over towards pillars? In fact, he goes for option C, which wasn't even on the multi-choice test. He went for the jump up. Gotta listen to the instructions, man.
This is so tough to watch if you're a Rebellion fan, because you know that Rebellion usually will out-teamwork, out-coordinate, and really outplay the opposition. The problem is that SSG are a great team, so they come with that teamwork coordination as well. But on top of that, they are overwhelming them with firepower. Look at the stats. I hate just focusing on the stats, but 5 and 10, 2 and 11, 4 and 10, 6 and 9. This is not Shopify Rebellion not understanding how to play this map and game type. This is the fact that SSG are just winning fight after fight.
You're absolutely correct. At some point, when you just have that many slays, it's really not that difficult to break down the objective play. Because when you're out slaying 5-1, like we saw in round 1, Tony, you could run the ball wherever you want, to be honest. It really doesn't matter when you are out slaying that heavy. So at some point, it's not as much of an objective efficiency game, and even though I've seen some great rotations and ball rotations there from SSG, it's just more of they are killing a lot, and they are not dying really at all.
38-13 lead in favor of SSG here in this round number 2. Only 1 round needed for them to go up in this series. Rebellion not out of it just yet. They may be struggling and something has to change, but there is time on the board. Rebellion could mount some kind of counter strategy to SSG simply outgunning them.
Yeah, just too many slays, and they don't really have that much time here to react. But here's a great opportunity. You got Rain with the overshield, gonna go over towards Nest, and they have to get this collapse. It looks like it's gonna be a play ball regardless, but they need these slays, and they need to stay alive for this next rotation. But it kind of got flip positions. Rain had Nest in that superior position before, and Spaces just flanked right in behind after the play ball. But luckily, Ryan Noob and his big brain were ready for the play ball, and they decided to go for a garage setup. But as this garage setup is being put together, you see too many members of Shopify Rebellion taken down, and so kills traded back and forth.
Rain does everything he can with that overshield, but eventually that ball ends up in no man's land, and Bound ends up with a triple kill. Once again, the firepower coming in, and it's really tough for you to hold on to the ball if you're constantly on the respawn screen.
And look at once again, you just see all these players from SSG just spread out perfectly, and also just picking up the kills without much answers from the side of Rebellion. Too many kills, and look at this, they're looking for this last flanker. They found him all the way over towards dummies and just setting up and gonna let this player walk into a trap.
Just 15 seconds needed here, Bound with everything can to stay alive. What a nade, he's able to get out. Body shots, Ryan Noob. My gosh, what a play by Bound.
Such a great play, throwing the grenade for mental. Back and forth with Ryan Noob over at Sandbags, even just doing the curb slide to get the challenge. And that's gonna be it. That's all there's to be said there. SSG looking so scary on live fire oddball. I mean, we saw them with like a, 1.07 KD for their one oddball game? And that's gonna be jacked up real quick. Those stats are gonna be heavily skewed. They outslayed 64 to 26 in that game number 3.
What's crazy to me is look at the SSG faces for a moment there, and they're not talking. There's no expression, no excitement, there's no celebration. And this to them, this is just another day in the job. It's clock in, clock out. They know they're gonna win this series.
You pay me to be here, you don't pay me here to be here and be happy. That's for sure. But they also know the job is not done yet. Okay. They are not getting overly excited yet. But at some point we have to do some content piece in the future. We're gonna show our casters a picture of SSG. After a match, we'll say, did they win or did they lose this last game? And we'll have to guess, like, I don't know, man. Stellar doesn't look so happy. It's like, they won 250 to 21. You lose. Sorry, Wes.
At that point, I was just dead. The same way I did my multiple choice call, you know, back in middle school, A, B, B, A, B, B, A,
Don't worry,
A, B, A.
I was pretty good at school. You can copy off me.
Yeah.
I got you.
But don't make it awkward. I'll change it.
Change it a little bit. Change the answers a little bit.
Okay, it's a 2-1 series lead in favor of SSG right now, and Rebellion need to answer in this game number 4 in order to force us into a game 5, and it's gonna be on streets. You know, I say, whenever you're looking for a fight, you gotta take it to the
Sell this outside real quick, and it's gonna be King of the Hill on the streets.
Yeah.
So my theory goes out the window. When I first was like, hey, maybe we're gonna see Rebellion be stronger with just a single objective to focus on versus having the multi-objective on strongholds. It just feels like SSG are the by far better objective team. Now, can they still slay to that same level they did in that last game? I don't know about that. What they did last game, I feel, is an anomaly, even against a strong squad here like Rebellion. I just don't know how often you can outslay over 2-1 against your opponent. But you know, when you're on fire, you're on fire. All I feel right now Rebellion has to do is they have to somehow match the slaying power, which is a difficult task because slaying power reigns key here in the HCS.
It's game number 4. This may be the final time you see Rebellion. King of the Hill with SSG have showed you how objective efficient they are, and now with one more, they're going on to Championship Sunday. And I don't think you even spell Championship Sunday without Space Station Gaming and it'd be crazy to me. But Ryan Brain, Mental, and Carmea's last chance. Can they do it?
Well, they're gonna have to. Tournament life on the line. Do they get to be playing in the top 4 tomorrow? Or are they going to bed and sleeping in as long as they want tomorrow? Eco kicking off here at Tires. I thought he was gonna go for some early hill time, but instead decides to go to Slay. Look at this Space Station push. They were focused on getting Tram early. They feel like that might be a key position in this first hill and for the second hill rotation.
But with that Stalker rifle, they were able to put SSG 3 down right off the rip, the final player, Penguin, being alive with that rockets. But this might work out for Rebellion. If you can't go toe-to-toe with them with the BRs, play a map and game type like Streets, where there's so much of the sandbox for you to utilize.
Look at that setup here from SSG. They have 2 members right inside the hill, and when they need to duck on out, run towards the B stairs or into the arcade. But both members hunted down. Now it's going to be Stellar versus the World. Randy Carmea trying to hunt down towards B stairs. Carmea stays alive, picks off Stellar. Huge play by Carmea to not give up that death.
Yeah, that was almost a triple kill by Stellar. Carmea answers back with a double kill, stays alive, and now he's able to apply pressure here on the Cafe side. This man's somehow still alive and thriving.
Such a big brain play, pushing all the way across towards Neons to put that pressure. Now, Space Station don't know if they need to clear out Neons or if they're just going to charge straight towards the hill. They look like they opt to charge towards the hill. So Carmea needs to get back in the action, needs to do it fast, but it's too little too late. Space Station once again have control of the hill. Carmea's going to have to wait for some backup.
I joked around with you backstage. We always joke about Carmea's point of view is that he's always turned around, head down, and just running away. That's what he does best, but it's what he does. He has plays on a high sensitivity, and he has a great way of just staying alive and being annoying. And you know Ryan loves those type of players. He opens up the map, and he's still alive. He's on a killing spree, and they can't deal with him. 3 down go SSG. Rebellion have the lead.
Oh my God, almost got away with that classic strong side move, looking towards the ground, trying to get away, but brings those rockets back towards Rain, and Rain is gonna make great use of them. 2 rockets, 2 kills, Stellar last one alive, and this hill is looking like it's gonna go in favor of Carmea. Now the question is, do Space Station try to put this pressure on the hill right away, or do they get Tram and try set up for hill number 2?
Strong side. Not sure why you mentioned a Jenga player. Carmea with Stalker rifle in hands, but electing to use the BR to put that damage onto Stellar, forcing him back away. Eco going across the map to make sure he finishes off Carmea, and now Space Station Gaming might steal away round number 1 here.
They're going for both. I thought they were going to either challenge the hill or challenge Tram. Instead, they said, yeah, we'll take both those options. They're going to try to hold on to this. They know the pressure is going to be coming all from PD. You saw Eco watching that crossover from Neons. He knew no one was going to go there, and that's going to be 6 shots with the Stalk Rifle, make that 2 kills. Carmea, last one alive, and time back on the board for Bound and the SSG squad. However, Bound's not certain if he should run back towards Tram. You saw him uncertain if he should double back. But it looks like they got the call that they got the good spawns towards Tram, and know they're fighting towards Tires and PD.
Rebellion get wiped, and because of that, SSG able to take advantage of that and taking that hill number 1. But Rebellion also having a head start over toward the Tram side. Rain with the big double kill, making SSG spawn all the way across the map.
And this is such a powerful position from Eco. Eco all the way over towards Rails, and gonna be a consistent nuisance here for these members of Shopify Rebellion. Look at all these different spots you saw Eco fight from. Over from Rails, fighting stairs. Over at Tires, shooting towards ATM. Back over towards bottom middle. Gets that stick right on Rain's head. Eco has done a whole lap across the map almost. Just run away through driveway to Rails, and you've completed the lap.
Frosty has called Eco one of the smartest players in the game, and the way he masterfully broke down the map of Streets, like you said, he put down damage in multiple locations, and because of that, they're able to break Rebellion's setup, and now Rebellion trying to bounce back, trying to recover here, but Space Station Gaming haven't even gone a man down, and they're finding the kills that they were looking for.
All right, he just needs to run a little bit further. I've been holding on to Monopoly Joke for 12 years in Halo casting. He gets the pass going, collect 200 bucks, go back towards rail. Please do it, dude. I've been holding this for a while. No, I actually don't have a Monopoly Joke, but yeah, there's a whole lap from Eco. Everyone give him a round of applause. He traversed the entire map, staying alive, doing damage, and helping his team out. But at the same time, Rebellion have been doing such a good job of holding down Tram and scrapping up that time.
Well, just like in Monopoly, the banker always has an advantage, and right now, Eco making money moves. Able to take down 2, has the assist on the 3rd one, and SSG continues to just win fight after fight, engagement after engagement, and now, once again, SSG might be able to steal yet another hill in a row.
Eco just doing absolutely everything. Most kills, most assists, least deaths, also putting time in the hill, just doing absolutely everything. Like I said before, if one of your players is going off and playing well, keep empowering them. Give them that power weapon. Give them the info they need because they will carry you and your team to victory. Bound, trying to stay alive over at the tramp and get these last few moments of time. That's gonna be Penguin and Bound securing hill number 2. Space Station, one step closer to victory.
That was the biggest bait and switch I've ever seen right there. Bound, always able to stay alive, and now the perfect kill with the commando follows it up, but eventually goes down. SSG and Shopify Rebellion gonna fight here for this 3rd hill, but Rebellion don't have the numbers they need. They go 3 down, Mental's the 4th one, and now SSG have control.
And look at these close range battle differences here on LAN versus online. These players know they can back away and not trade a melee or trade a kill. You saw how Eco knew he wasn't gonna die in arcade, so just backed away from Mental, didn't want to get the traded melee, and just finished off the headshot. And those are gonna be the small little battles and dances that you'll see here on LAN that don't really play out the same online because people decide to lunge really far.
SSG aren't playing around here. They look hungry right now. Determined to knock Rebellion out and to make it into Championship Sunday. Stellar with a huge flank and a couple of grenades gonna follow right after that as Rebellion lose half of their members. The Stalker Rifle normally undefeated in mid-range combat, and Rebellion haven't found a way in the hill, and SSG, they drained a lot of time off the clock right there.
Yeah, a lot of time, so it just works in favor. At this point, Space Station happy just to trade out slaves. They know the pressure's coming over here towards Neons. Now, how do they react with it? Stellar picked off Eco, weak. Also some pressure coming from B Street. Last 2 members decide to roll it out towards tower, and the damage has been done. Space Station still keeping control. I believe that's Mental, desperately trying to stay alive towards back tower. He can't deal with both Stellar and Bound. Look at those members of Space Station not trying to get too greedy and hold onto the hill at the same time. Instead, they both rotate over together, eliminate any chance of someone pulling out a clutch 1v1, and clear out the back tower.
And now Eco and the rest of SSG are now gonna push up over toward the cafe side. Eco has the AR in the back pocket. That's an easy kill on 1. Takes down the 2nd one. Now there's only 2 more left for Rebellion. Rebellion answered right back here, but Stellar, 1 kill, and that's gonna be incredible time and valuable time in on this hill. And Rebellion is struggling because although Rebellion are stopping SSG from getting in the hill, look at that time. Once again, about 2 minutes drained just from this hill alone.
Yeah, it's getting close enough too where we will not see Space Station jump in this hill during a even period of time, meaning when both teams have only a couple members alive. But Space Station, if they get all 4 down, they will absolutely continue to scrap that up. So right now, Space Station's fine with draining that clock. They're just gonna trade kill after kill. Penguin taking out Carmea, Mental answering the kill himself. But slay after slay, time is ticking away, Tony.
Rebellion are stuck between a rock and a hard place. The rock being the scoreboard, the hard place being the timer here. 35 seconds left, and SSG just pulled right out of the hill. At this point, they're gonna play 30 seconds of pure Slayer. 3 members of Rebellion pushing up over toward the B side. Mental goes down, and that's devastating.
It's an interesting play. I don't disagree with it, but at the same time, oh my God, Stellar getting the triple kill, putting them all on the respawn screen. That's gonna be 8 seconds uncontested where this team is gonna let the timer draw out. The only caveat I was gonna say to that, Tony, is after this hill, it moves on over towards Neons, which is a very guardable hill. So that's the one thing I fear about setting up another team for a setup. But at the end of the day, if you're SSG and you're just out slaying and trading, you can close out like that. That's gonna be Space Station Gaming winning the series 3-1, and they're looking strong.
And just like Chick-fil-A, we're not gonna see Rebellion on Sunday. SSG fight to go for another grand finals. They push forward, they get better and better every time we see them, and they showed it right there, the ability to speed up the game, the ability to slow it down, that pace, the tempo. They've done everything right, and again, you look at the expression on their faces, it just seems like another day in the office. Clock in, clock out.
Also, credit where credit's due. Huge props to Mental and Carmea here as they played so well throughout this tournament. Those players have a bright future in front of them. I thought that they played incredibly well, especially under the guidance of Brian Noob and Rain. I think they're going to continue to improve. When we saw them come up in individual fights, no question as to why they're there. When it came to some specific objective plays or very complicated scenarios, I felt like they just got outmaneuvered by the legs of Space Station, who's one of the best.
They really are one of the best. You saw it here, and you look at the emotion on Rebellion's face. They didn't want to end it right here, right now. I mean, top 6 is great, but you know they wanted more. And it's unfortunate, but SSG was the better team today. And also, as some of you guys don't understand, it's not my birthday, but it is Elamite's birthday. So happy birthday, Elamite. Your present is you get to make it to Sunday.
That's a good present. That's, I mean, the first of many presents I'm sure they want, which Sunday, it's a great gift. They now get to reconvene for tomorrow. They get to assess. Also, they also get the benefit of watching G1 Native. They'll get to go watch them for a little bit and say, all right, what are these guys doing? What can we pick out and what can we maybe take into our match against them tomorrow?
What a great matchup here. You know how we feel about it, but I want to know how Eco feels about it. I heard Blaze is on stage right now, and I think he has a few words he wants to share with Eco.
Thank you so much, Tony and Walshy, for the awesome cast. Charlotte, give it up for Space Station Gaming as they move on to Sunday. Eco, it's the first time I got a chance to talk to you all weekend. How you feeling here with the squad? You guys not in blue, but you're in yellow. But once again, you're going to Championship Sunday. What's going through your mind?
Nothing much. Just trying to keep playing more. It's nice playing main stage finally. But I mean, yeah, we're here to win, so that's kind of all I have to say.
Yeah, kind of simple right there. You know, like it is during the first time we got to see you guys on main stage. Now, throughout every final, you guys have been the gatekeepers of that grand finals. Do you feel like people may be kind of sleeping on you guys this event or kind of like writing you guys off? What do you plan on doing about that tomorrow?
I'm not sure if people are writing us off. I mean, we kind of lurk in the shadows and don't like, you know, no one really sees us, so that's probably why no one talks about us. But I mean, we're here to win, like I said, and that's what we're gonna do tomorrow, you know?
Hey, well, you're looking real confident right now. The squad look like they ready to go and get locked and loaded tomorrow. Big happy birthday to your coach, Elamite. Let's get some happy birthdays in the chat as well. Any last words you want to say to the fans out there that's been supporting Space Station?
You guys are amazing on SSG. Thank you, it means a lot. We hear you guys.
All right, yo, that's gonna do it from us on the stage. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Halo, if anyone's writing these guys out, I don't know what they're doing, because for me, I'm writing them down. I always have been writing them down. I mean, Space Station Gaming, they are never one to kind of like, I don't know, play around with. These guys are the real deal. And look, yeah, they might go down to some of the teams, but they always seem to bounce back, and that's exactly what we saw on there. They were bouncing left and right, main stage, looking absolutely incredible. Clutch, talk to me about this Space Station Gaming roster, what you saw before you there. Would you say they're at their full pace right now as a team?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think, like, yes, they lost to FaZe, but I think every single time those guys match up, it's going to be a good series. I think them, Optic, and FaZe have really solidified themselves as the 3 best teams at this tournament. I know G1 has a shot in the dark at trying to knock one of them off, but SSG doing one of their classic elimination bracket round runs, and I would not be shocked at all if I saw them once again in the grand finals come tomorrow night.
Yeah, would not be shocked whatsoever, especially with some crazy pop-offs like our play of the match, and that's going to be Bound. We all know what Bound can do, and Gaskin, he certainly was giving us a show here.
I just don't know how he survived for this long and then was able to pull this kind of stuff off. I just love watching Bound. He's always very creative with how he maneuvers his way around the map, and he just knew exactly what he wants to achieve here. He avoids fights, but then he gets involved in another fight, and when you've got that confidence to kind of put those shots down, as long as you connect with them, you are going to be able to get rewarded for it as well. He is an incredible addition to this SSG roster, and I really think that this is going to be something that we have to look out for him doing constantly, just getting in the face of his opponents.
We always talk about Bound's movement and how it's so special and how he's able to create so much with it. But something I've started to pay attention to throughout this weekend that I think really solidifies him as one of the greats right now in the game, his reticle placement is near perfect at all times. He is ready to engage with the next player. He has such a good game sense of where people are coming from, but even with that game sense, he has even better knowledge of where this reticle needs to be in order to gain an advantage on that person that's coming in that way.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that you do see a lot of incredible players who just have that sense of progression of like where something's going to be. They just are so tuned in on that, and Bound is certainly one of those players.
Look at Eco.
These are the stats. Yeah, Eco, I mean, all day he has been serving at this tournament. I mean, Eco is one of those players, I feel like he's very similar to Snakebite in a sense, that can pop off when he needs to, and Eco has been delivering the goods here. Gaskin, looking at Eco, you know, he doesn't say too much on the main stage, he's pretty humble. I love the confidence, though, that was coming out of him on the end of that interview. But Eco, this would not be the same roster without him.
I always feel bad for the player that gets forced by his teammates to do the interview as well. I want to see the other guys up there. They're just like, yeah, Eco can go. No, let someone. I want to see what Penguin has to say, for example. I want to see what Bound has to say as well. Eco always gets put in the spotlight because he's the guy, right? He's the guy that has the brains. He's the guy that makes the plays.
Big brains.
You saw what he did on Streets at King of the Hill at the end. He was doing nuts things. He was getting sticks all the time as well. He was just running at the other team. He wanted to get that series done. He wants to rest. He wants to get into Championship Sunday yet again.
A true leader is the one willing to do something no one else on the team is willing to do, even out of game, and that's what Eco does. He does the interviews because he lets his team spare from that pain.
Very, very true. I'll tell you what, though, I'm excited to see what this SSG roster is truly made of tomorrow. And I'll tell you what, Champ Sunday brings out the best in pretty much every single team that we have left in the running, so I cannot wait for that one. We do have Native White and Sentinels as well as just finished, and that one was honestly a bit of a shocker, I think, to a lot of Sentinels fans here. Native White did take that Game 5 Slayer, and I was honestly surprised. I'm happy that Native White have pushed through, and it looks incredible what they're managing to do here in this elimination bracket. The Sentinels, I really did expect them to take that one, Gaskin. What do you think let them down here?
I agree. I expected a little bit more from Sentinels. I think in the end it was just that clutch factor. Barcode went off in that last Slayer, and that was the difference. They were able to have one successful push. It was a good call, and then they got the rockets off the back of it. And because you've got the Stalker rifle going into 1v1, Barcode was never going to lose.
No.
He had all the confidence in the world.
Barcode, the only player in that series on his team to go positive. This is the Barcode coming out party, a series to remember for Barcode fans. Australians, I know you got to be excited to watch your man popping off, and I'm very excited about Native White's performance because it's just another team in the running of all these juggernauts we have on the circuit.
Yeah, 100%. Honestly, so happy for Barcode and the fact that he is showing up and that another chance was given to him past, you know, obviously him coming to NA, and it was great for him to find another home here and for him to actually do this and do it justice online is incredible as well. But we do have a series layout as well for our elimination quarterfinal about to happen. We're looking at G1 versus Native White, and it is happening on a side station here as well. Here's the maps and modes, and Gaskin, I can already see you searching for these. Obviously, we weren't aware of this one happening before we got up here, but as you get the stats here, Clutch, talk to me about what you see on the screen currently while Dan gets some of the numbers.
Map mode combinations, I'd throw them out the window because anything Native White will show you coming into this tournament, irrelevant. They're a completely different team here at this event. They were not strong in those qualifiers online. They have clearly found their rhythm, found their rotation. But you got to favor G1 in this series, right? They've got too much talent, too much practice, too much expectation coming into this event. This cannot be where they fall short. They need another chance against a Space Station Gaming later on here in the elimination bracket if they win this series. And I expect them to at least get the job done here and now.
You've got such a big head, by the way. I can't even see Lottie half the time because you're sat in the middle. We need to change this setup here. I will say, though, looking at that series layout, Game 5, Empyrean Slayer, I think that does bode well for G1. Even though they lost it earlier to Optic Gaming, it was a very close game where Optic frustrated them. They've looked far better when they're not playing against those teams who do hold that halfway point. And I think the Native White will be another aggressive side, and G1 will maybe be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, we talked a lot about momentum. Momentum certainly can favor teams here. Native White will have that coming off that hot Game 5 against Sentinels, but G1 also looking to progress into tomorrow. This is a tough roster, so Native White, they need to have a bit of stamina, and hopefully they have enough to take on G1 and especially keep it close as well. We actually have two incredible casters on standby to take you guys through this one. Yeah, we're throwing in an extra series tonight for you. We have Bravo and Onset on the mic, so I'm very excited to see how this one gets through it. That's going to actually do it for us on the desk. So thank you so much for tuning in with us today on the desk. I'm going to hand it on over to the wonderful duo that is Onset and Bravo.
It's a late night. With Onset and Bravo, it's a scary place to be. It's a dangerous place to be, but let me tell you, it's an exciting place to be as well. Andy, a little bit of a surprise for us, casting an extra series, but a very pleasant one, because we've got an amazing series ahead of us.
This is going to be good. We were just pulled from backstage. We were told there's one more series of the evening, and of course we are ready to jump to the task. We hope you're going to enjoy the series as well. It's going to be a big one here with G1 and Native White. I tell you what, Native White coming off of that series, and it's like, hey, actually get ready, you're playing right now. And to be honest, they're probably pretty hot. and they're probably ready to play.
Perfect time to play, I think, for them, especially a team which is going to be flying on that momentum. Some momentum players on this lineup as well. I mean, you talk about momentum players. Barcode, by the way, I've been able to hear him echoing through the arena every single time he's picked up a kill this entire weekend so far. You've got Mikwin, famous. By the way, welcome back, Mikwin.
Yeah.
Great to see you back on the main stream here and doing some big
it's a
things.
coming back party. Different from what Clutch discussed on the
very
desk.
different.
It's actually a coming back party.
Very different.
Welcome back, Mikwin, and excited to see what he could do. We just saw those guys backstage, actually, and they were pretty hyped, as you might expect, coming off of that game.
Yeah, and then the other side of the thing, you got G1, who got a little bit of a beating earlier on when we saw them last time on stream, and as I say, welcome to a little bit of late night Halo, everybody. G1 versus Native White, and as you can see, we've got a bit of Recharge Strongholds to kick us off.
A little bit of after-hours HCS Major action. This is going to be a lot of fun. Welcome along. This is not family-friendly. Please make sure your kids are in bed. It is past 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Shock rifle in the hands of Mikwin, though he will fall on the bat ledge. Seriously, though, it's not going to be family-friendly.
No, it's not going to be family-friendly. I'm going to drop it.
No, never mind.
No,
we'll get there.
Let me see if someone deserves it. Let's see a play that makes that come out. But let's see what's happening so far in this game. You can see Native White have a little bit of an early lead, but only a couple of points. They've lost a few kills, though, unfortunately. Gilkey manages to pick up 2 there, and I think some might have been screen watching for a few seconds because Gilkey was in front of him for quite some time.
And as you can see there, G1, as you see in the upper graphic there, needs 220 points, so they already had 30 points on the board when the initial reset happened. We're joining in off of that game reset, so do keep an eye on the red side of the scoreboard. They will only need 220, while Native White will need 250.
Long way to go for Native White, but this has been an incredible run, and to be honest with you, a little bit surprising, I would say, coming through the bracket, the classic underdog team, but performing extremely well. We were kind of naming them the International District, understandably so, because of the international flavor that we have on this lineup, but G1 at the moment struggling a little bit in this little reset that we're seeing going on here. It's because Gilkey is starting to find a little bit of form. The man is 3-0 at the moment.
Certainly one of the highest placings both for an Australian player and a Latin American player already at a major HCS event, so congrats to them. However, they find themselves Saturday night action on the main stage, or at least the mainstream here for the evening, as they now have their tournament lives on the line yet again. However, as we said, coming off of big momentum on the other side of the stage, G1 knows this is no competitor to take lightly.
Interesting to note, pretty much the differential has been wiped out between the two teams at the moment. Native White, unfortunately, find themselves with only 1 player alive. The trade will come in, but I'm pretty sure the camo would have been secured by G1 down in bottom middle. Boobadooboo taking the advantage now to move up onto B, to put the pressure on. As off the back of those kills, he can not only get that conversion, or should have got that conversion, I will say, but Mikwin makes a hero play, get the reset, and somehow or other, Native White have come out of a forwarded situation and still in position to score.
Yeah, still scoring here now, 72-6 after all that. And you have to think, a lot of veteran talent on the G1 side of the stage at this stage, and undoubtedly out-experiencing the side of Native White in total time on tournament main stages. However, so far, it's been a very different story. Native White in control of the game and the scoreboard.
Mikwin always giving Suspector a little bit of a run around there. Gilkey comes in to clean things up. Good team help coming in as well from Barcode. So Falcade has to play the high here, has to try and survive, and manages to do so. Tapping picks up 1, and now Gilkey unfortunately will fall. G1 though, starting to come to life a little bit here. Slays has never been the problem for them. It's just that efficiency in the objective. Sometimes a little bit of aggression missing on this G1 lineup.
That's right, 3 were dead there for Native White here. Tapping button's gonna try to fly in, and that will unofficially be 4 dead. It's a little bit of a unlucky spawn trap. However, the 2 spawners on Native White are able to get 2 down on the side of G1. Now 2v2 on each side.
2v2 on each side. 3/4 of B has been captured, and it looks like another player from Native White's just going to jump in there, and they are just relentless on B at the moment. I mean, looking across the Slays, and every time we seem to see G1 on our screens, they're picking up kill after kill, and Native White are just keeping this one scrappy. They're keeping it a little bit dicey, and it seems to be working for them.
Yeah, it certainly does here. Up 106-12. Finally, AB will flip, but it looks like an AC trade there. Big play here for, let's see what Sab can do. Team has been holding it down, and it's going to be a trip cap for a moment for the side of G1.
Now, how did Native White get out of this? This is going to be very interesting to see. Getting out of a trip cap, so difficult to do against some of the best teams in the world. Tapping buttons, had no idea that Sab was going to be flying in, but most importantly, got that conversion. If he would have stepped out a little bit earlier, maybe gone to the death screen a little bit earlier, that would have been that triple cap staying alive, but they managed to reconvert, and all of a sudden, G1 are roaring back into this game.
Yeah, they really are, and if they keep this up, they'll be tied in not too long. Great stuff here from Sab. Amazing place to stay alive on batteries. Those are not easy angles to challenge up to. Oh boy, and Sab and Gilkey been playing alongside and against each other for quite some time. Sab gets the better of him there.
Feels like G1 are starting to read the native white plays a little bit more. It's constantly flooding into B, trying to convert that one, trying to keep it scrappy like I mentioned. And now G1 are making sure as soon as they pick up one kill, they focus onto B if that's trying to be converted. Make sure the native white are getting staggered a little bit more. AB in their control. And even though G1 do only need 220, if you're looking at how things are going in this game, it's getting a lot tighter and a lot closer.
Let's not forget, native white was up by about 100. And just like that, it's only about a 35 or so point lead. Barcode and Suspector will trade there, but now Boo Boo, shock rifle in hand.
I'm gonna say, Barcode did an incredible job there to kill Suspector, get that trade. Almost looked like he was gonna turn the situation completely on his head, but one player that can certainly do that, rip heads, rearrange, it's gonna be Boo Boo Doo. He's on our screens right now and he's got perfect weapon to do so.
Taking his time here, very selective with those angles, does not want to get picked off. And really look at this, only challenging gold stairs, gonna rotate back a bit. I like this though for Boo Boo, who's not panicking. They might be down by quite a margin here. However, he knows that his team have a lot of time yet to get the points that they need on the board.
Not quite connecting with the headshots as you would expect when in the POV of Boo Boo. Barcode Gilkey combining their top gold and bottom gold to make sure that they get him out of the lobby for a few moments time, and off the back of that, Native White once again managed to flip B. It's been a consistent pattern of play so far in this game, and Native White seem to be getting the better of G1 in that little scrap.
Yeah, they certainly do. I also think it's great resilience from G1 because that trip cap was pretty lengthy from G1 to bring them to the 77-point mark, and a weaker team might have gotten dismayed by that. However, Native White, they bounced back, they regained their composure, and now once again, they're up by 100.
I mean, that was 3 dead. Make it momentarily 4 dead for G1. Every player taking a little bit of a turn here to hit the respawn screen and have a little bit of a nap, and Gilkey now with the camouflage here for Native White. And if you're G1, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. I'm starting to get a little bit worried. Yes, you had a little bit of an advantage by 30 points before this restart happened, but at the moment, they can't find any footing. It just seems like they're constantly being caught off guard by some aggressive angles being taken by Native White members, some off angles, maybe just things they're not expecting. And for a team which is pretty heavy on the setups and how they like to hold angles, G1 are struggling with the way that G1 are, the Native White, excuse me, are approaching this game.
Look at Gilkey, just beautiful angles, as you say. He goes up to Sneaky, then he comes all the way down, challenges there from long haul, picks up another one on Bat Ledge, and another one in pipes yet again. However, during all of that, in the end, it's a trip cap for G1.
Yeah, Gilkey doing some great work with the Slays, but unfortunately, it doesn't turn into points, and that's the most important thing to remember, of course. As G1, whoa. Okay, Slays can be pretty cool at the same time. They're certainly going to lock things down, Hero. For Native White of B, they get a little bit of a bandage on the bleeding, but here come G1 again. 185 to 121, a reminder, G1 only need 220 in this game, so that even though Native White are looking good, even though they're making plays, there isn't a lot of wiggle room for them at this point in the game. B's going to be flipped over here by Sab for G1 again, and they will continue scoring.
This was just a 100-point game. Now, just like that, this is a 50-point game, 185 to 127, and as we said, Gilkey gets the camo, gets the disruptor, picks up 3 or 4 kills. However, during that, G1 goes on an absolute tear and brings the game back.
3 dead though for G1. Native White again fight out of the spawn and somehow or other manage to get control, and now they have an A-B setup, and I'm really interested to see actually how they approach this, because they have been in a position where they've liked to take a few individual fights, like to put the pressure onto G1, but now they can hold the map. I want to see what they've got in store for us here.
Lots of disruptor use here from Barcode and Gilkey, and it's really extending that damage over time, as you just saw. Just delaying the push that a teammate might be able to make. Barcode watching the cross now. Pivotal angle, however, has to rotate back. And here comes the push. He'll have the comms there. Great little angle from Barcode from bottom there. And they will maintain 2 dead for G1.
I mean, the most important thing here, that 2 dead means that push is completely ruined. G1 cannot break out from C if they lose those 2 kills. 2 player is never going to be able to break through against the 4. And I tell you what, the disruptor is disrupting right now, and G1 are not enjoying themselves. All of a sudden, Native White are roaring back into this, and Barcode, he is looking phenomenal once again.
4 dead at the 233 mark. That really could be the end of the game here. They're about to hit 240. This is the final set of points.
One more hold and they win this game. And Native White, they continue this Cinderella story. Nades go in just to slow things down. Boo Boo has no idea, but he just about finds out in the nick of time. It's a desperation play. 3 dead though for G1. Native White only have to deal with Boo Boo Doo Boo and get this reconversion, and that will be the game going to them. Everyone from G1 is sleeping right now on the death screen, and Native White keep the momentum rolling.
Picking up where they left off in that last series, and there's a lot of teams that say after we win on a Saturday night, we want to keep playing, and they're probably very grateful that this match is played tonight because, as you say, big momentum off that last series in a Game 5 win, final push. They add that win to the tally as well. They'll take game number 1 of the series.
I think it's a really interesting matchup between these two teams. Complete clash of play styles. You have G1, like I mentioned, love to hold the map, love to be kind of always watching each other, but not from shoulder to shoulder, just making sure each other's angles are covered from areas where they're anchoring, areas where they're deciding to push. It's very methodical in the way they approach things. Native White, the complete opposite.
Yep. I think also worth talking about Native White and the fact that you have 4 different players that are so different in terms of their stories in professional Halo, which I think is really cool. You have Mikwin, of course, the most veteran member of this team, also worked on Halo Infinite, had to take a year off, now he's back, exciting story there. Barcode, new young gun from Australia, 20 years old, maybe he's 21 now, but right around 20 or 21 years old. Tapping buttons, right? A lot of success in Latin America as well, the way that he comes up. And I think if you look at the way that this whole team comes together, just really different stories across the board.
It's interesting, we can talk a bit more about those stories as well, because it's fascinating. We were talking about tapping buttons coming into this event, and we were like, there's only so long you can kind of rely on what you've done in the past before you have to do something again, right? And he has to reinvent himself, and he has to bring a little bit more success back to the Tapping Buttons name. It was always, Tapping's the best player in LATAM by a mile. Right. It's questioned now, right? There's so much talent in the region. You look at Luminosity, some of the players on there. Noble's one that always stands out to me. Trust me, that guy can hang with the best of them in those 1Vs, and I think Tapping Buttons is kind of seen that himself. He's like, okay, I'm on this new lineup. This is a really good opportunity for me. I have to remind everybody just how good I am. There's a reason that I am the player from the region that's been picked up. And Barcode, like you say, maturing day by day, maybe in-game more than out-of-game, would you respect Alex? But it's just a fascinating mix of personalities, but all of them have something to prove in the space, and I think that's why they're gelling so well together.
Yeah, and I think Gilkey too, right? Gilkey's a really interesting piece of that puzzle as well. Gilkey, professional player all the way back since late H2 into H3 as well, and even more time overall compared to Mikwin, right? Mikwin with higher placings overall in terms of their experience. However, Gilkey with the most years of experience, and it's just a really interesting mix, yet all 4 of them still a lot to prove, still a lot to fight for in their own ways. Their 4 stories have come together in a pretty special way already in Charlotte. We'll see if they can continue it, but as you see on the other side of the stage, it's G1 needing to dig deep to keep their tournament life alive.
Long way to go in the series, like we mentioned. Only game 1, but the fact that it's a control-based game type that Native White managed to win against G1, that spells a little bit of alarm bells ringing, shall we say, for G1, because that's where I expect that to be their bread and butter. You look at Strongholds, you're looking at King of the Hills. I would expect G1 to dominate pretty much every team in the tournament, maybe outside of a few, right at the very top of the pyramid, but that's where their success has been. Game number 2, Aquarius Slayer. This is going to be a very interesting one indeed, because the fast pace of Native White, if they come out off the rip here and get 3-4 dead, then they're just going to keep continuing to push. They're going to excuse me, it's not, is it life? What's going on?
It's Aquarius, don't worry.
Okay. Take over.
You're on top of your game, Mark, don't worry.
That's completely thrown me.
They're just keeping us on our toes here, Mark, in the late night. Halo action. Here we go, jumping into the game. Tapping buttons with the camouflage in hand. Also the thruster in hand. Ping's coming down. Not too many cares. A back whack. And a little diggity back smack against Boo Boo Doo Boo. That will give them a 1-1 game.
I'll give you a few more minutes to think about a bad name.
What's that?
Don't worry. Suspector gonna win the 1v1. 2v2 on the map at the moment, but 3-3 on the score. And this is a slow pace at the start of this one.
Really slow.
People are trying to find a few players at the moment, and look at Gilkey and Mikwin just hovering around those blue nades, maybe waiting for them to come up actually off the respawn. Such a power item. You see teams got to this point now where they're timing everything. Thrusts, blue nades, dynamos, whatever you want to call them, certainly being tracked by every single player, and certainly the coaches stood behind them.
And certainly, as you said, got to be one of the slowest starts in terms of total kills on the board in an Aquarius Slayer in quite some time. And you kind of get the feeling after that game, G1 does not want to put themselves in a place where they're the ones making the mistakes.
Spectre gets 2 though, completely opens up the map. Now, are we going to see G1 hold position here? Are you going to see the collapse? We're seeing the answer in front of our eyes right now because they get 3 dead, and that is a big swing of power and momentum in the favor of G1. And I think they needed that after that last game.
I think they absolutely do. I think they know they need it as well. Look at this pinch coming in. Boo keeps his shields as well. He has the help from Suspector and Foul. It's a perfect push, 4 dead. Now they're up 10-5, and maybe this is where the G1 momentum train begins.
Barcode's going to be met by a little bit of a nasty surprise as he comes around this corner. Unfortunately, he's got a friend there to tell the story. The friend has been evaporated, tapping buttons. Come here, Barcode. Sam picks up the kill.
It's like a horror film.
It's terrifying.
You let your friend go through the doorway, he gets 1 tapped by a heat wave. The first one to go, tapping again. My God, in the spawn in the fridge gets taken down. Here's Suspector now with camo. 16-5. This game got out of hand quick, and as we said, this was the momentum that G1 needed.
And this is the thing, right? Native White, they want to play fast, they want to play loose. Problem is, if G1 do find that structure, and they do find the kills on a small map like Aquarius, they're going to be able to lock you down and get shots on you before you can even move, and that's what you're seeing right now. Cam in the hands of Suspector. Falcade and Boo doing the work, and I mean, it shows that your teamwork's pretty much on point at the moment when Suspector's got the camo and he disappeared before he can really do any damage.
Yeah, absolutely. His teammates are just wiping everything across the map as they push, and this has been near perfect Slayer Aquarius for the side of G1. 19-5 right now, and Native White looking very different in this game number 2. It's another killing spree on the side of G1, and trade doesn't come through. A little bit surprising there from our perspective. Gilkey will live to tell the tale.
Always got to keep in your mind in Halo Infinite as well with some of these Slayers that can be a little bit snowbally. If you can get a 4 dead yourself, it's your opportunity to do what just happened to you to the other team. Right. A little bit of revenge. But it's very difficult sometimes when you're in the situation to think that way. You're just trying to desperately get back in the game, try and keep those deaths down. Maybe you're over-aggressive, all these things that go through your head. And that's why you find yourself at the score that we do at the moment, but G1 do lose 2. Native White have the numbers advantage, but are they able to collapse quick enough to find that 4 dead situation? They get 3, last player alive is bottom middle, and all of a sudden Native White's starting to roll a little bit.
Yeah, they'll need 3 more of those though, just to tie the game unanswered if they want to get back into this one. It's a tall order, but as you say, starting to make some progress, but we have to highlight Falcated right now. We talk about how this man often does not get enough credit. He's 10-3. And the highest kills on Native White is 3 kills. And here he is with 10 kills on the board.
Camo just popped on the map as well. Tapping buttons is set up top mid. I think his job is just to watch pink here. Maybe they need to get a little bit of damage and maybe a kill going in their favor before they want to make a move on it. Trying to bait the moves to top middle. Tapping's going to pick up 1. He's tapping that commando. Pretty damn good at the moment and finds himself a 2nd. Falcade, last player alive. All of a sudden, G1 have lost control of this map, and it's a little bit early to say losing control of the game, but certainly momentum swinging back in the favor of Native White.
7-kill game just like that. It was just 24-12, and now it's 25-18. We said it would be difficult, but guess what? Native White is doing it. 3 dead for G1, now only down by 7, make it 6.
Boo gets picked off a spawn as well. Gilkey's going to get information on 2 more players. He's got a little bit of help coming in. Suspector takes some damage, and Midquin flies in to pick it up. It's a 4-kill game now between these 2 teams. Boo-Boo's going to be evaporated as well. He gets taken care of, and all of a sudden, this is a much, much more competitive-looking game.
Wow, a textbook comeback, and we said it would be a tall order. They needed 3 slays in a row. They just did that. It's a 4-kill game. They were just down by 12. 26-22 here. Native White right back in the match.
G1 have managed to stabilize a little bit here, though. Just for a second, they got 4 back on the map, but look at that kill feed. It's all blue at the moment. Barcode picks up 1. Midquin's trying to stay alive at the moment and does a pretty good job of it. Finally gets taken down, but there's the heat wave. There's the dynamites flying in. Tapping buttons finds 1. Barcode's going to have a little bit of a peek and a prod as well. Falcated's got some help here, but it's a 2-kill game, and Native White are right back into this.
This is unbelievable. What a comeback. I think it was a 15-kill deficit not that long ago. Now brought down to 1, 27-26, and Native White proving that they are a force to be reckoned with, especially on this Saturday night.
Okay, no shields. Barcode's moving in, and he gets his 9th kill of the game, and Native White have completed the comeback here. We're just over halfway through this map. We thought it was over. G1 completely decimating their opponents, but now Native White are doing exactly what I said! They've turned this game on their head, and it's thanks to the Australian barcode.
Need we remind you, this was 24-12, and now it's 31-28. That is an unbelievable 19-kill swing. Now make it 32-28. Native White just the comeback of the tournament so far.
I mean, these guys have been the comeback kings. Look at that comeback they had.
Yeah.
In the previous series. And now they want to take another scalp. But I tell you what, they're begging the HCS administrators to keep the series going tonight. We want to play our next game right here, right now. We'll play all night. 5 kills the difference between the two teams. I suspect it's going to be caught out as well, and Native White are rolling right now. G1 are crumbling.
I cannot get over Frenzy for Barcode. We talked about what this young gun can do in his debut season last year, and now a killing frenzy in one of the most significant comebacks in a Slayer we've seen in the HCS period, 39-31.
What is happening on the side of G1 though? They are completely falling apart here. The teamwork has disappeared. Barcode gets his 11th kill in a row. And now it's just 10 kills to go here for Native White to go up 2-0 in the series.
This is an unbelievable result. Falcated gets away with that only because of a nade from Boo Boo as well. 5 kills though, not over just yet. G1 can still create an upset to respond to the comeback. 4 minutes left on the clock, 40-35 in favor of Native White.
Tap in trades. Sab's got the heat wave though, and that can be a real difference maker. Barcode picks up the thrust. Camo popping up in 5 seconds as well. This next round of slays might just decide the game here. If it goes G1's way, all of a sudden they're like, okay, cool, we can get back into this game. If it doesn't, then this could be them looking at match point, looking at tournament point.
Where does this camo go? That's the question. Keeping a very close eye on top middle. Barcode's holding this angle for the camo. Gilk gets it. Gilky with the game in his hands, 42-38.
Sab's gonna fly in. He gets this kill, which is massive because it's a heat wave play. Oh no, Sab absolutely evaporates him with that heat wave. And it's a 4-kill game. The camo will not have an impact, but the heat wave certainly will.
Sab just keeping G1 alive. If he doesn't get that kill, this one could be over. Now a 3-kill game. Far from over. 3 minutes left on the clock.
Tapping buttons. Shoes tapping as he scarpers back into the base at the moment. Sab's been kind of spotted out here. They know where that heat wave is. G1 completely stacking this side of the map. Mikwin's gonna be caught out here. It's a 2-kill game. Those dynamo nades so important for clearing out bases. Native White tried to rotate around to pink, tried to rotate away from the power that G1 had in their hands. Sab clearing out the back of this base now. He knows that Native White are out there.
We saw when Native White was capable of composure-wise in that last game 5 in the late game, in a game 5 Slayer. Can they find that same late game composure here? They're up by 2 minutes and 30 left.
Barcode moving in again, and Barcode gets the entry frag in this battle. Falcator taken down, Suspector taken down as well. 46-42, Booby might be going as well, and it's Barcode once more. He's 16-7 in this game. Falcator, though, will keep this game going as G1 again somehow try and claw their way back into this. We're back to a 2-kill game, and that camo is back up in a few seconds.
Not over just yet, and G1 would have just watched what Native White did to Sentinels. They know they cannot afford any mistakes in the late game here on the Slayer, and that's why they're playing this so carefully. 2-kill game. Make it a 1-kill game, 47-46.
Mikwin got super aggressive there. Falcator's got the thrust, the commando doesn't hit! The sidekick certainly does, and we're tied up!
Unbelievable.
Trades again in the base. Barcode looking for Falcator, but he's got 2 players flying at him right now. Booby picks up 1, it's 49 for G1, they only need 1. Gilky has no idea that Fal is behind him! And somehow G1 not only hold on in the series, I think they just hold themselves together winning that game.
And you can tell by the looks on their faces, there's not a ton to be extremely proud of there. They get the win, but they know they need to ice up for the rest of this series. That game went 24-12 in favor of G1 to 39-31 Native White, back to a 50th kill being registered for G1. That was an unbelievably back and forth slayer, and you don't always see swings that size on Aquarius. They can go back and forth, not always in that large of a margin. G1 stays alive, 50-48. They will tie up the series and maybe now be able to take a breath as we head into game number 3.
I think they need to as well, because there's a few moments in that game where I was like, what is happening? They are falling apart in front of our eyes, but they got it together when it mattered. And that's what it really counts for when you get into those big moments in the series, right? When the big moments happen, can you keep the composure together? Because it fell apart for a moment, but someone on that team said, please, just slow down for a second. Let's get 4 battle rifles back on this map and give ourselves a fighting chance of winning this game.
Yeah, you got to wonder what Hoaxer was saying as well in that scenario, right? Hoaxer,
stop dying.
Yeah, please stop dying. Hoaxer spending a lot of time with that C9 roster last year. He's seen the highest level. He's seen a lot of grand finals. And you have to think, in a moment like that, you have to find a way to slow down the gameplay. And they did just that. It was not easy. You have to wonder, did Native White need to hold the foot on the gas just a little bit more there at the end, as they had, as we said, an 8-kill lead in the late game. That gets thrown away. G1 steals the game back for keeps. 50-48 is game number 2 score. The series is tied 1-1.
And what a different series it looks now, right? If that's a Native White win after a comeback like they had, they've got 3 maps to close things out. And with the way they're playing, it looks like they would have done so. But now G1 back into it, a lifeline for G1. And we're tied up at 1-1 with neither team ahead in the race to win this series. I mean, I kind of like the fact that we got this extra series because it's looking pretty fun. Let's take a look at some oddball stats.
It is. We'll take a look at the HCS Charlotte stats so far at the major. Both teams are 1-1. KD pretty darn close to an even 1.0, give or take a few, as well as a plus 18 differential on the side of G1, plus 15 for Native White. So I would say this is setting the table quite well for our game number 3.
Series is 1-1, oddball records 1-1.
Yep.
KD about 1. It's pretty close.
Everything to play for here for these squads.
It's pretty close.
Tough. You got to dig deep, right? Keep in mind, these guys were here early today getting ready for their first series. It's been a long day of Halo, and as Gaskin said earlier in the show, Halo majors are always a marathon. You need to be ready for these long days, these long nights, to find a way to dig deep in the late hours of these rounds to make sure you get to Championship Sunday. Let's not forget, it's not just a series on the line. You lose here, you're out of the tournament. You will not wake up tomorrow to head to the venue. Instead, you'll be ready to get yourself home and not to Championship Sunday.
I mean, speaking of long days, nobody's had a longer tournament so far than Native White.
Yeah.
They were here late last night, playing through the open bracket all the way to late here tonight. They want to get to Championship Sunday more than anyone. G1 probably feel they deserve to be there, but I think it's a great kind of
contrast.
It's a great example as well of how tight the competition is, full stop.
Yeah.
At the moment, and it's just getting stronger and stronger. And whoever you are, and whatever your seed is, you cannot afford to take your foot off the gas for one moment. Well, here we go. It is now live fire. Promise you. And it's going to be oddball, so let's see how this one plays out. Records completely even across the board. Series even across the board. And I got to be honest, I kind of want to watch a little bit of Barcode.
Great idea. We'll get over there. Starting off with Sap here on G1. See what he can do off the rip. Nades don't hit top tower, so he's going to have to reset. First kills coming in for G1, though those will be traded out.
3 dead though for G1, so even though their first kill did not go their way, the damage was enough for them to collapse in and get the kills going in their favor. Also, you can see that Tappin has got himself a sniper rifle.
He's been tapping all them buttons. He's been doing it quite well throughout this tournament, you could say without a doubt. If you're just joining us here, the final match of the evening, some late night Halo action from Charlotte. Barco gonna chop up top middle, picks up 1 there, will need to reload, but wants to be the captain, the patroller of top and bottom middle. Still a little bit of overshield in hand as well.
So I'm going to take some damage, and at the moment, Barcode is the man at the front doors of the nightclub. Anyone who wants to come in and get near that oddball, well, you're going to have to pay a price. That's going to cost you a little bit of shields. Finally, G1 do make the break. Falcated, though, gets pushed back, and Barcode once again just maneuvering around the map expertly at the moment. Picks up that oddball. He's got Gilkey there for a little bit of support as well to stop that push coming in. And what a start this has been from Native White. They've already crossed that 40-point mark.
Yeah, great job there from Barcode. Also, hitting that repulse was absolutely key to make sure he doesn't get brained by Falcated. I would say 9 times out of 10, Foul hits that shot in the back of house, but off of those plays and off of the damage, Native White now already 50 points on the board.
Interesting to see as well on the G1 side, Boo and Sab not got going yet, no kills for them, but the amount of information that Barcode just picked up, by the way, he peeked out the small window and saw 4 players, and he's like, I think they're on me. Oh my goodness me, Barcode last alive and takes one to the grave with him.
3 dead as well on the side of G1 there. However, last player alive was able to get away with the ball, also in a play ball position. Keep an eye on the overshield now. Gonna go in the hands of Miquin here. Miquin unleashed. Able to play the game once again after, of course, his brief hiatus. And he's back and ready to go here.
Finds 2 as well. Nice little bit of cleanup from him. Immediately he moves his attention towards the obble, which was played by G1, and he's not going to be too bothered that Sab's in front of him because he's got an OS, so he's going to run it straight at him. And that's a really smart play. Sometimes you're kind of thinking about, as a player here, do I need to change my route? No. If you've got support there, you've got OS, run it at him, because if you get that kill, he's going to be spawning as far away from that objective as possible.
Rotates to Nest as well. Needs to stay alive. A lot of pressure going to be coming in. It's a nice isolated 1v1 for him. And will now continue to pick them apart. Oh, Sab answers back, though, with a great stick.
Good rotation, though, from Native White, moving that ball all the way towards the play ball position here at the back of B.
You knew he was going to grab it as well.
You gotta play the ball, man.
Wow, that's a throwback. Sab knew what was happening there, and you need to toss that ball off. If your Barcode let go of that thing earlier towards the back, the pressure was coming. I think everyone knew that that play was telegraphed from the point of view that we were watching it from. That ball doesn't play either. Tapping keeps that one alive, and in the end, somehow the ball's still back green.
G1 3 dead, though, and I'm gonna have to just say it. I'm really trying not to say it. Clutch did that once.
Clutch did do that once. There you go. Barcode makes sure
so much better
to give it a repulse off the map. There was one time where Clutch made a huge mistake. Who am I kidding? Several times where Clutch made huge mistakes on the main stage. He's not even in the venue anymore.
From the main
so we can say whatever we want about him, to be honest. Oh, poor guy. 78-26, 3 minutes left on the clock here. Still a very good performance early on from Native White. Barcode with the 2-tap there. First one wasn't enough. He really is. He really is. Barcode
genuinely
looks good.
He's got the power weapons to play with. Unfortunately, he got no ammo in them, so it's kind of just ornaments on the mantelpiece as far as having an effect in the game. Sab doesn't get the pop on the OS. And Gilky's got a lot of responsibility now. He needs to buy time for the rest of his teammates to get in position to fight for this. 2v2 on the map. So Spectre in the 1v1 with Gilky. Gilky doesn't miss a bullet. And that lead is going to stay in their hands. And your overshield once more goes into the hands of Miquin. That's his second overshield in a row now. And here comes Austin.
Yeah, here comes Miquin. He is out for blood as well. He sees the rotate coming. Foul's looking for him in the corner. Miquin knows to check it, though. That's part of the...
Oh! Falcated says, it was me all along, Austin. It was me all along.
Oh, no. Miquin knew to check the corner. Falcated knew he was coming as well. And Miquin with the early melee, it will not connect. And what looked like it was going to be a perfect read on the play ends up being a dub for G1. However, Native White get the last laugh. That was 3 dead for G1.
I'm so glad that you didn't get that reference. Anyway, bottom middle, tapping button. Still holding the line here for Native White, and he's got the heat wave as well. That should be an easy kill, an easy cleanup, and he might turn 2 here. Tapping buttons! Might have just secured the round. He has secured the round there with that kill onto Suspector. G1 fall in the first round. Native White again looking so good.
So good here, and they are once again, they're hungry. They know they want to get to Sunday, and that's the question here in this series. Who can do it as we get into now the second round? Native White already with a round on the board. 1 round to go before they take the lead in the series.
Nothing quite like a hungry Sunday. Miquin gets the stick before he goes to the grave, but there's a little double coming in from Falcated, and G1 need to figure this out. Gilky's going to be alive bottom middle. He's got the heat wave. He's not going to connect quite in the way, but the ricochet isn't going to do enough. And again, it's a 1v1 that G1 players win 95% of the time when they're composed, when they're playing at home, when they're playing their normal game. They are shook right now. There's no other way to say it.
It's true. Gilky there tucking into the pillars there on bottom middle and being an absolute nuisance. Such a difficult kill. 2 dead for the side of G1. Make it 3. Suspector is your last player alive on pillars and in no position to really apply pressure. He has to circle back with the team, tapping with a sniper rifle in hand. Oh my God, immediately finishes. Don't do it. He's got the back pocket overshield. And he's going to put it to use. What a play from Tapping. That is one of the latest overshield pops we've seen. Couple. Wait a minute. Maybe he's got more. This man's crazy. 37-0 already for Native White.
I like that from Tapping.
Love that.
He was like, my shields are broken. He just gets, that's cute.
Yep.
Oh, that wasn't cute. That was horrible. Falcated absolutely destroyed. Almost gets the stick as well. But the score, Andy, the score again. It's just racking up. Point after point, second after second. Let's finally G1 make the break.
Look at Gilkey. Sab can't kill him because he's in the rat tunnel doing some wacky jump nonsense. Tapping is 17-6. This is wild. Finally, G1 with some points on the board, but Native White not making it easy whatsoever on their side of the stage.
Sab taking down a no shields. But luckily for him, finally G1 doing a little bit of work on the map, but it's 2v2, and again, the ball is forced to be played. Good shots coming in from Sab as the spikes are going to break the shields, but Midquin again steals in. That's 3 in a row. 4 in a row, excuse me. Now going to Native White, and that has been the difference as well. You cannot let 3 overshields, 4 overshields, however many overshields in a row, because otherwise this is going to happen. Barcode and Midquin are just going to run through you.
They tried to go down the poop chute, and it didn't work there. The Nays were waiting at the bottom of the map. Midquin's just going to grab those kills with help and with the overshield. 60-12 now, and he continues to rotate.
Got PTSD from my few days before I left.
We cannot get into the details.
We said it was late night, we said it wasn't family friendly, but we will not go into
can't go into those details.
For my benefit.
Yeah, absolutely. 63-12 here for Native White. Tapping Buttons just hit 19 and 9. Look at those numbers. Absolutely dominating performance. 2 dead though for Native White. Maybe an opportunity for G1 to make something happen, but here they go with the rotate. Doesn't matter how many are dead, they're going to keep running the ball away.
And Barcode is saying, hey, come find me. Chase me. Bubu gets 1, gets the sniper rifle, but look at Barcode. He gets that ball all the way away so that he can get the reset. Native White lose 2 though. Now there's a real opportunity here for G1. And I've got to be honest, they need to take this. They need to show me something here, Andy, to make me believe they can get back into this game.
They really do here. Well, let's not forget, 3:20 left on the clock. There's plenty of time for them to be able to get back in this game. However, they just need to put a few plays together, and we haven't seen that from them in this round.
Bubu's got sniper and ball, not really what you want to do, and that's going to once again force a play. Communication needs to be better there. Someone needs to come and get that ball off of Bubu. He needs to throw it towards a teammate and say, cool, you might be playing well, you might be picking up a few kills. I have a sniper rifle. You hold this thing for a second. Barcode drops the nade. Not going to drop the kill though, and Midquin will fall as well. And G1, even after a little bit of a loose and ropey looking hole, get that ball back in their hands, and for the first time in some time, should be able to secure the overshield as well.
That's right, it's all B spawns nest side as well for the side of Native White. As you say, should be an overshield foul. Doesn't pop it just yet, but now that he's up on the cuts, pops it right away to make sure he has it for these battles. But Tapping and Midquin, they rip the entire overshield off right away.
G1 picking up some kills. As Native White find themselves at 2 players. Having a watch in the spectator screen for a few seconds here. Falcated now trying to locate Tapping Buttons, top of the tower. Tapping's got a sniper rifle though, and he bodies him, but doesn't get the headshot that he needed to take down Falcated. Complete control of the map right now in the hands of in the hands of G1. And they finally get that ball rotated back. A perfect setup for them here.
Not over yet, as we said. And you might have to think, G1 is thinking this is a wake-up call for us. We need to get back into this game, and in a big way. Now they're only down by 25 points.
First 2 kills again, just gifted to Native White. Foul now has to turn his attentions away from objective time, which is going to win them the game, stay alive, and keep his team on the map. What happens on the other side of things? They go, cool, stay at tower. We're going to run this ball away from you again. Bubu was alert to it, though. He managed to cut down Midquin as he was on his way forward. Another player gets cut down, and Gilkey now finds himself as last alive.
As you say, 3 dead. Gilkey needs to stay alive there on the rat tunnel side. Stays alive on concrete. Midquin and Tapping are going to spawn back green. Here comes the push.
I mean, you're looking at the stats from Falcated here. It's 21-13. He's killing everything that's put in front of him. Bubu now has the ball in his hands as well, and all of a sudden G1 have started to find a bit of rhythm. They're almost able to tie up this game, but just as they were kind of on the precipice of something good, again, Native White have an answer for it. They break through. They get the kills. G1 lose 3. And Tapping Buttons holds this ball.
And look at this Tapping Button, white hot. He's 24 and 13. Might need to play. Thinks about it, but doesn't. What a great play from Tapping because the kills come in. Look at this.
Sab's the only player who can do anything here. Oh, he gets repulsed off the map with 1 second to go. And G1 by the skin of their teeth, but the hairs on their chins managed to keep this game alive.
Should be a grab here in just a second if they can get down bottom middle. Here comes Mikwin. Yeah, tapping button grabbed it. That's going to be it. That will be the game. Native White in a 2-0 fashion closes out live fireball and will take the lead in the series.
That picture right there that we just saw sums up everything that I think is going on in the heads of G1 right now. Head in the hands. Nobody looking across at each other. No communication. Everyone's silent. Like, no one's saying anything. And it doesn't surprise me. Someone needs to be a leader on this team. Someone needs to step up and say, you want to come here tomorrow and play Halo, or are we just going to pack up? Should we even bother playing this next game?
Yeah, and what did we talk about? You and I, looking at the G1 roster, looking at their games, we wondered who's going to be that leader.
Yeah, talent.
Right, individual talent across the board, undoubtedly on the G1 side, but who is it going to be? Is it Boo? Is it Foul? Who was going to be the player that was the vocal leader and the inspirational voice in times like this when they have to dig deeper than perhaps ever before, when they find themselves one game away from tournament elimination? King of the Hill Streets could be the deciding game of the series.
Could be the deciding game of the series, but a good one for G1 as well. King of the Hill was a game type I mentioned at the start of this, control-based. They can hold a setup, they can hold the lanes. They can wait for Native White to make mistakes, get a little bit antsy, thinking we can close the series out right here, right now. And maybe they can grind them down if they get a little bit of a lead here. We've seen on Streets, teams winning this 2-0.
Yeah.
We've seen a brand new team winning it 1-0 across 15 minutes. So this is an opportunity for them to really get back into the series, obviously, but maybe they can wrestle some of the momentum back if they play it in a way which frustrates Native White.
Absolutely. I think they also need a big mental reset, right? I think even we saw it in that Aquarius as well. We were seeing them on the receiving end of 13, 15 kill swings, and it looked like they just were all over the map, chickens with their heads cut off. I think they need to realize, take a breath. As you say, we need to get to Sunday. It would be an enormous disappointment for this squad if they were not playing on Championship Sunday. And they need to find a way to really, really mentally reset right now and realize what's on the line here. Even though it's late night here on Saturday night, they need to find a way to win this game 4.
Got to earn it. We'll take a look at the top KDs from the event, actually, while we wait for this game 5 to get going. And this is the top 5 KDs leading the way at the moment. And no surprise to see 2 members of FaZe clan up there. Renegade leading the way, though, with a 1.3, but impressive numbers from Lucid as well. 1.29. It's almost weird to say it, but he hasn't been talked about enough in his performance.
I agree.
So far for Optic, and I think Optic have kind of been given a little bit of a cold shoulder by some people in this event. And Lucid showing that he is here, he is on the best form you can expect, and he is still the best in the game.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see what both of those players and everyone on the top 5 will bring on Championship Sunday. But on our screens right now, these two teams are fighting for even their chance to participate on a Sunday. One of these two will go home before the evening ends and only play 2 of the 3 days. Here we are, game number 4, G1 versus Native White.
Native White can close it out right here, right now. First hill could be massive. We're talking about the mental game. We're talking about how draining this run has been. Well, off the break here, again, it's Native White who are winning it. They get 2 dead. Barcode gets away with the Rockets, and last time I saw Barcodes with Rockets in this position, he won the damn game for him.
That's exactly it. It was a big win indeed. Using both the Rockets and the Stalker Rifle, we'll expect to see that yet again. Of course, on Streets for Barcode and all of Native White. 25% on the board for them.
Look how tight they're playing this as well. Look how tight they are playing
tight,
together.
Yeah. 3 players essentially stacked on the hill and 1 player on Balk.
2 full there for G1. Very simple for them to do as well. Barcode tries to spread his wings a little bit here, but look at the score at the bottom. Boo gets absolutely taken apart, just decimated. In that 1v1, G1 find themselves 2 dead, but so do Native White. The Bulldog on the flank from Suspector. It's going to be enough to pick up a kill, but look at the time. It's uncontested. G1, again, just not even present in that first hill.
Spectre gets the help he needs, though, on driveway. We'll see what G1 can do if they can bounce back here. They do have control of Trem early on and a chance to tie the game. But as you say, it's an incredible start from Native White.
G1 have everything right now to succeed. They have complete setup, complete control. They have the Stalker, they have the Bulldog. They also have complete knowledge of where Native White were respawning on the map. So they need to be able to hold this for significant time.
Nice work there from, once again, Suspector and co. Foul helps him out. Locking down C-stairs. Now the driveway push is the only threat.
Not a ton of time during all this, though, if I'm honest, for the side of G1. Finally, with 3 dead, they will get more points on the board, but not enough to hold it on this single push.
Bubu's made a really good play here as well. Mikwen's been a little bit of a nuisance on the commando, just really getting behind enemy lines, but Bubu doing damage and Suspect to be in there to clean it up. Means that not only that double kill going to really help G1 secure this hill, but it cleans the way for them to pick up the rockets as well. G1 doing what they needed to do here on this tram hill. They are locking things down.
No rocket grab just yet, though, even though G1 does have control over the map. Gonna try to spike out bottom of tires, and here comes the push to get an angle on those rocks.
Falcated, I think, just swept in to pick him up, but gets the trade, which is fine. Keep Native White as far away as you can is the name of the game, and Suspector with that Stalker rifle is causing problems. And now, Native White having a few problems, weren't even able to get near that hill.
What an interesting display of the first 2 hills. It's very rare that you see the hills traded like that with complete control from each side. So these 2 teams showing just how closely matched they are with essentially perfect hill play on the first and second hills.
Suspector doing what he could there just to get into the faces and try and break the rotation that Native White have had. Of course, the fact that G1 were holding down that tram, it means they spawn a long way away from where this next hill is. They have to make that transition, whereas Native White could hold for just a few moments. Native White do a pretty good job of it as well. Sam trying to push up though. G1 getting a few kills, make that 3 kills. Mikwin now left on his own and G1 will break.
G1 waking up in this game, and I think it's the wake up that we said they needed to find. I think that first hill was pretty worrying for G1 fans and players alike. However, that second hill and the dominating fashion that they held it in, also the great patience, maybe giving them a little bit of life here as they now lead in our 3rd hill as well.
Now you're seeing Bubu start to roam a little bit more, starting to play with a little bit more freedom, a bit more space on the map, and Tappin's going to be last alive, and you can see on the player outlines we know where he is, and Bubu now finds out himself as well, but it seems like Native White maybe get a little bit antsy here to try and close the series out, maybe trying to be a little bit over-aggressive and just not waiting for each other to make formulated pushes. Finally, you see 2 players combining together on the pink street to pick up the kills they need. Gilkey gets another as well. Sab's going to be down bottom middle, who picks up 2. He should be able to get the rockets as well, but no, there's Gilk.
Gilk's there, a little bit of maybe just an accidental YY or a single Y press. Barcode was your last player alive for Native White. He will fall. It should be a G1 rocket grab in the end. They were down bottom middle right by the L.
Most importantly though, G1 locked down that hill, and they have transitioned as well towards the Pink Street hill. Suspector finds the rockets, and Native White all of a sudden, after an electric start here, they're the ones who are struggling to find rhythm. They're the ones who are struggling to find form.
Not sure if that second rocket had been fired. One of them hit Gilkey, didn't take him down though. Keep an eye on that. It looks like it was, there it is. Suspector fires that second rocket and makes it count against Mikwin.
Gilk just needs to survive for a few seconds here, waiting for his teammates to get back in the game. Drop wall could be massive for him to draw attention away and let the rest of his teammates do something a little bit different. Not sure if he spotted that player trying to push. The thrust is going to be an absolute nuisance here from Bubu, who re-challenges and wins that fight. And all of a sudden, G1 starting to win individual battles. That was the difference for them. But as I say that, all of a sudden, Native White, keep it scrappy, keep it messy, and get inside of that hill.
Look at the transition there, all the way from Courtyard here, all the way to Neons. We talk about it so often, it's so pivotal. If you have that Courtyard control, you'll fly over to Neons, and they're just about to finish this one as well, and go up 3-1.
Tapping buttons there, just survive for long enough, and somehow managed to survive the damage for those spike grenades to be used up, and not as effective as G1 would have wanted. And then you saw Barcode just flying forward saying, help is underway. It wasn't enough though, as now Barcode is going to be left in a position where he has to just stay alive. He can't do that. And G1 with a clean break, a clean 4 dead as well, and this will be 3-1.
This will be 3-1, and we are going to be poised and set up very well for what could very likely be a Game 5, a double kill for Suspector as well. Now we head to the dreaded bottom middle hill with 3:22 left.
Suspector's taking this game on his shoulders as well. G1 want to end this in style. I kind of love this from G1. They want to play this bottom middle hill. They want to put Native White to the sword. Another rocket connects now from Sab. Suspector is 13-3, by the way. The man is positive 10.
This is more like it from G1. Even though they found themselves losing that first hill, they bounced back in the biggest of ways that the entire G1 fan base will be very, very happy about. As you say, with 3 minutes left on the clock and a 3-1 lead, it's pretty wise for G1 to just play this, apply the pressure, be in bottom middle. Do not try to milk time, because it really could come back to bite you.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times. give away that bottom hill, a little bit momentum starts rolling the other way, and you gotta remember we go back to the street hill that was completely dominated by Native White. So I think this is pretty smart from G1. Forcing Native White to make the plays, forcing them to show their hands, and just picking up the slays and just elongating the game.
McQuinn picks up that kill off the back of the damage coming in from the Sentinel beam. Now gonna fly out bottom middle. What can Native White do here? Maybe somehow dig deep to get this hill. Keep in mind, this one's not over just yet.
No, it's not. But the good thing here for Native White is that they got McQuinn set up in Tram with a Stalker rifle. Big problem if you're on G1. Someone has to flank and someone has to get him out of this position. Otherwise, he's just going to be able to lane everyone. And that's exactly what you're seeing right now. Bubu last alive. He's just come off a spawn as well. So he's going to be out of commission. And with time still left on the clock, Native White have got over 50% of this bottom middle hill. Bubu tries to make the play. He was the one trying to get McQuinn out of this position. But who deals with him? It's McQuinn himself with his Stalker.
Watch these next few kills. The next few kills in the feed will determine if Native White gets this very quickly with still 2:30 left on the clock. Sab also falls, so still man advantage for Native White.
2 dead again.
Here we go.
That's going to be 3 dead, you would imagine. Bubu trying to challenge inside of the hill. McQuinn should finish this. A little bit of fireworks, a little bit of laser beams coming in from Guildpot middle as well. And look at this. Now they're going to get the rockets. And McQuinn, he's going to get out of there.
They just need to jump in here, just step in. They need to take their time. Make sure you get the right kill. Just step in the hill, close it out, and then you'll find themselves fighting for a game-tying hill thereafter.
Well, here we go. They've got so much time as well. They've got so much time.
Yeah.
They secure this bottom middle hill, and they were perfect on this street hill. 2 minutes and 14 seconds left. I gotta say, this is one of the quickest times we've seen a full rotation of hills with this amount of time left in the game to win it.
Absolutely, this is dangerous territory for G1. It was 3-1 heading to the bottom middle hill. Now 3-2 with still 2 minutes left on the clock. McQuinn is not done yet. It's a killing spree and a perfect kill as well.
Stays alive as well. Tapping just flies down to help him. G1 3 dead, and it's the perfect way to put it for G1 fans. And for the players who are playing right now, because they, once again, might have thrown this game away. Native White leave it late once more. And with 2 minutes, 10 seconds left on this clock, they could tie this game up.
We just got word actually from the new Mombasa government that based on the amount of time McQuinn has stayed at Tram, he now has land rights at Tram as he's owned this area for quite some time with the Stalker rifle. Look at this. We're about to have a tied game off of an incredible, yet again, comeback from Native White.
G1 trying to keep it going though. G1 finally do break, and now that Stalker rifle is out of ammo. So at least that's one less problem to deal with here. But he goes and picks himself up a thrust.
Look
G1
at the
inside of the hill.
well.
I mean, they're controlling the complete side of the hill right now, G1.
And here they go. Look at the patience as well. McQuinn knows he can grab the thrust, come back, wait for his teammates to pop up. Now he goes, but they need to make the push right now.
Suspected doesn't go down in all of that as well. Barcode, he picks up one. He picks up two as well, and he breaks into the hill. Tapping Buttons is stood inside of it. They get the point. They tie it up, and there's still just under 2 minutes left in this game.
I am not kidding when I say I believe there was about 2:24 left on the clock when it was 3-1 heading to the bottom middle hill, and this has been such continuous control from Native White.
And now look at the rotation. Native White have it. Who picks up the rockets? Native White. Tapping Buttons has those as well. All the power in the world. And maybe the series in his hands as well. They're almost 50% there.
This is wild. What a back and forth series this has been. Not just the games themselves, but even the score lines within the games have been absolutely wild. Look at this, 50% done already for Native White. G1 needs to go, they need to go now.
This needs to be a big rocket. He gets one, he survives, but G1 have broken through here, and by God, they needed to. Gilkey falls as well. That's gonna be players falling one after the other, and G1 break.
And they needed to. Look at this. Sab is 21-17. Now they're holding back Tram. Here comes the push right away, though. No time to waste. First one goes down. Somehow Suspector falls. Sab has to retreat.
He has to retreat, and it's McQuinn again, just keeping the pressure on. Keeping the pressure on. They managed to push up to Ivy, almost uncontested. Two players flew in. Barcode's going to be challenging. Barcode wins that fight as well. Respawn's coming in at PD. This is perfect for Native White.
This is absolutely perfect. Still Tapping is alive here on the dumpster. He'll drop down, probably get this kill on Foul. He flies back in, picks up the double kill as well. That's going to do it.
4 dead. G1 in the death screen. A desperate play is not enough. And let's flipping go indeed, Barcode. Wow, what a performance. The Cinderella story from the International District continues. Native White send G1 home.
And in the most unbelievable fashion, down 3-1 in your game number 4, and they find a way to dig back one hill at a time to come back to win 3 uncontested, unanswered hills and close out the game 4-3. And these guys are riding high on Saturday night. They have advanced to Championship Sunday. They will close out the series 3-1.
You can see the series in front of you, but how funny is it that we saw Mitquin just as we were walking back from the bathroom and we were like, Austin, you're back. And he's like, yeah, man, but I tell you what, these series, they're so tight. Like, I haven't missed this. And I said to him, wait, isn't this exactly what you missed? And he goes, yeah, that's a really good point, actually. It's exactly what I missed. Here we are again in another series. Someone needs to check Mitquin's pulse, I think, after this. Calm him down a little bit, get him ready for tomorrow, because, by God, he's going to be there.
We need a cardiac specialist for Mitquin, as he said, it's never easy. Why do all of my series have to be this way? Absolute heart pounders. And to be honest, we quite enjoy it. We like the series that are played out that way, but Native White, the Cinderella story, as you said, continues. They will eliminate G1 and advance to Championship Sunday.
Have to talk about G1, though. Have to talk about G1 in a second, and you can see them eliminated from the tournament. And I tell you what, if you were going to say that was your losers bracket, elimination bracket, semi-final, Space Station versus Native White at the start of the tournament, if you put money on that, you're probably taking a lot home. What a matchup that is going to be.
Truly, I don't think anyone, I think the Vegas odds on that would have been pretty ridiculous. I don't know if anyone had Native White up against SSG, but Native White, they came here to play, and they will face off in the elimination semifinal. We'll take a look at the winners bracket as well.
Wow, what a winners final that is going to be. I mean, tomorrow is going to be a little bit special, everybody. So make sure you set your alarms wherever you are in the world, because we have FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming. The people who are holding the rings, people who are holding the championships, going up against the very roster formed to steal it away from them. FaZe versus Optic is going to be coming up in your winners final tomorrow.
But before any of that, of course, a Season 3 showcase, a special highlight. It will be the big matchup, Team Grass versus Team Roots, and quite a few familiar faces will be on the main stage.
We will also be revealing something a little bit special for everyone who stayed with us for a little bit of late night Halo. New team skins going to be revealed tomorrow, and hearing from a very good source that they are beautiful.
Juicy indeed. That Season 3 showcase, once again, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. ET, 5 p.m. GMT. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be a fantastic start to Championship Sunday, and I think you and I are quite excited about it as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a great start to Championship Sunday, and we will be there at the start of Championship Sunday. Andy, absolute pleasure, my friend. Let's go and get some rest, and let's get ready for tomorrow. We hope you will all be there with us. If you're not going to be, you're going to be in the wrong place. Make sure you're here tomorrow, twitch.tv/Halo. It's Championship Sunday, baby.